4, 3, 2, 1. Boom, and we're live. 12 rules for life. So without reading this, so what you're saying is, that's what I like.
There's only 12 things you need to know in life, right? That's it?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
This interview that you just did with this woman, Kathy Newman, was that in the UK?
It was Channel 4, UK.
I just went, I felt bad, but I was also laughing. I went to her Twitter page to read, and with each one of her tweets, no matter what she says, someone writes underneath it, so what you're saying is, and then some ridiculous, but by the way, your fans were mocking her, but politely, non-aggressively. I didn't read any rude things. Like there was no insults, or maybe a few insults, but there's no swears. It was just playful mocking of the interview that she did with you, because the interview was ridiculous. It was a ridiculous interview. I mean, I listened to it or watched it several times. I was like, this is so strange. It's like her determination to turn it into a conflict. It's one of the issues that I have with television shows.
Yeah.
Because they have a very limited amount of time, and they're trying to make things as salacious as possible. They want to have these sound bites, these clickbait sound bites. And she just went into it incredibly confrontational, not trying to find your actual perspective, but trying to force you to defend a non-realistic perspective.
Yes, well, I was the hypothetical villain of her imagination, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, what happened, what was interesting, too, the way it played itself out, because I met her in the green room beforehand. You know, she was being made up, and then they put a little bit of powder on me, and we had a friendly kind of interchange, and then we went and sat in front of the cameras and for a couple of minutes, you know, before the show got rolling, and we had a pretty pleasant back and forth. And then as soon as the cameras went on, she was a completely different person. And I thought, oh, I see. I see what's going on. Yeah, well, so that kind of alerted me to, well, the fact that there was something rotten in the state of Denmark, let's say. Yeah, but, you know, this is also why YouTube is going to kill TV. Because television, by its nature, all of these narrow broadcast technologies, they rely on forcing the story, right? Because it has to happen now. It has to happen often in 5 minutes, because they only broadcast 5 minutes of that interview. They did put the whole thing up on YouTube.
To their credit.
Yeah. It hasn't ceased to amaze me yet. I think that they thought that the interview went fine. That's the scuttlebutt I've got from sort of behind the scenes, because I know some people who know what's going on at Channel 4, and they're shell-shocked by the response. You know, and then of course there was the counter response. The Guardian the next day published an article saying that, you know, the head of Channel 4 had to call in police security because of threats. You know, well, first of all, you can call the police in about anything, and they never did detail out exactly what the threats were. You know, but then about 20 newspapers picked that up and went for Kathy Newman is now being harassed by an army of online trolls for doing nothing but doing her job, which, and then there was a backlash against that in the press. So it's been
someone took an audit of the actual interchanges that between fans and her, and there was way more negative ones coming your way.
Yes, that were seriously negative. Yeah, that's right.
Seriously negative, violent, harassing, just rude. There were way more.
Yeah.
And no one picked up on that at all. It was all, the narrative was she's a victim. Yeah. Even though she was highly aggressive in this, but
she's a funny victim. It's not like she's not successful.
Yeah.
You know, it's like at some point you think you should have to hand in your victim card. I think like when you go to an Ivy League university, it's like right then and there. You get to hand in. Yeah, because you don't get to be oppressor and oppressed at the same time. That's just too much.
Well, one of the things that you pointed out was when you were talking about competition for very lucrative jobs, and you were saying, look what you've done. Like, you must have had to work here. And she proudly was saying how hard she had to work to get there. I'm like, well, yes, of course. No one's going to hand this to you.
No,
this
definitely
is why,
not.
And this is why you were saying you are opposed to equality of outcome.
Equality of outcome. I can't imagine anything we could possibly strive for in our society that would make it into hell faster than equality of outcome. Like the historical evidence for the pathology of that route is so strong. It's like you have to be historically ignorant beyond belief, or malevolent or resentful beyond comprehension in order to think that that's a good idea. I argue for that.
I agree with you, but I think that even if you came into this with no knowledge of history, but a complete understanding of human beings, you would say, well, that doesn't make any sense. And one of the best quotes that I've ever read about it is that if you have real, true freedom, you're never going to have equality of outcome. Because with real, true freedom, you have the freedom to not engage. Well, look, if you look at a guy like Jeff Bezos, for instance, that Amazon guy is worth more money than anybody ever, right? That guy works all day.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a maniac.
Oh, yeah.
He's acquiring all these different companies, and everything he's doing is designed to succeed.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just
well, that's what Gates just said,
yes.
too, in a recent interview. And I know some guys that are, you know, they're in approximately the same universe as those two, and they just work all the time.
That's all they do.
All the time.
Yeah.
And they don't just work. They work so efficiently and so effectively and make use of every second in ways you can't even imagine unless you're in that sort of position. So, and, you know, doing that doesn't mean that you will succeed, but not doing it certainly means that you will fail.
Well, not doing it certainly means you will never achieve that level of success, and that's what we're talking about. We're talking about equality of outcome.
Yeah.
I don't want that. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to work like that. I don't want to do what he's doing, and I should have the freedom to not do that.
Yeah.
As he should have the freedom to do that. If we're going to play this game called capitalism, which we're all agreeing is probably, at least in as far as the models that we have right now, is the best one that we have. If we're all going to play this game, if someone decides to be the Michael Jordan of capitalism, you can't stop them. Mm-hmm. You can't say, no, you're playing this game too well. You're playing this game too hard. You're too obsessed with this game. You're going to have that.
Yeah, you can stop them. You can try to stop people from winning crookedly,
yes.
which is what you should do. And,
yes.
you know, there's a couple of things that are really worth delving into with regards to that, too, because there's this sort of Marxist notion that all this inequality is generated as a consequence of capitalism. And that's actually technically false. Because if you look at, there seems to be something like a law of nature that's described by this statistical model called the Pareto distribution. And it basically suggests that in any creative domain, there's going to be a small number of people will do almost all of the output. But it doesn't just apply to human beings. It applies to the heights of trees in the Amazon rainforest. It applies to the size of cities, and it applies to the mass of stars, and it's something like the more you have, the more you get. It's something like, you can imagine how that would work with a star. As it gets bigger and bigger and its gravitational mass increases, it's going to attract more and more matter. And then as a city grows, well, more and more people are excited to move there because of all the opportunities. And so some cities start to grow tremendously and others don't. But this phenomena where a small number of people end up controlling a tremendous proportion of the resource is not only limited to money, and it doesn't only occur in capitalist societies. It occurs everywhere. It's like a natural law. So you see the same thing with number of points scored by a spectacular sports figure. There's always a tiny proportion of people who are way ahead on the curve, or people who make records, or people who sell paintings, or people who compose music, or people who sell music online. It's all the same. It's the 1% gets 80%. And so, well, first, we can't blame that on capitalism. And second, we should note that it actually does constitute a problem, which is what the left-wingers are always jumping up and down about, right? Like, too much inequality starts to destabilize your society. And it isn't obvious how to shovel money from the top end, maybe the 1/10 of 1% who have almost all the money, down to the people who have almost nothing in a way that's effective, so that they don't get thrown out of the game completely, and so that the whole society doesn't destabilize. We don't exactly know how to do that. It is a problem because inequality does exist, and it does tend to magnify across time. And then there's another problem too, which we haven't figured out, is imagine that in order to make everyone rich, you have to tolerate a certain amount of inequality. That seems obvious. We don't know how many units of inequality you need to tolerate per unit of wealth generated. But the answer is definitely not zero. It's definitely not zero. So
it goes back to this equality of outcome idea.
Yeah.
And this thing has perplexed me since I've met you, and since you were involved in this original debate over gender pronouns. And there was an article that was written recently. I forget the exact title of it. I think it was something along the lines of, "Why can't people hear what Jordan Peterson is saying?"
Yeah.
You are misrepresented more than anyone I know, in a weird way. You are villainized in a weird way, where I can't believe that these people are honestly looking at your opinions and coming up with these conclusions. I can't help but feel like what is happening is people are consciously deciding to ignore reality and paint you as this archetypal figure of oppressive white male patriarchy, ignorance, fill in the blank with all the rest of the descriptives that you'd like to use. But they've decided to paint you in this way, like as a target, because they need a target to sort of reinforce this idea that transgender people are being victimized and women are being victimized, and
even deeper, that the right narrative is the way that we should view the world is victim versus oppressor, because that's the basic postmodern neo-Marxist template. It's the right way to view the world is that it's a power ground. It's a battleground of power interests competing constantly. The ones that win are oppressors, the ones that lose are oppressed. That's the way you look at the world. And I think that that's wrong. That's a bad way of looking at the world, psychologically, sociologically, politically, economically, ideologically, you name it. It ends in nothing but catastrophe. I mean, first of all, because it puts your group identity as something that's paramount. And I mean, that's just not, well, that isn't what we do in the West, let's say. We put your individual identity paramount. And then, well, that's just for starters, fundamentally. And then I guess the other reason that people are on my case to some degree is because I have made a strong case, which I think is fully documented by the scientific literature, that there are intrinsic differences, say, between men and women. And I think the evidence in that, this is the thing that staggered me, is that no serious scientists have debated that for like 4 decades. That argument was done by the time I went to graduate school. Everyone knew that human beings were not a blank slate, that biological forces not parameterized the way that we thought and felt and acted and valued. Everyone knew that. The fact that this has become somehow debatable again is just, especially because it's being done by legislative fiat, they're forcing it. To me, as a scientist, it's just well, and in the States too, with Title IX, for example, because Title IX is sort of predicated on that viewpoint.
What is Title IX?
Oh, Title IX was originally just a piece of legislation that mandated that female sports teams were funded to the same degree that male sports teams were funded in American universities. But it's been expanded out so that if there's any differences in any areas whatsoever between the genders, then the universities are being taken to court. And like 200 of them, I mean, last I looked, about 200 of them were up, and they can have their funding revoked if they violate the Title IX provisions. So it's become like a vicious weapon for social justice warrior, equality of outcome types.
So it's not just about sports.
No, it's got way beyond that. Yeah, it's become an equality of outcome issue fundamentally.
There was an article that I sent you. One of them was from, I think I got it off of dig.com, but it was Jordan Peterson is having his moment and we should ignore him. I sent this to you, and there was
the last part of that might be true.
But one of the things in the article was citing this study that showed very little difference.
Oh yeah, I read
men
that
and
damn
women.
study.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's a pathetic study.
Yeah,
well,
I sent it to you because I was like, this is not right.
Well, the thing is, like most things, it's complicated.
Yes.
You know, so are men and women more similar or more different? Well, it depends on how you define the terms first. But they're more similar. Well, why? Well, they're the same species. So we could start with that. But the question is, what are the differences and how do they manifest themselves, and are those manifestations important? So here's an example. If you took a random woman out of the population and a random man, and you had to bet on who was more temperamentally aggressive. If you bet on the man, you'd be right 60% of the time. But you'd be wrong 40% of the time. And that's not a walloping difference, right? 60-40. It's not 90-10. So there's a lot of overlap between men and women in terms of their levels of aggression. And you think, well, they're more the same. Yeah, except. So then let's say, let's play a slightly different game. Let's pick the 1 in 100 most aggressive person from the random population. Well, they're all men. And that's why all the people in prison are men. So even though on average, men and women, well, yeah, right. It's 90 to 95%, right? So, and often if the women are in prison, it's because they got tangled up with a really bad guy, you know. So one of the problems is that differences at the extreme are where the differences really start to manifest themselves. And so you can have a small difference at the level of the average, but out at the extremes, it starts to make a massive difference. So let's say to be a Google engineer, which is hard, right? Because you not only have to be an engineer, but you have to be a very good engineer. Say, well, you have to be interested in things rather than people. That's a huge difference in interest. Like men are more interested in things, generally speaking, and women are more interested in people, generally speaking. Now, there's still a lot of overlap between them, but that's one of the biggest differences between men and women. It's been demonstrated cross-culturally. It's also a very big difference in the Scandinavian countries. Well, on average, the difference isn't that great, even though it's a relatively large difference. But at the extremes, it's the same thing. Almost all the people who are hyper-focused on things, they're almost all men. And all the people who are hyper-focused on people are almost all women. And so how does that play out in the world? Well, in the Scandinavian countries, it plays out this way. About 85% of nurses in Scandinavia are female. And about 85 to 90% of engineers are male. It doesn't mean women can't be engineers. It doesn't mean men can't be nurses. It also doesn't have anything to do with intelligence. But it does have to do with interest, and the differences in interest are big. Now, at the extremes in particular. So when you read a review like that, the one that was pointed out, the first question is, well, what do you mean by big and little? There's more overlap. There's more overlap between men and women than there is difference on virtually every parameter. Okay, fine. Are the remaining differences significant in how they play out in the world? And the answer to that is overwhelmingly significant, because you select for extremes. So here's another example. Ashkenazi Jews have an average IQ of 115. So in the typical population overall has an average IQ of 100. 15 points is about the difference between the typical college student and the typical high school student. Okay, so it's not a massive difference. But if you go to the extremes, say, well, let's go look at people who only have an IQ of 145, which is kind of where you hit the beginnings of genius level. It's like the Jews are overwhelmingly overrepresented. So relatively small differences in the average can produce walloping differences at the extremes. People don't understand that. It's not surprising, because it actually requires a fairly sophisticated grasp of statistics. But when we're talking about things like differential outcome in the workplace, then you have to take a sophisticated statistical approach to it, or you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And unfortunately, many of the people who are talking about things like gender differences, they have no idea what they're talking about. They don't know the literature. They don't know there is a literature. They don't understand biology, like the social constructionist types, the women's studies types, the neo-Marxists. They don't give a damn about biology. It's like they inhabit some disembodied universe. So the review was poorly written at best, and showed a very poor grasp of the relationship between group differences and economic and practical outcomes.
It's not just that, it's deceptive. And there's a need in some way on that side, this side of the debate, the anti-Jordan Peterson side, to label men and women as being virtually identical when there's so much evidence that that's not the case. And what you're saying, what you've never said, one is superior, one is inferior. What you are is a guy who's pointing out the reality of the difference between the various types of human beings. And you've been very open about the extremes, about you. Look, I'm well aware of the extremes. I deal with MMA fighters. I know a lot of female MMA fighters. They're as aggressive and as tough as any man you're ever going to meet in your life. And I know a lot of men from comedy that are meek little guys who they're not nearly as aggressive as some of these female fighters. Like, I think one of the beautiful things about freedom is that people get an opportunity to express themselves in a way that's genuinely them.
Yep.
And whether that is like our friend Alex Honnold, who's a free climber, who is like climbing up these fantastic mountains with no ropes, or whether it's a female MMA fighter like Raquel Pennington, who's just a tank and beating the shit out of people, and that's what she loves to do. All of these extremes are available to people because of freedom. This is not a suppressive thing. No one's stopping people from choosing these paths. I don't know if you saw the most recent slip up by the CEO of YouTube. I retweeted it today. They were talking about why there's not as many women in tech, and she basically said, they both, her and the CEO of Google, said exactly what James Damore was saying in his memo. They completely fucked up. They tried to... Did you find this? Look at this. This is goddamn hilarious. And James Damore had this on his page. They respond, women, a lack of tech. No, go to James Damore's tweet. Just go to the what I retweeted and what he said.
So there was a study published a while ago about...
Jamie, scroll back up. Right, it was right there. It's right there. Just make his tweet larger. There you go. Look, see, it said, he's saying, did I read this right? I don't know how to say her name. Is Susan Wojcicki? I'm sorry, I don't know how to say her name. Wojcicki said that women find geeky male industries as opposed to social industries not very interesting, and Sundar cites research on gender differences.
Well, that's exactly the difference in interest that I just pointed out. That's exactly right.
This is what James Damore wrote in his memo that got him fired. And this, in my mind, if I was the lawyer for James Damore, I'd be like, oh, well, look what we have here. This is checkmate.
Yeah.
You dummies. You just said what he said.
The Damore story is really interesting, because I think it's such a classic story of an engineer getting tangled up in politics. So Damore went to this diversity seminar, and he wasn't very happy about it because he knew the literature. And so at the end of the seminar, they asked for feedback. Well, James Damore is an engineer. So when you tell an engineer that you want feedback, the engineer thinks, oh, you want feedback, and you want like facts and stuff, right? Because that's what feedback would be like. So Damore went and wrote this like thorough memo and gave it to them. He said, well, this is what I think. Here's some feedback. And then it traveled around. He got no real response from the diversity people. And then he posted it on one of these internal boards at Google where people can discuss things, which people at Google do all the time. So it was perfectly reasonable for him to post it because he didn't get a response from the diversity people. He thought, well, let's see what other people think. And then it was there for a long time until it was leaked up into the outside world. It wasn't like Damore was trying to expose Google for what it is. He was just doing what an engineer type would do when someone asked him to provide feedback, because he's not thinking politically. He's not thinking, oh, they just want to hear what they already said. He thought they actually wanted some facts. Anyways, I think they picked on the wrong guy, because Damore turns out to be pretty damn tough.
Well, he's very smart and a very kind guy. When you sit down and talk to him, he's not a sexist. He's a guy that's talking about facts. In fact, he wrote more than a page and a half, I believe, on strategies for getting more women interested in tech. He's not a sexist. This is just a guy that was talking about the differences and the choices that people make that's based on just the variations that you were just discussing.
Well, there's a good study done a while ago, and unfortunately I don't remember the author, but they were looking at junior high math prodigies, and they're pretty equally distributed between boys and girls. But by the time university came along, the math prodigy boys, they tend to go into the STEM fields, but the girls wouldn't. And it isn't because they lacked ability, because they had stellar ability. It's because they weren't interested. And it turns out, like, the interest thing turns out to be a big one. So with personality alone, if you measure men and women's personalities, and then you add up all the differences in personalities, you could tell with about 75 to 80% certainty by looking at a full personality readout whether a person's male or female. So you'd be wrong 25% of the time, something like that. But if you add interest to that, you can get it up to about 90%. And so, you say, well, are these differences large? Well, individually, they're not that big. They make more difference at the extremes. But if you add them up, then you can almost completely differentiate men from women. So by that token, they're very large. And the interest thing actually turns out to matter a lot. Like, it's probably the most important individual difference that has been discovered between men and women at the psychological level. And has real decent explanatory power, because you might say, well, men have a slight edge in spatial intelligence, and that's why they're overrepresented in STEM fields. And women have a slight edge in verbal intelligence. This is debatable, but literature kind of indicates that. And that's why they're overwhelmingly the majority of fiction readers, for example. Is that the reason that there's differential representation in the STEM fields? It's like, no, it doesn't seem to be. It doesn't look like it's an intellectual issue, which is also what Damore pointed out, by the way. He never said once that this was a cognitive issue. But it's a matter of choice. matter of interest. And women tend to be more people-oriented. Now, the thing is, this is also being discovered in chimpanzees and other primates. Like if you offer baby or child chimpanzees, juvenile chimpanzees, the choice between thing-like toys, like cars, or people-like toys, like dolls, the males will go for the thing-like toys and the females will go for the people-like toys. So you see that in primates. And you think, well, is that surprising? It's like, well, no, it's not. It's not that surprising, really. I mean, women have to take care of infants, tiny infants, and you have to be really people-oriented to do that, because a tiny infant is an unbelievably demanding social relationship, and it's a primary relationship for about 2 years, and so women are tilted towards the kind of temperament that makes that possible. It's like, well, is that such a shock? Really? That's such a surprise? So,
no,
yeah.
It's not a surprise. And what's confusing to me is the narrative that anybody that points out these differences is somehow a sexist or discriminatory or worse.
Yeah. Well, whatever epithet they can. Well, I think the other reason that the left, the radical lefties, have been going after me constantly is, well, there's one reason is if you stand up against the radical left, you're in a group that also has Nazis in it, because the Nazis also stand up against the radical left. So it's perfectly reasonable from a strategic perspective for the radical leftists to say, well, you're against us, how do we know you're not a Nazi? It's like, well, statistically I'm probably not, so there's that, but you could say at least the question is open. But then the next part of it comes is that it's motivated epithet slinging, because if I'm reasonable and I'm standing up against the radical left and they admit that I'm reasonable, then there has to be an admission that reasonable people could stand up against the radical left, which kind of implies that the radical left isn't that reasonable. And so, well, they're not going to go there. Of course, they're not that reasonable. They're unreasonable beyond belief, as we saw in the situation with Lindsay Shepherd in Canada. So at Wilfrid Laurier University.
Let's talk about that real quick, because that was a fascinating thing too, and that also had to do with you. So she was discussing you in class, and you could fill in everybody with...
Yeah, she's in the communications department at Wilfrid Laurier, and they were talking about the role of language in communication, which is kind of what you would do in a communication class. And she decided to show a 5-minute clip from a program I had done for TV Ontario, which is a public television station, mainstream, left-leaning, liberal television station, news program, and a good one. And I had been on there with a number of other people, including Professor Nicholas Matt from the University of Toronto, who claimed essentially that there were no biological differences between men and women, and that had been the scientific consensus for the last 4 decades. So anyways, she showed a clip from this, and, well, she got hauled in front of 2 professors and an administrator, Adria Joel, who was basically hired for that purpose, and raked over the coals for daring to show this video. And she had the wherewithal to tape it. And then she made the tape public, and in that tape they compared me. It was really blackly comical, They compared me to Hitler.
Yeah.
But then said, well, it's Hitler or Milo Yiannopoulos. I thought, you guys, you're so damn clueless, you can't even get your insults right. It's like, you can't say, that's like playing a video of Hitler or Milo Yiannopoulos. It's like, first of all, Hitler and Milo Yiannopoulos, they're actually not in the same category, right? Except that they're both human. That's about the narrowness of the category. And then Milo's like a comic provocateur, and you can hate him or love him or be indifferent. But to put him in the same category as Hitler just shows how muddle-headed you are. And then to assimilate me to that category so carelessly, like, you don't mess about with epithets like that. Hitler was one of the great supervillains of the 20th century, right? I mean, he's up there with Stalin and Mao in the panoply of satanically possessed leaders. You don't just toss that around, especially not when you're torturing your teaching assistant for daring to show a video about language in a communication class. And so that was a massive scandal in Canada. It was I think it was the biggest scandal that ever hit a university in Canada. And it got a lot of international attention, and rightly so. And she also turns out to be a tough cookie. I mean, the last I heard, she'd started a club at Wilfrid Laurier, and I think it was last night or the night before, or maybe it's coming up, they're going to show the whole video from Television Ontario at a club meeting and invite people to come and discuss it. It's like they picked on the wrong girl there too.
So they certainly did. She's obviously very smart. You could hear that in her discussion with them and how flabbergasted she was by their take on things. But this was essentially proof to a lot of people that were on the outside of how preposterous some of the dialogue was inside these universities. And
well, they couldn't have done me a bigger favor than having that scandal, because when I made videos about Bill C-16 15 months ago, I said, look, here's what's going to happen, because this legislation is written in an appalling manner and the surrounding policies are pathological. I said, here's what's going to happen. And so I laid it out. And then people came out and said, no, you're being paranoid. It's like, that's possible. No, the legislation isn't going to have that effect. No, you're not a legal expert. What the hell do you know? Et cetera, et cetera. You're crazy. You're a bigot. You're a transphobe. You know, they threw everything but the kitchen sink at me. And like, fair enough, you know, because there's always a possibility that I was wrong. But the problem was I read the policies and I understood them and I knew where they were leading. But I never imagined that one of the consequences of Bill C-16 and its sister legislation was that a teaching assistant at a Canadian university would be pilloried and accused of breaking the law, and then accused of all sorts of reprehensible political beliefs by two professors and an administrator hired for that purpose, merely because she showed a video about two people talking about the law. It's like that paranoid as I am, let's say, that exceeded the grasp or the reach of my imagination. And then, of course, it was made public and people just couldn't believe it. And then you think, okay, well, what's the defense? Well, they misinterpreted Bill C-16. It's like, no, I don't think so. They aren't representative of the university professor administration. Well, all of Pimlott and Rambukkana's colleagues rose to their defense, the whole department. The university, when they apologized, did it in a very mealy-mouthed way. Like, there's no evidence that it was an anomalous occurrence. So what had happened is they overextended the reach of Bill C-16 in exactly the way that I said would happen. It was inevitable. And it wasn't an anomaly. That's actually the way that the universities are. And it is the way that they are. It wasn't a one-off. It was exactly diagnostic. And it's appalling. It's appalling. The universities have so much to be ashamed of. Well, there was an article in the Boston Globe this week saying the same thing, that all of this crazy postmodern identity politics, equality of outcome nonsense is not only disrupted the university in a way that might be irreparable as far as I can tell, but it's rapidly spreading outside into the normal, say, business world, which was exactly what you see, for example, at Google.
Well, the tech industry in particular seems to be like more left-leaning than pretty much any industry there is. And I guess it's because there's so many intelligent people there, so many people that have spent a tremendous amount of time in universities, and they get indoctrinated into this mindset. And you're seeing that in this, the CEO of YouTube's response to the James Damore memo, completely misrepresented it. They're talking about harmful gender stereotypes. That's not what he talked about at all. What's fascinating to me about all of this is it just reeks of tribalism, that these people on the left have decided, and I'm mostly on the left, which is really crazy. When it comes to most policies and most thoughts of equality and the idea of just letting people be who they are, that's what the left used to stand for. It used to stand for being open-minded. It used to stand for being a reasonable person. Now it seems to be all about this very toxic tribal ideology, and this is one of the reasons why so many of these attacks on you are so baffling to me. It's because there's a willful ignorance or a deceptive narrative. There's a deceptive description of who you are and what you're saying and what you represent, and it's this conveniently categorized, not even convenient, willfully deceptively categorized into these categories of homophobia, transphobia, sexism. These are reprehensible categories that if they can just shove something that you're saying, figure out a way to push you into this little narrow confine, then everyone has to disagree with you. Everyone has to insult you and everyone has to like take that girl into their office and chastise you for even not even speaking up for you.
Right.
Just
and she said she wasn't.
Yes. That's what was more fascinating about it than anything.
Yeah, then they give her hell for that. It's like, well, you can't present something like that neutrally. That's like presenting something Hitler said neutrally, or maybe Milo Yiannopoulos.
It's so strange, but what they don't understand, and this is what's really crazy, is that the world is watching, and that most people, maybe it's a 60-40 like we were talking about before when it comes to aggressive women versus aggressive men. I don't know what the number is.
I think it's about 50-1, actually. Like, I've been watching the comments on YouTube and so forth, trying to track this. Is like, I think that what the radical leftists are doing is overwhelmingly unrepresentative of the general population. Yes. Overwhelmingly. But they're a very well organized and verbal and prepared minority, and they've occupied powerful positions in many, many institutions. HR, one of the things I really can't figure out right now, and for anybody who's running a company that's listening, they should think this through. Like, to let these postmodern neo-Marxists into your company through the guise of human resources is an absolute catastrophe. You're going to pay for that. The ideology that drives postmodern neo-Marxism, this identity politics, the identity politics movement, and its insistence on equality of outcome is a powerfully anti-capitalistic. It's powerfully anti-Western. Why you would let that into your company is so that you can look good socially, let's say, is beyond me. It's a big mistake.
I agree with you, but I don't think people are aware of it. I think part of the problem is this battleground is largely ignored by the general population. I don't think most people are aware of what's going on. You are, because you're deeply embedded in the university system in Canada, and you're obviously now branching out into YouTube and podcasts and all these different ways to get this information out. But the average person that is a CEO of a company, or they're concerned with their own company, they're concerned with their own individual needs, they're concerned with organizing things and keeping their bottom line and making
they're also concerned with looking fair and making sure that they're not prejudiced and all of that, which is laudable. But
I just don't think they see the wave coming.
No, they don't see it coming. They don't understand it. And they're incautious about it, but they're going to pay for it. Well, Google is a good example, because now Google is in court on the feminist end for like being prejudiced against females, and also on the conservative end for being prejudiced against conservatives. It's like, well, so both camps are after them. And I think, well, why is that? It's like, well, that's what happens when you play identity politics, this tribalism. This is really what I can't stand about identity politics. And I've been warning about the consequences of that on the right wing too, because what I see happening is that as the left, like, let's say the left gets to define the linguistic territory, which was what I was objecting to in Bill C-16. When it came out, I said, look, I'm not going to use these neologisms, Z and Zer, etc., because as far as I'm concerned, they have nothing.
People don't know what you were talking about.
There's
a bunch of different made-up gender pronouns to describe people in a non-male or female way.
That's right. So there's like 70 different categories of non-binary gender, something like that, generated now. And there's lists of pronouns that hypothetically the people who are in those categories can choose to be addressed by. And now that has the force of law. And I don't care if they choose to be addressed by those pronouns, whatever. That's up to them and whoever else they can convince or ask or entreat or negotiate with. Fine. As soon as it's law, that's a whole different story. Okay, so now I have to use a certain terminology. So then I look at the derivation of the terminology. I say, oh, that's terminology generated by the postmodern neo-Marxists. Oh, well, I think those people are reprehensibly murderous. So guess what? I'm not going to say their words, period, because I know what they're like. I know where that leads. Okay, so...
Well, Son, most people think that that's a gigantic step to go from saying you don't want to say Z or Zer or any of these made-up gender pronouns to these are murderous people.
Mm-hmm. The ideology is murderous.
The ideology being Marxism.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jesus, how much proof of that do you need?
Right, but that's most people don't understand Marxism. Like when you're saying this, like when you were so adamant about it, I had to start reading about it myself, and I had to start doing a lot of research about it myself. And I think most people hear Marxism and they think socialism.
Yeah.
They think pooling all your money together, making things more even for people.
Yeah, like they are in Venezuela. Everybody has an equal chance to starve to death. So you know how the Venezuelan government solved the problem of kids starving to death in hospitals?
How?
They made it illegal for the doctors to report starvation as the cause of death. Right.
Wow.
That's Venezuela in a nutshell. Yeah, everyone's equal there. They all have the same number of bones to gnaw on.
Yeah, that's a horrible thing, but
yeah, it's a horrible thing.
Undeniably. But there's no, the connection between gender pronouns and murder. Mm-hmm. It's a big leap.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Well, that's why you have to look at the underlying ideology, and you think, well, what is the level at which these things should be addressed? Well, is it economic? Is it political?
Or is it
personal?
The beginnings of this ideology, and you understand where the roadmap leads.
Yeah.
You understand the X at the end of the road.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Well, and I think that's why I recommend it to people continually to read Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago. So actually, there's a set of books that lay this out perfectly. You read Dostoevsky wrote a book called The Possessed, or The Devils, and it's a description of the initial breakdown of Orthodox Christian society in Russia in the late 1800s, and the rise of radical socialist ideas. So it's sort of like the prodroma to the Russian Revolution. It's a brilliant book, and it concentrates on the personalities that are involved. And then if you read after that, Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago, where he details what he does in that book is quite remarkable. So he says, look, there were tens of millions of people killed from 1919 to 1959 in the Soviet Union, and as a consequence of internal repression. And it's so dreadful that words can't do it justice. I mean, it's absolutely dreadful what happened in the Soviet Union. I mean, just for starters, 6 million Ukrainians died in the 1930s because of enforced starvation. In fact, in the 1930s, here's how terrible it was. So all the food that the newly collectivized farmers had produced, which wasn't very much, by the way, was taken from them and brought to the cities. So all the farmers starved to death. Now here's how draconian it got. So let's say you were the mother of some children, and all your grain had been shipped off to the cities, and you thought, well, I'm not going to have my children starve to death. I'm going to go out in the field, and I'm going to, on my hands and knees, and I'm going to pick up the grains that are left over that the harvesters didn't get, and I'm going to feed those to my kids. That was punishable by death. You were supposed to hand in those extra bits of grain so that they could be shipped to the city as well. So that was just the beginning of the fun in the Soviet Union. And what Solzhenitsyn did was say, look, this wasn't a consequence of the Marxist system gone wrong. This was a consequence of the Marxist system. It was an inevitable consequence of the axioms of the Marxist system. And then he lays that out. And it's, well, I think he got it right.
And what is that connection?
Why he won the Nobel Prize.
But what is the connection?
How much tyranny you have to impose in order to produce something like equality of outcome. And Thomas Sowell's talked about this a little bit too. He said, what the people who are agitating for equality of outcome don't understand is that you have to cede so much power to the authorities, to the government, in order to ensure equality of outcome that a tyranny is inevitable. And that's right. And another problem with equality of outcome, this is also a big technical problem, is well, what measure of outcome? There's lots of outcomes, like how happy are you? How much pain are you in? How healthy are you? How much money do you have? How much opportunity for movement forward do you have? What's the width of your social connections? What's the quality of your friendships? Do you have exposure to art and literature? You can multiply the number of dimensions of evaluation between people innumerably, right? Because there's all sorts of ways to classify people. You're going to get equality of outcome on every one of those measures? Is everyone going to have to be equally happy in their relationship? And if not, why not? Why stop with why stop with pay? There's no place to stop. So, and that's a huge technical problem. Because there is no place to stop, there will be no stopping. It's nobody can have anything else. Nobody can have anything that everyone else doesn't have at the same time. That's the ultimate outcome of equality of outcome. Well, you think about what that would mean. It's terrible. Well, instantly you think, oh, well, there's nothing but a tyrannical system could impose that.
Have you ever debated a Marxist supporter? Have you ever debated someone who is pro-equality of outcome?
No, they don't debate me. Well, the closest thing I think was to that was the debate I did at the University of Toronto about the Bill C-16 issues. But they didn't actually have a debate. They had a forum, which is the postmodern equivalent of a debate. It's supposed to be friendlier, I suppose. But no, I haven't, because people don't do it. They don't ask me to do it.
But what is it about that idea or that ideology about Marxism that's so attractive to young students and to university professors?
Oh, well, that's a good question. I think it goes back to the issue of inequality. And this is something that has to be dead seriously addressed. It's like, you might say, well, why is the left wing necessary? Let's put it that way. So, and then a subset of that would be, well, why is the left wing attractive? Well, the left wing is necessary because inequality does spiral out of control. And so there has to be a political voice for the dispossessed. And you don't want people to stack up at zero, where they can't play the game at all. It's a bad idea. Not only do you not, if people stack up at zero, they're too poor to get ahead at all, let's say. They're too poor to open a bank account. They're too poor to buy enough food. Like, they're stuck at zero and they can't get out of it. It's a really bad scene because, first of all, that's a lot of suffering. And that's not so good. Second of all, well, at least in principle, a lot of those people might be, might have something to offer the world, or their children might. And you want to open up avenues of opportunity to them so that they can succeed, but so that everyone else can benefit from their success. So, and then the next thing is, well, if the inequality gets out of hand too much, then the whole society starts to destabilize. Because if you get enough people stacked up at zero, especially young men, you get enough young men stacked up at zero, they think, oh, to hell with it, we'll just flip the whole board over and it'll settle in a new configuration, and maybe we won't be stuck at zero in the new configuration. So it foments revolutionary thinking. So there's lots of reasons to be concerned about inequality. And so you need a voice on the left to say, look, we got to parameterize the tendency towards inequality so that it doesn't destabilize the entire society, so that everybody has an opportunity to advance. Like, yes, right, you need that. Okay, so that's the technical reason for the necessity of the left. And then I think it's attractive because young people can be resentful, partly because they're at the bottom of the heap, so to speak. They're not, because they're young. Like, look, you want to be poor in 18, you want to be rich in 80. Which are you going to choose?
Most people's going to take poor at 18.
Well, yeah.
Especially if you've been rich at 80 and you understand you can get back there.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that most of the people who have $1 million or more in the United States are old. Well, why is that? Well, really, do we need an explanation for that? It's like, you've had a lot more time to make money. How would that be? That's the explanation. So that's one of the big drivers of inequality, is just simply age. But it's not obvious that the old rich people have an advantage over the young starting out people. So anyways, but anyhow, maybe you're resentful and irritated because you're young and you're still at the bottom of the heap, and you've got other problems too. It's more difficult for people of your race or ethnicity or gender, or at least you think it is. And so you say, well, I want to make things fair. And then that's also driven by some real compassion, because nobody really likes that, the consequences of radical inequality. Like, nobody likes the fact that homeless people exist and have to go to the emergency ward, to get treated, and they don't have medical coverage and they have to live in tents on the street. And so if you have some compassion, then you think, well, we got to do more for the poor and dispossessed. It's like, okay, that's an understandable sentiment. But the problem is that it's that desire to help is contaminated by resentment and ideological certainty, and then also by something that George Orwell pointed out so nicely in his book Road to Wigan Pier. It's like the typical middle-class socialist, this was his diagnosis, and he was a socialist, by the way. His diagnosis was the typical middle-class intellectual socialist doesn't like the poor. In fact, they don't have anything to do with the poor. They're contemptuous of the poor, but they hate the rich. And I think it's even more devious than that, because I think who they hate are the successful. Some of the successful are rich, but really who they hate is the successful. It's like Cain and Abel. It's the retelling of Cain and Abel. And so there's some positive motivations for being engaged on the left, and there's a lot of negative motivations as well. And the people who are really driven by the radical left ideology, the real radicals, they're almost all driven by resentment and hatred, as far as I'm concerned. Now, let's look at both extremes. So back to the idea of the ideological and verbal territory. I said with Bill C-16 that I wouldn't speak the language of the radical leftists because I don't think that that language should define the game. But let's say it does. So here's the game. The world is a battleground of groups, and they're battling for power. That's it. That's the game. And some of them win, and they oppress those who don't win. So that's how we're going to view the world. Okay, now the leftists say, okay, well, here's the oppressed people. The oppressors, the patriarchal types, they should be ashamed of themselves and give up some power. The right-wingers, the radical right-wingers look at that and they say, oh, I see, so the game is ethnic identity, is it? It's identity politics. Okay, we're white males. We're not going to lose. That's the right-wing version of identity politics. It's like, screw you. If we're going to divide into groups, if we're going to divide into tribes, and I'm in my tribe, I'm not going to get all guilty and lose. I'm going to get all cruel and win. And that's like, then you think, well, there's people in the middle. They're kind of looking back and forth. Which side of the identity politics spectrum am I going to fall in? Do I want to go with do I want to be driven primarily by compassion, and am I going to accept guilt for my historical privilege? So that's one possibility. And then I'm the oppressor. I'm the member of the oppressor group. Or am I going to say, oh, no, to hell with that. I'm just going to play to win. Well, then I'm going to go to the right. It's like, well, my sense is, how about we don't play either of those games? And the reason we shouldn't play them is, well, the Soviets played the left-wing game and like killed who knows how many tens of millions of people. You can't even count it accurately. The estimates range from 20 to 100 million. Those are pretty big error bars. And the Maoists, maybe 100 million, certainly 60 million. So, okay, that didn't work out so well. And then there's the Nazis, like they played ethnic identity politics and racial superiority. It's like, what do we want to play that game? See, what I've been trying to do, really what I've been trying to do for the last 30 years is say, look, there's heavy temptations to play those sorts of games. But that's not the only game in town. It's a much better game to play individual. It's like, get your act together. Stand up in the world. Make something of yourself. Stay away from the ideological oversimplifications. Set your house in order. That's rule 6 in this book. So I have a book rule in there that says, set your house in perfect order before you criticize the world. And it's a very dark chapter about the motivations of the Columbine high school killers and this other guy named Carl Panzram, who was a serial rapist and arsonist and murderer. And he wrote an autobiography, and the Columbine kids also wrote about why they did what they did. They're resentful to the core, bitter, resentful, terrible. And, well, I'm suggesting that people stay away from that resentfulness and bitterness, even though life is hard and there's malevolence in the world. It's like, yeah, you can tell a story where everyone's a victim, because we all die, we all get sick, and things happen to us that are bitter and terrible. Betrayal, deceit, lies, like people hurt us on purpose, so it's not just the tragedy of life, it's malevolence as well. It's everyone's a victim. You can tell that story. The problem is, if you tell that story and you start to act it out, you make all of that worse. That's the problem. And so this is why partly I got attracted to Christian imagery, at least in part, because there's an idea in Christianity that you should pick up your goddamn cross and like walk up the hill. And that's dramatically, that's correct. That's the right answer. It's like, you've got a heavy load of suffering to bear, and a fair bit of it's going to be unjust. So what are you going to do about it? Accept it voluntarily and try to transform as a consequence. That's the right answer. It's the right answer. Because the rest of it is tribalism. And we're too technologically powerful to get all tribal again.
What's exciting to me is that I think this is the first time in my life that I've ever seen so much communication on these subjects. And I think so much recognition about the consequences of toxic tribalism, this tribal thinking that everyone seems to be engaged in on the right and on the left. I mean, in America, you need to go no further than going back and forth from CNN to Fox News to say something's wrong here. These are supposed to be news outlets. You have two completely different narratives, and that has nothing to do with what we're talking about with gender politics and radical left socialism and Marxism. What you're seeing in universities, though, is a radical departure from what I always considered universities great for, what I always considered universities great for is separating from your parents, challenging belief systems, and being engaged in the works of brilliant people who you can compare all of their findings and their discoveries and sit down and debate them in class. And when I was a kid, when I was in high school, I went to a very good high school, Newton South High School in Newton, Massachusetts. And one of the things that they did is they put on a debate between a guy from the Moral Majority, which was this right-wing Christian group that I don't even know if they're around anymore, but this was I was 14, so 81. And Barney Frank, who was that congressman, is now one of the first openly gay guys in Congress. And you got to watch these two people in this auditorium debate their points. And this Moral Majority guy had this, right-wing Ronald Reagan sort of point of view, and Barney Frank, who's kind of crazy. I mean, he got busted in some male prostitute scandal, but the gay community, that's not that big of a deal. And just Barney Frank took them apart. It was brilliant to watch, but it was a real debate. It was fascinating, and you got to see a mediocre mind versus a great mind, and you got to see this little thing. And I was like, wow, and it's one of the things that's always attracted me about the idea that two people with differing viewpoints can get together in front of a neutral audience, and these people can sort of decipher which way these people are thinking and why they're thinking.
Yeah, well, and bad as that is, and rife with conflict as that is, the alternative is to separate, as you pointed out, into two camps that don't talk.
Yes.
And the thing is, the consequence of not talking is that you fight. That's the end game. Because the only way you can stop from fighting with other people is by negotiating with them. And, one of the things that's also interesting, and this is partly why Silicon Valley leans to the left, is that a fair bit of your political preference is determined by your biological temperament. It's strongly influenced. So if you're a creative type who's kind of disorderly, then you're likely to be on the liberal left end of the distribution. And if you're a non-creative type who's orderly and especially if you're orderly, then you tend to be on the right wing end of things. Well, why is that? Why do those variations exist? Well, they exist because some of the time your best strategy is to do what other people have done and shut the hell up and just do it. Run the algorithm, right? The pathway's already laid clear. It works. Stay in the damn rut and move forward. Okay, so that's the conservative approach. And when things are going right, it's the right approach. The problem is that sometimes it's not the right approach because something is shifted. And so something new has to emerge. And so then there's a bunch of people who are adapted to the new. And those are the entrepreneurial and creative types. And of course, they dominate Silicon Valley because it's a very entrepreneurial, what would you call it? Geography. And so they're going to lean to the left. But they have to understand, people have to understand that the left and the right need each other. The liberals and the conservatives need each other. Liberals start companies. Conservatives run them. And the problem with the conservatives is, well, they can only run a company in one direction because they're conservative. They don't think outside the box. But so if the company is working and the product line is good and everything is stable, like hire some conservatives because they'll maximize efficiency and they'll move down that track. But if the track is no longer going in a good direction because something's changed, the environment's changed, well, then you got to bring in the creative people. And so we need each other. And the only way that we can survive the fact that we're different and the fact that we need each other is by continually talking. We have to talk constantly. It's like, well, how much of what we're doing should we preserve versus how much of what we're doing should we transform? And the answer is, well, we don't know because the environment keeps changing. So what do we do about that? We talk. Now, I was on a CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation interview a couple of days ago, and they took me to task. I tweeted out this invitation to the Keck boys to fill out this program that I developed called Future Authoring, and it helps people make a plan for their life.
Boys,
yeah, well, they're an online group. They run Keckistan.
Yeah.
It's this fictional polity. It's a satire of identity politics, essentially. we're gonna be our ethnicity.
Highly demonized satire.
Highly demonized satire,
And
right?
and with good reason, with some individual examples of racism and Nazism, and
there's lots of misbehavior. It's like graffiti. It's like online graffiti, something like that. So, and the Keck boys are the ones who are often using the Pepe memes, for example, and the left regards Pepe as a hate symbol.
Pepe the frog.
Pepe the frog.
The feels-good frog.
That's right. That's right. Kind of reprehensible frog. And so I tweeted out to them. I said, Keck boys, seek your 4chan, rescue yourself from the underworld, use code Pepe for future authoring. So it's free for 1 week. So they had to figure out what it meant. And then I showed this picture of Michigan J. Frog, which is the frog from an old Warner Brothers cartoon, dancing frog that wouldn't perform when anyone was watching it. So CBC hauled that out and said, well, look, aren't you like appealing to the radical right? And I said, well, no, what I'm doing, I said, look, these people are attracted by the radical right, although they're satirists and juvenile satirists and graffiti types, and they're playing a weird satirical game.
Being naughty.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're provoking. And my sense was, well, why don't you develop yourself as an individual and get the hell out of the ideological trap? So here's my program, which helps you write about your future, and that'll help you decide who you are as an individual, because that's the way out of the ideological trap. It's like, and that's the way, obviously, what's the way out of tribalism? First, the way out of tribalism is not to never join a tribe. You actually have to join a tribe as you mature, right? Because what happens is, first of all, you're an infant, and then you have your parents to make a relationship with. But then when you move from your parents, you have your tribe, you have your group. Maybe it's the music you listen to, it's the gang you hang around with, whatever. You have to be socialized into the tribe. You have to, because otherwise you stay a dependent infant. Okay, but now you're socialized into the tribe. Well, is that where it ends? It's like, no. The next thing to do is differentiate yourself from the tribe while still knowing how to behave within the tribe. Well, that's the call to individualism. And that's, I think, what the West got right, is we figured that out. It's like, you're more than you have to be a member of a group, because otherwise you're not socialized. You're not good for anyone. You have to be able to play on a team, man. You have to have team loyalty. Okay, but that isn't where you should stop. You should take the next step and become a fully developed individual. And see, the problem with being just a group member is that it's the problem with conservatism. The group is a fixed entity. It has its rules and its regulations, and if you're a member, that's all you are. But the group can go badly wrong, so the group needs individuals to keep the group alive and revivified. So you have to become an individual so you can revivify the group. That's the call in the West to heroism, essentially, to a noble way of living, is to develop yourself past your group identity so that you can reconfigure the game when that becomes necessary. And I think that there's a very influential line of developmental psychology pioneered by Jean Piaget that laid that out as a developmental progression. First you're a child, then you're a member of a group, then you're an individual. It's like, get to the individual level. That's the solution. It's the solution to tribalism. But you have to accept responsibility to do that.
And this is what your future authoring program is basically all about. I mean, it's a wonderful program. And along with this book, rules and guidelines for life. I think that's one of the things that a lot of young people are lacking, is a structure to how to go about establishing who they are in the world.
Yeah. Well, that's, what's really cool, and it's been really quite remarkable, I would say, is that what I've noticed when I've been speaking publicly, say, over the last year and a half, because there's a hole in our culture where there should be a discussion about maturity, truth, and responsibility. No one's talking about that. Okay, so now I'll come up and I'll start talking about that. I'll say, look, like, what should you do with your life? Well, take care of yourself, but take care of yourself in a way that also means that simultaneously you're taking care of your family, and also means that simultaneously you're taking care of the broader community. So that's kind of your goal. So orient yourself towards that personal success, but in a way that your success breeds success. Because if you're going to establish an aim, why not establish like a really good aim? That's a good one. It's good for you. It's good for everyone else. Yes. Okay. That'll give your life some meaning. Now make a plan, generate a vision. That's what the Future Authoring Program helps people with. Develop a vision of what your life could be like if it was worth living, despite all its suffering. It's like, what would you need so that you would be happy to be alive? You'd find your life meaningful, so you don't get all bitter and resentful and cruel and hostile and ideologically addled and like murderous and genocidal. It's like none of that. You think real hard. How would you have to configure your life so that despite its suffering and the malevolence that's part of it, that you would regard it as worthwhile? So that's up to you to develop a vision. Then put a plan into practice. And so when I talk to people about this, and most of my audiences are young men, it's probably about 65, 35. More and more women are showing up, but that's about what it is right now. The halls are dead silent. You can hear a pin drop because nobody's said so clearly for like 50 years that almost all the meaning that you will need to get you through the hard times of your life is going to be a consequence of adopting responsibility, not of rights and impulsive action, impulsive freedom. Like, fine, rights, yeah, got it. Freedom, no problem. Even freedom to do impulsive things, fine. But that isn't where you're going to find the meaning that keeps you sustained through the storms of life. That's going to be, you take care of yourself, you take care of your intimate partner, you take care of your damn family. You don't run off. You take care of your community. You rescue the wisdom from the past. You stand up straight and you be courageous despite the fact that life is tragic and tainted by malevolence. It's like that's ancient wisdom. That's what that is.
And understanding that there's structure and discipline. And that, I am in a lot of ways, both of those things you described earlier. In a lot of ways, my mind I'm creative and I'm always sort of half paying attention to things, but I'm also disciplined.
Yeah, right.
And it's one of the reasons why I think I so relate to both sides of this issue.
Yeah.
Because I could.
It's also one of the reasons you're successful.
Yeah, I could have easily been some hardcore right-wing asshole. I'm a competition-oriented person.
Yeah.
I've been since I was a child.
Yeah.
I grew up competing in martial arts tournaments. And you have to be a hard person to do that.
Yeah.
You have to understand what discipline is. But before that, I was an artist. I wanted to be a cartoonist. I wanted to do comic books. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to be an illustrator. If it wasn't for one bad teacher in high school that totally shied me away from art, I probably would have went into that as a living. Mm-hmm. When I look at both sides, I see myself in both sides.
Yep. Well, the other thing I've been telling young men is that, and this is something I think that you could relate to tremendously, is I read this New Testament line, decades ago, and I could never understand it. The line is, the meek shall inherit the earth. And I thought, there's something wrong with that line. It just doesn't make sense to me. Meek just doesn't seem to me to be a moral virtue. And so I did a series of biblical lectures this year, like 15 of them, and that was also a weird little experience that we can talk about. But I was looking through these sayings, these maxims, and that was one of them. The meek shall inherit the earth. But I've been using this site called Bible Hub, and it's very interesting. It's organized very interesting. So you have a biblical line, and then they have like 3 pages of commentary on each line. And so because people have commented on every verse in the Bible, like to a degree that's almost unimaginable. So you can look and see all the interpretations and all the translations and get some sense of what the genuine meaning might be. And the line, the meek shall inherit the earth, meek is not a good translation, or the word has moved in the 300 years or so since it was translated. What it means is this: those who have swords and know how to use them, but keep them sheathed, will inherit the world. And that's another thing I've been telling. Yeah, no kidding. That's a lot different, man. That's a big difference. It's so great. And so, like, one of the things I tell young men, well, and young women as well, but the young men really need to hear this more, I think, is that you should be a monster. Because everyone says, well, you should be harmless, virtuous. You shouldn't do anyone any harm. You should sheath your competitive instinct. You shouldn't try to win. You don't want to be too aggressive. You don't want to be too assertive. You want to take a back seat and all of that. It's like, no. Wrong. You should be a monster, an absolute monster, and then you should learn how to control it.
Do you know the expression, it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war?
Right, exactly. That's exactly it. Yeah. And that's exactly right. And so when I tell young men that, they think, well, lots of them are competitive. They're low in agreeableness, because that's part of being competitive temperamentally. It's like, is there something wrong with being competitive? There's nothing wrong with it. There's something wrong with cheating. There's something wrong with being a tyrant. There's something wrong with winning unfairly. All of those things are bad, but you don't want people to win? What's the difference between trying to win and striving? You want to eradicate striving?
Well, it's the uncomfortable feeling that people associate with losing. when they've personally experienced it, they look at losing as they've been oppressed or they've been hurt. But what they don't understand is that is the motivation for growth. And one of the most beautiful things that I think a young person can get involved in is martial arts, because martial arts teach you that in a way that very few things do. They teach you it in, especially jiu-jitsu, because jiu-jitsu is so complex and there's so many possibilities to it that it attracts a lot of really smart people. If you think of jiu-jitsu, you would think of like brutish individuals engaging in this hard martial art. If you go to a real good jiu-jitsu school, you see nerds. You see a bunch of like really smart kids that really get obsessed with the possibilities of this physical language. This physical language also teaches you the consequences of not working hard, of not being prepared, of not understanding positions, of not doing due diligence and doing the work. And it's an amazing scaffolding for developing your life.
But it also teaches you how to lose.
Yes,
You know, and
that's very important.
One definition of a winner is someone who never let losing stop them.
Yes.
You know, and the idea that a single loss in a competition is somehow a defeat is completely insane. First of all, well, let's say you're a hockey player and you're a good player and you lose the tournament. It's like, well, so what? You played the game. You're increasing your skills. It's like there's always next time. And one of the things that I've also been telling people, informing people about, is the idea that life isn't a game. It's a series of games. And the right ethic is to be the winner of the series of games. And part of that means you have to learn how to be a good loser, because you're not going to win every single game.
But you also have to embrace those losses as learning experiences. And the people that have never lost are afraid of losing. They're afraid of learning. You're afraid of that feeling, that terrible feeling that you get from losing is so beneficial. It's aided me in so many ways. Like, it's one of the reasons, and also one of the reasons why I talk so openly about bombing on stage. And I do it with other comedians. I always want to tell people, yeah, I'm an established comedian. I've been a comedian for a long time. Let me tell you about like when I was 2 years in or 5 years in or 4 years ago. Like, let me tell you about some horrible moments on stage where it went wrong. Just so you understand, like, those things took me to another place.
Yeah.
Because I realized I don't want to ever feel that feeling again. And so I ramped everything up. And then I went back to work and I went over my notebooks and I went over my recordings and I figured out what I was doing wrong and I tried to improve upon it. But if it wasn't for that horrible, sick feeling, that's the same feeling you get when you get tapped out in jiu-jitsu class. Same feeling you get when you lose a martial arts tournament or anything else. Losing is important.
Well, you might also say, like, let's say that you could pick your you can pick your level of competition in life to some degree. Okay, so let's say you pick a level of competition where you're always winning. It's like, well, all that means is you've picked the wrong level of competition.
Yes.
Because, you know, like, let's say you're a grandmaster chess player and all you do is play amateurs, and every night you go home and congratulate yourself on what a genius you are because you just stomp these people left, right, and center. It's like, you're not a genius. You're a dimwit.
Right.
What you should be doing is playing people who are beating you like, well, as much as you can tolerate.
Right.
So maybe that's 40% of the time. Maybe it's 60% of the time. But that way, because to be a winner, you want to be disciplined. You want to know what you're doing. And then you want to be on the edge where your skills are being developed. And if you're going to be on the edge where your skills are going to be developed, you're at a place where losing is always a possibility. Because otherwise you're not pushing yourself beyond your current capacity. And so one of the things that I've outlined in 12 Rules for Life is a theory of meaning. Because meaning, as far as I'm concerned, the sense of meaningful engagement is the antidote to malevolence and suffering, essentially. Because you want to have a life that's so engaging that you think, despite the fact that I'm limited and that we're mortal and that life is tragedy and there's evil in the world, despite all that, this is worth doing. And I think that there's a technical meaning that genuinely exists, and that's the meaning that you get when you're in a domain where you have some discipline and some skill. So you're laying out your competence and your ability, but you're simultaneously pushing yourself to develop past where you are. That's really engrossing. And what that is doing is expanding your competence. And so life is suffering and betrayal in many senses of the word. But you can adopt a way of traversing through life that is more powerful than the tragedy and the malevolence.
I agree, and I say to many people that what is going on in your life is you have a series of human reward systems that are in your body, encoded in your body, in your genetics, and it's the reason why human beings survived to 2018. in order to be happy, you have to feed those things. You have to feed all of them. You have to feed the one that wants to overcome difficult tasks. You have to feed the one that wants to solve problems. You have to feed the one that wants to be with a loving tribe of people that you care about. You have to feed the one that wants to procreate. You have to feed all of these things. You have to feed the love. You have to feed the competition. You have to feed the discipline. And that, to me, is the only way to stay balanced. Or with me, with my body and my mind, that's the only way I've been able to stay balanced. And when any of those things get out of whack, I get out of whack.
Yeah, well, so part of that is, so imagine this. So imagine that you're this loose collection of all these things that need to be gratified, that need to be fed. It's a perfectly reasonable way of looking at it biologically. Okay, so now you have to conjure up a mode of being that satisfies all those necessities simultaneously. But then, and this is a technical explanation of why the postmodernist insistence that there's an infinite number of explanations turns out to be wrong, an infinite number of interpretations. There's a very finite number of viable interpretations. So the first constraint is exactly what you just said. You have these inner demons, let's say, all of which need to be satisfied. But they need to be satisfied in a very particular way. Not only do they need to be satisfied today, but they need to be satisfied today in a way that doesn't interfere with satisfying them next week, next month, next year, and in a decade. So, because there's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self.
Right.
It's a stupid game. Okay, so you're constrained by the necessity of satisfying yourself, but of maintaining that satisfaction across time. But then it gets even worse. That's hard enough. But it's like there's an infinite number of yous extending indefinitely into the future, and all of them have to be satisfied simultaneously. But then it's worse because it isn't just you. You have to figure out how to gratify all those internal demons in a sustainable way, in a way that other people not only don't object to, but probably help you with, and that benefits them at the same time. Well, then you think, well, there just aren't that many ways of solving that problem. And we know some of them. One of them is reciprocity. You know, like if you go out of your way for me, it's incumbent on me to notice that and to attempt in some manner to repay you. And like if we're good friends, that's what we'll do. If we're good brothers, that's what we'll do. That's what you do with your wife. It's a reciprocal arrangement. And that keeps things flowing properly across time. So there is an ethic. This is the answer to the postmodern conundrum. It's like, well, is life meaningless? Is everything just nihilist? Is nihilism the right answer? Or maybe, you know, what would you call identification with an ideology as a counter position to nihilism? So nihilism is wrong. Life is meaningful. And that's what 12 Rules for Life is about. The first meaning of life is suffering and malevolence. There's indisputable realities. Okay? Well, what's after that? Well, there's a noble way of being that allows you to exist properly despite that, and also not to make it worse. So can your life be meaningful enough so that you, confront chaos voluntarily, establish and revivify order, constrain malevolence. That's a good 3-part doctrine for life. There's things to do. And so that's what I've been talking to the audiences that I've been seeing over the last year. It's like, get your act together. Stand up forthrightly. That's rule 1. Stand up straight with your shoulders back. There's a vulnerable position, right? Because you're open. But it's a powerful position because it means that you're brave enough to take what's coming. And it isn't like what's coming isn't dangerous. It's dangerous. So, but your best bet is to be dancing on your feet and ready for it, to pay attention and be awake. And to treat yourself properly. That's rule 2, is figure out how to treat yourself as if you're someone worth coming to the aid of. To detach yourself in a bit and say, okay, I'm going to set up my life so that it's good for me and good for other people as well. That's a corollary to that. So the book is all about the meanings of life, the negative meanings, suffering, malevolence. Those are indisputable realities. And then a mode of being that integrates the sorts of things that you were talking about, these underlying needs, with everyone else's, and like doing that voluntarily. It's a call to responsibility and meaning. And I actually think it's not the thing that's been so exciting for me for the last 3 decades looking into these things, is that I believe that there is a genuine human ethic. It's not arbitrary. It has to do with reciprocity, for example. It has to do with honesty. That's another thing, is that you should speak the truth. because your life turns out better if you speak the truth, and so does everyone else's. So in this biblical lecture series I did, I looked at the first chapter in Genesis, and there's a theory in there. It's a really interesting theory. And the theory is that there's three parts to being. There's chaos and potential. And that would be like the potential you should live up to, because everyone says, well, you should live up to your potential. It's like, what the hell's that? You can't measure it or touch it or taste it, feel it. It's this hypothetical thing that everyone regards as real. It's like the future. What's the future? Well, it's not here yet. You can't measure it. What makes you think it's real? Well, we act as if it's real, and that seems to work. There's potential. That's one. That's chaos, chaotic potential. Then there's order, and that's the structure that you need in order to confront the chaos. And you'd be born with that biologically. And then there's your ability to call forth from the potential new order. That's what you do with your speech, and that's what happens in the first chapter of Genesis. Is that God order, let's say, uses the power of truthful speech, that's the logos, to transform potential into order. And that's what people are made in the image of. So there's this theory, it's a lovely theory that's laid out right at the beginning of the Bible that says that if you tell the truth, you transform the potential of being into a habitable actuality. That's how it works. So you say, well, how do you make the world better? Tell the truth. Because the world you bring into being as a consequence of telling the truth will be a good world. And I believe that's true. I think it's true metaphorically. I think it's true theologically. And I think it's true like at the practical and scientific level as well. I think it's true in all those levels simultaneously. So that's been ridiculously exciting to sort through.
I think this notion, and one of the things that you said that I think really resonates, is that there's not a voice out there that is advocating for responsibility, and that is talking about how important this is. And I think this is an inherent principle that most people are kind of aware of, and it feels good to them to hear. Like it resonates, you feel it. When you're saying this, clean your room, put your house in order. People are like, yeah. How come I'm not hearing this?
Right.
How come I'm not hearing this?
Well, it's so funny because one of the things psychologists have done for the last 20 years, especially the social psychologists, is push this idea of self-esteem. You should feel good about yourself. And I think, why would you tell someone 20 that? It's like, you should feel good about who you are. It's like, no, you shouldn't. Why should you feel good about who you are? It's like, you should feel good about who you could be. That's way better because you got 60 years to turn into who you could be.
But wait a minute, are you what your accomplishments are, or are you this individual going through this journey? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with feeling good about who you are, as long as it's tempered by an understanding of potential and what you have accomplished versus what you can accomplish.
Well, I think
having confidence is a big part of it.
It is. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't have confidence, but like often you take young people, say they're 16 to 22, and they're not really feeling that good about who they are.
Right.
Because their life is chaotic and in disorder, and they don't know where they're going, and they don't know which way is up.
Also, there could be bad parenting,
oh God, yes,
bullying.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
There could be a lot of abuse going on. And I think that's one of the reasons why that resonates with people, this idea of be happy about who you are.
Right.
Feel good about who you are.
Right, but the thing is, it has to be stated with precision. It's like,
yes.
It's like you should treat yourself as if you're valuable, especially in potential. But you should concentrate on who you should become, especially if you're young. And so let's say you're miserable and nihilistic and chaotic and depressed and all of that now, and you have your reasons, terrible parenting, abuse, all of those things. It's like, well, you should feel good about yourself. It's like, no, it's not the right message. Is that it's more like you should understand how much potential there is within you to set that straight. And then you should do everything you can to manifest that in the world, and it will set it straight. And that's better than self-esteem. It's like, you're in a crooked, horrible position. Okay, fine. There's a lot of suffering and pain associated with that. Yeah, you can't just feel good about that because it's not good. But you can do something about it. You can genuinely do something about it. And I think all the evidence suggests that that's the case.
Yes.
So I'm telling young people, look, no matter how bad your situation is, I'm not going to pretend it's okay. It's not okay. It's tragic, tainted with malevolence. And some people really get hurt by malevolent people, like, terribly hurt. Sometimes they never recover. It's really awful. But there's more to you than you think. And if you stand up and face it with a positive, with a noble vision, with discipline and intent, you can go far farther to overcoming it than you can imagine. And that's the principle upon which you should predicate your behavior. And I think that one of the things that's really nice about being a clinical psychologist is that this isn't just guesswork. Like, one of the things, we know two things in clinical psychology. One is truthful conversations redeem people. Because if you come to a clinical psychologist whose worth is salt, you have a truthful conversation. The conversation is, well, here's what's wrong with my life, and here's what caused it. Maybe it takes a year to have that conversation, and both of the participants are doing everything they can to lay it out properly. Here's how it might be fixed. Here's what a beneficial future might look like. And so it's a completely honest conversation if it's working well. And all that's happening in the conversation is that the two people involved are trying to make things better. That's the goal. Let's see if we can have a conversation that will make things better. Okay, so we know that works. It does make things better. And then another thing we know is that, well, let's say there's a bunch of things that you're afraid of that are in your way. So you have some vision about who you want to be. Maybe you have to, you want to be successful in your career, so you have to learn to talk in front of a group. It's like, okay, well, you're afraid of that. It's like, no wonder you don't want to be humiliated. So, okay, so what do we do about that? Well, maybe we first get you to speak in front of one person and then 3 people, for 5 minutes and then for 10 minutes, like graduated exposure to what you're afraid of. Voluntary graduated exposure to what you're afraid of is curative. And that's true. It works. The documentation is in. It's how people learn. So to tell people that if you confront the world forthrightly, if you speak the truth and you expose yourself courageously to those things that you're afraid of, that your life will improve, and so will the life of people around you. Like, as far as I'm concerned, that's as close to undeniable fact as we've got. And it also dovetails nicely with the underlying archetypal stories, the heroic stories. It's like, go out there, find the dragon, confront it. It's a dragon. It might eat you. It's dangerous. But it's worse to cower at home and wait for it to come and devour you. Go out there, confront it, get the gold, share it with the community. It's like, yeah, it's the oldest story of mankind.
I think one of the factors in the resistance to these ideas of discipline and of taking responsibility for yourself and of a lot of the things that you've been saying in regards to, all the things that we discussed earlier, is people recognizing that they're not doing that in their own lives, and they get upset, and instead of looking internally, they try to attack the thing that's upsetting them. They attack your message. They attack the philosophy behind it, rather than look internally and objectively and having some sort of introspective point of view where you go, okay, am I reacting to this because this resonates? Like I'm missing this aspect of my life? Is this guy, does this diminish me? Or is this guy pointing something out that I can benefit from? Very few people are willing to do that. Very few people are willing to take that critical moment to look at their own behavior and look at their own thought process and wonder if the actual adverse reaction they have to this person's message is because they know that they're wrong.
Yeah, there's a couple of reasons for that. One is, what makes you think that you're someone we should listen to? Right. It's like, hey, sure. Fair enough, Right. So you got to be poked a bunch to see if that's true. And then the next thing is, it's painful to understand how much of what you're doing isn't productive. So I'll give you an example. So I've done this a couple of times with classrooms full of students. Usually when I'm lecturing about career development, say, okay, how much time do you waste? So then I get the class to vote. How many of you waste 10 hours a day? It's like 10% of the kids will put up their hands. And it's interesting because I don't define what constitutes waste. I just ask the question. So they're diagnosing themselves, right? I'm not saying you're wasting 10 hours a day. I'm just asking. It's like, given your own attitude, how much time are you wasting? 10 hours a day. It's like 10% of the people put up their hands. Well, when you get to like 6 hours a day, 80% of the people put up their hands. So then we do the arithmetic. It's like, because I like doing arithmetic with people. People hate arithmetic, but I like doing it. It's like, okay, 6 hours a day. It's 42 hours a week. So let's call that a work week, 40 hours a week. So that's a work week. Let's say, what's your time worth? You're a university student. Well, it's certainly worth minimum wage, because obviously, but it's worth way more than that, because if you spend a productive hour when you're 20, then you gain the benefits of that hour for the rest of your life. So there's the compounding effect of time spent when you're young. So I say, well, let's assume your time's worth $50 an hour, which I think is an underestimate, but whatever. Let's call it 50. We can call it 25, but we'll call it 50. That's $2,000 a week you're wasting. It's $100,000 a year. It's like, how much better would your life be if you weren't wasting $100,000 a year? It's like, what is that over 40 years? $4 million. It's like, you're rich. You don't even know it. Quit wasting time. By your own definition. It's like people shake their heads. Like, oh, I never thought about it that way. It's like, yeah, think about it that way. Don't waste your damn life. And then you think, well, why would people be resistant to that message? It's like, well, you really want to wake up and figure out that you're wasting half your life? And, you know, when people do that kind of wasting, they actually hate it. You know, and I've had lots of people come to my clinical practice who were chronic procrastinators. You know, and so they're watching YouTube videos, say, but not ones that are good for them, although sometimes they will do that, but just browsing in that kind of mindless way that you do when you're not paying attention and you're trying to kill time. And people doing that, they feel bad, they get depressed, they feel anxious, they can't get away from it, they feel kind of quasi-addicted.
That's what they're saying about social media now. It's a huge issue with young kids.
Absolutely. But there's this feeling of kind of internal rot and corruption that goes along with it. It's like, yeah, well, you're wasting your life. It's like, so it's painful. It's painful to recognize that. Then it's painful to think, oh my God, look how undisciplined I am. I don't know anything. I can't use a schedule. I can't stick to a calendar. I don't have any aims. I don't know anything about the world, right? And maybe there's a part of me that's bitter because I haven't got everything already. And I'd just like to say, to hell with it. That's the recognition of the Jungian shadow. It's like, that's what makes you vicious and untrustworthy. All of that. No one wants to look at that. And no bloody wonder. But hey, the alternative is worse. So
the problem is, you say, like, just saying you stop wasting your life. Like, I think that's not enough. I think this is one of the reasons why a book like this is so important. Like, the idea of discipline in most people's eyes is like, if you're not a disciplined person, it's uncomfortable, it's going to be painful, it's frustrating, you have to force yourself into these things. It's a muscle, and it's a muscle that has to be developed, and these patterns have to be developed in your own mindset.
Incrementally.
Yes.
Yeah, well, so you're right, just telling people not to waste their lives is not enough, and this is another reason why I so much enjoy being a clinical psychologist, because clinical psychologists don't stick with high-level abstractions. Especially the behaviors, they're really practical. It's like, okay, you want to get your act together. It's like, well, how about if, let's say you're not studying well, and so we do a real analysis of how much you're studying. You say, well, I go to the library 4 hours a day. It's like, yeah, okay. How much time do you actually study in the library? Well, you know, I waste time. I have to travel there. I look at my phone. It's like, okay, well, how much? 15 minutes? Half an hour? How much is real studying? Well, maybe we figure out it's 15 minutes. Say, okay, so what you're going to do for 1 week is you're going to study for half an hour. That's all. You don't get to go to the library for 4 hours. You have to sit down. We'll figure out a time, 10 o'clock in the morning, whatever. We'll put it in your schedule. Try to study for half an hour, no more. And then just come back and let's have a conversation about how well that worked. And people will come back and they say, well, you know, I managed it 4 days. And one day I went over and one day I couldn't do it at all. It's like, okay, that's better. Instead of 75 minutes of studying, you know, 15 minutes a day for 7 days. What is that? 15, 70, 105 minutes. You've managed about 210 minutes. So you've already produced an improvement of 50% in your bumbling, horrible way. You got a 50% improvement in 1 week. It's like, that's deadly. It's like, so in the future authoring program, what we ask people to do is, well, think about your life along 6 dimensions. What do you want for your, so the goal is this, you're going to take care of yourself. You're going to have a life in 3 years that justifies its suffering. That's the goal. So you can invent the damn life, but you have to think what you would be satisfied with so you wouldn't be all bitter and resentful. It's like, okay, what do you want from your family? What do you want from your friends? How are you going to educate yourself? What do you want for your career? How are you going to use your time outside of work? How are you going to handle drugs and alcohol and other temptations like that? How are you going to keep yourself mentally and physically healthy? And these are open questions. Like, you get to answer them. The idea is you can have whatever you want. But you have to figure out what it is. It has to be realistic, and you have to figure out what it is. It's okay, so now develop a vision. What's your life going to be like in 3 to 5 years? So you write it down. Then we do something else, which is, okay, your bad habits and your resentment and your bitterness and all of that, your procrastination gets completely out of hand, and you auger down, and you're in your own personal version of hell in 3 to 5 years. What does that look like? Well, everyone knows that. It's like everyone can look into the future and think, well, if I keep going on this dark path, this is where I'll end up. Well, then you've got little hell outlined for yourself to run away from, and you got a little heaven outlined for yourself to run towards, and then you're motivated. Because sometimes, you're just hopeful. I would like a good thing to happen. It's like, yeah, but I'd like to drink half a bottle of whiskey tonight too. It's like, so which is it going to be? Well, just being hopeful about the future might not be enough, but then you think, oh, I see, like, there's that little hell thing that I outlined that's waiting for me. And maybe I'm afraid of taking the next step forward because it's demanding and challenging. It's like, yeah, I'm afraid of that, but I'm way more afraid of where I might end up if I don't get my act together. And people should be. That's why there are conceptions of hell in so many religions. It's like, hell's a real place. Whether it's eternal, that's a whole different question. Whether it's waiting for you in the afterlife, that's a whole different question. But if you've never met anyone in hell, you haven't lived very long. You haven't had your eyes open.
Yeah, it's undeniable. That feeling of total, complete misery is undeniable.
Yeah, especially when it's compounded by the fact that you did it to yourself. Yes. That's the real fun. That's the real fun part. It's like, I'm having a bitch of a time and I richly deserve it. Jesus, that's rough, man.
This is another concept that doesn't have a voice right now. This is this is a giant part of being a human being. And instead of identity politics and right versus left, I think these right versus left battles, oftentimes what they are is simply the battleground for the conflicts in your own mind.
Yeah. Better to have the conflict in yourself. That's another thing I really learned, well, not only from the New Testament, but a fair bit from that. The idea is that, well, there's evil in the world of all sorts, and some of it's the evil in other people, and some of it's the evil in your brother's heart. But the part of it that you can really do something about, that's the malevolence in your own heart. You can actually do something about that, and that's actually way more useful than you think. So, because if you can face it in you, then you start to understand it, and that also makes you strong enough to identify it and to fight it when you see it in the external world. Plus, you don't do any harm. It's like there's lots of people all over the world going out and doing reprehensible things, and you might say, well, you should go out and protest against them. It's like, then sometimes you should, but most of the time you should think, where am I falling short of the ideal? My own ideal. Doesn't have to be one that someone puts on you. Where am I less than I should be? Where am I bitter? Where am I making the world a worse place than it has to be? Like, you ask yourself those questions, you'll be in for a big shock. You say, well, what would happen if you stopped doing that? That's what 12 Rules for Life is about. It's like, stop saying things that make you weak. Stop telling lies that you know to be lies. Stop doing things you know to be useless and counterproductive. Aim high. Adopt some responsibility. And then see what the hell happens. It's like, it'll work. And that's what I'm hoping people will do.
Yeah, I'm hoping people will do that too. And I think if more people live their life in this sort of a manner, I think we're going to have less differences in terms of our ideologies and more of an understanding that people have different ways of looking at things and different ways of living. And this combat between people, this internal strife that manifests itself in this combat between ideologies, I think you are much more inclined to let other people live their lives if you're living your life in a satisfactory manner.
That's exactly it. I have a chapter in there on raising kids. It says, don't let your kids do anything that makes you dislike them. It's like, well, that's first predicated on the observation that you're quite a monster, and it would be better for your kids if they didn't get on your bad side. And like, again, because I'm a clinical psychologist.
You keep saying monster. Why do you use that term?
Because I've watched families. Like, I've seen families where it's as if every single person in the family has their hands around the neck of the family member that's close to them, and they're squeezing, but only tight enough to strangle them in 20 years.
But you're not always using it as a pejorative. You've also used it, you should become a monster. You should be a monster.
Yeah, but that's you shouldn't be, it shouldn't be accidental. That's the thing.
So what do you mean by monster then, in a positive sense? Like, you should be
I'm a monster. Oh, that's easy. A positive monster is somebody who says no and means it. Because when you say no, what you mean is, there isn't anything you can do to me that will make me agree to do this.
Why is that a monster?
Because you have to be, because no one will take you seriously otherwise. No one will take you seriously. Like, no means, if you keep pushing this, something that you do not like will happen to you. That's what no means. You don't have any strength of character unless you can put up a fight. And to be able to say no to something is to be able to put up a fight. So, and you can't do that if you can be pushed around. you'll just get argued into submission, or you'll feel guilty because you're causing conflict or something like that.
But isn't there confusion using those terms as a positive and a negative? Maybe there's another word instead of monster.
Well, there is the potential. There is the potential for confusion. You say, well, is that something that can be?
Because I think of monster as a horrible thing. I don't think of it as being like a wall. Like someone who is just rock solid in their belief system and rock solid in their understanding of themselves.
Well, when you fight someone who's formidable, say, what do you think of the person that you're fighting? Like, how would you characterize them? They have a monstrous side because they can bring substantial physical force to bear on the situation and be willing to do it. So they're not naive and harmless by any stretch of the imagination, right? They have a well-developed capacity for mayhem. And you think, well, is that monstrous? It's like, well, I would say, yes.
I would say fierce.
Fierce, fine, let's go with that.
Yeah, because someone who's fierce and formidable is not necessarily a monster. You know, it's just, I think of a monster as being just an awful person who's done awful things and just, you know.
Okay, well, so fair enough. Well, so back to the situation with your kids. Well, you definitely don't want to have your kids act in a way that awakens your inner monster.
Right.
Let's put it that way. And so you need to organize your family with a certain amount of discipline and a certain amount of structure so that you get to do what you want, which is back to the point that you made earlier, so that you're happy to have your kids around, so that you won't take revenge on them. And so you want to lay your life out so that it's providing you what you need to not be bitter and to work for your best interests and for the interests of everyone else. That would be lovely. And I think it's attainable, because the book is very dark, and I'm a very dark guy in some ways because I've looked at the terrible things that people do to one another.
That's a fascinating way of looking at it. You think of yourself as dark? Because I don't.
Oh, well, that's good.
I don't think of you as dark.
Oh, that's good.
You're a very friendly guy. I think you're very serious, and especially about these very complicated issues. And I think that's one of the reasons why you have made this gigantic wave in online discourse and people discussing these very tumultuous times we live in, is because you're a guy that did extrapolate. You're a guy that did look at that C-16 bill and look at Marxism and go, do you know where this is heading? And you were the guy that had the courage to say, murderous. And people are like, what the fuck is he talking about? That doesn't make any sense. And you had to spell it out and explain it. And when you do, you realize why this is so significant to you.
Yeah, well, the tribalism issue that you were discussing earlier doesn't seem to be all that, what would you say, debatable, that if we degenerate into tribalism, the probability of bloodshed becomes vastly enhanced. It's like, well, that always happens when people devolve into tribalism. So, and I'm pointing to a particular kind of tribalism. I guess the darkness is that, I'm very aware of the terrible things that people not only are likely to do to each other, but do to each other all the time. I mean, it's about 40% for divorce rate, right? You have to go through a fair bit of ugliness to get to divorce.
Canadians are nicer than Americans. Maybe you guys have 40%.
maybe. I think it's
we're
pretty
like
similar.
80%.
Yeah.
I mean, I think actually it's 50% here, somewhere around that line. But yeah, you have to go through a lot. That's Chris Rock had a joke about that.
That's really ugly too, And
Chris Rock had a joke about that. He's like, 50% of people get divorced. He goes, but that's just the people who had the courage to leave. He goes, how many cowards just stay and suffer? And meanwhile, he wound up getting divorced a few years later in a horrible divorce. So, true story.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a good point. Yeah. I think we need more people who are actualized human beings, more people who understand themselves, more people who have gone through adversity, both in real life and personal, in terms of their understanding of their own growth, of their own potential, and their own understanding of how they've managed their life, their mind, their actions. And the more we have people that have personal sovereignty, the better we'll be able to have these conversations.
Well, that'd be the hope. One of the things I've been suggesting to people is that they pick something difficult to do. I read this this funny little paragraph by Kierkegaard. It was written about 1840, and he was thinking about his role as a student and writer, and he was a student and writer forever. You know, he never really had a career apart from that. And he said that he wasn't one of these people who was capable of inventing something wonderful to make life easier for everyone, like so many people were doing, you know, during the Industrial Revolution. He said, well, maybe I'm one of these people whose benefit to society will be that I will make things more difficult for everyone, because there will come a time when what people want, they don't want ease, they want difficulty instead. And I think, well, that is what people want. That is what they want. You think, well, I want an easy, happy life. It's like, no, actually, that isn't what you want.
I think what people want is things that are difficult that they can overcome.
Yeah, right. That's right. They want an optimal challenge.
Well,
that's a whole different thing.
When you overcome something, when you do something difficult, whether it's, I mean, I've never written a book, but I assume when you write a book, when you're done writing that book, there's a great feeling of accomplishment, because it's very difficult to do. That feeling of for me, it's like when I put together a comedy special, or when I, you know, just anything that's difficult. There's a feeling like I did it. I did it.
Yeah, well, one of the mysteries is why that feeling exists. You know, it's not a trivial thing, that. It's to say, I did something difficult and that was worthwhile. Basically, what you're saying to yourself is, well, there was a lot of suffering attendant on that, along with the just general suffering of life, but it turned out that was worth it. That's what you want. It's like you want that sense that you're engaged in something that's worth it. And I say, well, like I'm not a casual optimist about these sorts of things. I mean, one of the things I do in 12 Rules for Life is lay out the rationale that drives people like the Columbine High School killers. Because I understand that rationale. I've studied it for a long time. I know why they did what they did. And they have a powerful argument, but it's wrong. But there's no sense in showing how it's wrong before showing that it's a powerful argument. Like life is suffering. There is lots of malevolence. It's no wonder that people want to bring being itself to a halt. They want to take revenge on it. It's not surprising. It's the wrong way of going about it. The right way is, it's akin to the sorts of things that you were just observing. Is you take on a difficult task that pushes you past where you are already, and you succeed in it, and you get this sense that, yes, that was worthwhile. It's like, that's what you want. You want to live in that place where things are worthwhile. That's paradise on earth. That's what that is. And it isn't some happy little place where, you know, someone's feeding you peeled grapes. That isn't what it is. It's more like victory on the honorable battlefield or something like that.
Yeah, the perception that people have of ultimate success and ultimate happiness is, it seems motivated by what they don't have, rather than an understanding of what success and happiness really is. Their idea is that one day I'm going to go and I'm going to be in my golden years, and I'm just going to be able to sit around and do nothing and tell everybody to fuck off. You won't be happy at all.
Yeah, I talked to one of the people that I was working with who had a vision for retirement. I said, well, what's your vision for retirement? Well, I see myself in a beach, you know, some tropical country, drinking margaritas. And I thought, first, that's not a plan. That's a travel poster. It's like, okay, let's walk through this. All right, so you go down to this tropical country, and you go sit on the beach, and you have a margarita. It's like, okay, well, how many margaritas? Like 10? Okay, so you're gonna do that. What, gonna do that for 6 months?
You'll be dead.
Yeah, well, you'll be this like pathetic, sunburned, like
fat.
Yeah, unhappy, hungover, cirrhotic.
In pain.
Yeah. It's like that's your vision.
Dehydrated.
So how long can you have a margarita on a beach? Like maybe you can do that once every 6 months for like 10 minutes, something like that. It's not a vision.
It's true, but when you are working and slaving away, you think about that beach with your feet up, and the waiter comes over. Would you like another margarita, Mr. Peterson?
Yeah.
Yes, I would.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're like,
absolutely.
all right,
but
baby.
Right, exactly. But it's like this 16-year-old fantasy of paradise. It's like, well, and it just doesn't work out. So, and the thing is that the thing that sustains people through life really is the lifting of a worthwhile burden. It's something like that. Yeah. And it's partly because we're social animals, right? It's like we're evolved to be useful to the people around us, because they're much more likely to let us live if we're like that.
Yeah.
So, and it's been very fun especially talking to young men about this. It's like, well, and that's the other thing too, is I think the world is full of darkness, let's say. And we could say each of us have a little bit of light. And if we release that light, if we let it shine properly, Christ, it's too cliched to go on with in some sense, but the world is a lesser place if you do not reveal from within yourself what you have to reveal. And the fact that the world is a lesser place actually turns out not to be trivial. Like if you aren't everything you could be, more people will die, more people will suffer, more evil will be unconstrained, more tyranny will reign, more chaos will remain chaotic and dangerous, all of that.
Do you mean this by this in the sense of like the old proverb of the wings of a butterfly fluttering become a hurricane?
It's something similar to that, but it can even be more local. It's like your family is more messed up than it could be if you were less messed up than you are.
Right.
So if you just got your act together, like 10% more, your family would be 1% better.
Right.
It's like, well, do it.
And that would ripple off into the people that they interact
Yes,
with.
and it ripples fast.
Yes.
That's the other thing that's so cool is that, like, people think, well, there's 7 billion of us, and each of us is just this separate dust mote, like floating in the cosmos, and what the hell difference does it make what you do anyways? It's like, that is not how we're connected. It's like, you're the center of a network, and you know way more people than this, but let's say typically, you're going to know 1,000 people in your life, well enough to have an impact on them. Okay, and each of those 1,000 people is going to know 1,000 people. So you're 1 step from 1,000,000 and 2 steps from 1,000,000,000. And we are networked, technically. That's how human interactions work. And so when you do something that you shouldn't do, it's worse than you think. And when you do something that you should do, it's better than you think. And so you think, well, this is why I've been telling people, well, clean up your room. It's like, well, your room is actually networked too. It's not that easy to clean up your room, to set it. So you want your room to be set up so that when you walk in there, it tells you to be better than you generally are. It's organized, it's got direction, everything's in its place. You try to do that in a chaotic household. You know, I've watched people do this because I had students do these sorts of things as assignments. I'd say, look, pick a small moral goal, clean up your room, and just write down what happens as a consequence. So maybe these are students in a chaotic household. The whole place is a bloody mess. No one's taking any responsibility for anything. And so they decide they're going to start to clean up their room. And then the people in the household notice. Well, the first thing they do is get pissed off. It's like, who do you think you are? Like, you think you're better than us? Why do you think this is worthwhile? Who died and made you God? All of that. So just by trying to organize this little part of their life, they immediately run into the people whose actions they're casting in a dim light by trying to improve themselves to some degree. They might have to have like a thorough war in their household to be allowed to do something as simple as keep the room orderly. They find out very rapidly that A, that's way more difficult than it sounds, and B, that the consequences of it are far more far-reaching than people think. So that's quite fun. You know, because maybe part of it is that like everything around you is full of potential. Everything. Maybe more potential than you could ever possibly utilize. And so maybe all you have is this little rat hole of a room in some rundown place in the world. It's like, fix it up. There's more there than you think. See what happens if you fix it up. And you'll fix yourself up simultaneously because you have to get disciplined in order to fix up the room. And then you have a fixed up room and you'll be a more fixed up person. It's like, you think that nothing will happen as a consequence of that? It's like all hell will break loose as a consequence of that. It's really worth trying.
It is worth trying, and it's a concept that seems alien to people. But if you think about it, it makes sense.
Well, people don't take what they have right in front of them seriously enough. It's like the wasting time thing. They don't do the arithmetic. You know, and they also don't understand. They devalue what they have right in front of them. Like another client I worked with was having a hard time putting his kid to bed at night. And so we did the arithmetic. It's like, well, I'm fighting with my kid for 45 minutes a night trying to get him to go to bed. Okay, so let's analyze that. All right, so what does that mean? Well, it means that both of you end the day upset. That's not so good, because why would you want that? It means that you're spending 45 minutes fighting when you could spend 20 minutes doing something positive, like reading to him, say. It means that you don't get to spend that time with your wife, so she's not very happy with you, plus you're annoyed because you don't see her, plus you blame it on the kid because he's the proximal cause. It's like, that's pretty damn ugly. And then let's do the arithmetic. It's like 7 days a week, 45 minutes a day. Let's call that 5 hours, 20 hours a week, 240 hours in a year. It's 6. You're spending a month and a half of work weeks fighting with your 4-year-old son. You think you're going to like him? You don't like anyone you spend a month and a half a year fighting with. It's a bad idea. Fix it. It's important. Get him to bed. Make it peaceful. You do it like these things that repeat every single day. That's a motif in this book too. Your life isn't margaritas on a beach in Jamaica. That happens now and then. Those are exceptions. Your life is how your wife greets you at the door when you come home every day. Because that's like 10 minutes a day. Your life is how you treat each other over the breakfast table. Because that's an hour and a half or an hour every single day. You get those mundane things right, those things you do every day. You concentrate on them and you make them pristine. It's like you got 80% of your life put together. These little things that are right in front of us, they're not little. That's the first thing. They are not little, and they're hard to set right. And if you set them right, it has a rippling effect, and fast too, way faster than people think.
I want to talk about the rippling effect, because I know you got to get out of here at 1, but I want to talk about the rippling effect that you have had on people and how that makes you feel. I mean, you were relatively unknown just a year and a half, 2 years ago, and now you have become, I mean, for lack of a better term, you're an online celebrity, and your reach is fantastic now. This thing that you were talking about how your impact can affect the people around you in a not insignificant way, a very significant way. What has that been like for you? I mean, what has that adjustment been like?
Oh, I haven't adjusted to it.
How old are you?
55.
So for 53 years, you're relatively anonymous outside of university.
Yeah. I had a little bit of exposure. I did some work with a public television station in Canada, and I had my little flashes of public appearances, that sort of thing. This is crazy.
What you've done on this show, I mean, millions of people have listened and watched each individual episode.
Yeah, they're about 2 million views each, and then about... And
that's nothing compared to the YouTube. And YouTube is nothing compared to the audio.
Yeah, so the audio is like 5 times that or something. Yeah, so that's, it's completely crazy. No, I haven't adjusted to it. It's like, I don't know. I mean, have you adjusted to your status?
I'm numb.
Yeah, so what's it like when you think about it? You wake up in the morning and you think, okay, I'm going to get 1 billion downloads this year.
I don't think that. I think I'm going to talk to Jordan Peterson. What do I want to talk to him about?
That's how I handle it. It's exactly the same thing. For the last 15 months, this is what I've done. I've got up in the morning. I've looked at the 25 things I have to do in a mad rush before 7 o'clock at night. I think I'm going to go through them and I'm going to concentrate on them, do the best job I can. Then at 7 o'clock tonight, I'm going to have a rest. I'm going to take a look at what I have to do tomorrow, and I'm going to do the same thing. That's what I've been doing. And then when I stand back a little bit, like when it sort of dawns on me, then it's disconcerting, like it's surreal. I can't figure it out. I can't understand it. But there's no sense dwelling on that, because first of all, I don't know how to conceptualize it. I don't know why it's happening exactly. Like, I think what's happened is that 2 things. One is that I said there was something I wouldn't do with regards to this legislation. And I meant it. I actually meant it. I wasn't going to use those words under legal compulsion, period, no matter what. And I actually meant that. So there was that. But then I think the more relevant thing is that I've been studying these old stories, these archetypal stories, for a very long period of time. And they have power. They really have power. And they manifest themselves everywhere. They manifest themselves in movies and in books. I mean, Harry Potter's a mythological story, and it made Roland richer than the Queen of England. These stories have power. And I was fortunate enough to study a large number of people, large number of scholars who knew what that power was, Carl Jung in particular. And I could make it more accessible to people. And so that's a big part of it. But what the overall significance of that is, well, it just leaves me speechless. I mean, this Kathy Newman thing's a good example. And I mean, so many things have happened. I've got involved. I've been in a scandal of some sort, a serious scandal of some sort, probably every 3 weeks for a year and a half. And there are things that are just, well, the James Damore thing is a good example of that. Like, that's a big deal, that explosion that emerged around him and the court case that's coming out of it. It's a big deal. And this thing with Lindsay Shepherd, that was the worst scandal that ever hit a Canadian university. And then there was all the protests, and then there was what happened with Channel 4 in the UK, and it's like, I don't know what to make of it. What I'm trying to do is have a good conversation when I come and talk to somebody like you, where we can have a good conversation. Try not to say anything stupid. That's really what I'm trying to do, is to not say anything stupid.
That's hard.
Or too stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and it's been high-stakes poker.
Yeah.
You know, it's not quite so bad now, because especially after what happened with Channel 4, and some journalists, like, people have been trying to take me out for quite a long time, and it isn't working. So far, it's not working.
You actually believe what you're saying, and it actually makes sense.
Well, you know, that's not a bad
rare.
start. Eh?
It's not a bad start, but
Yeah.
it's rare in this world. This is especially in these ideologically charged times.
Yeah.
This toxic tribalism that we keep bringing up.
Well, and I also decided, like, a long time ago, and I think this runs through 12 Rules for Life, is, well, I believe that people's decisions tilt the world towards heaven or hell. I think there's no more accurate way of describing the consequences of each of your decisions than that. You face potential. That's what you face. That's what you face in the world, is potential. It's not material reality. It's potential. And every decision you make, you're deciding whether you want to make the world better or worse. And if you, like, the ultimate better is heaven, and the ultimate worse is hell. We know how to make the world into hell. We've done that multiple times. Much of the 20th century was that. It's like, I looked at all that and I thought, okay, I would rather that the world didn't degenerate into hell. And I understand why people want it to degenerate into hell. They're angry. They're angry because they suffer unfairly, and they suffer because people hurt them. And so they think, this is a bad game. I'm not going to help make it better. I'm angry. I'm going to make it worse even. That's what the Columbine kids did. You know, that's what all the mass shooters do. They say, to hell with this. I hate it.
They're
going to
so
make it
far
worse.
behind the game, they just want to flip the table over.
Yeah, worse than that. They want to obliterate the game.
Yes.
And they want to do it with as much malice as possible just to obtain revenge. And I understand that. But I decided a long time ago that I would rather not play that game. I think that it's possible that we could make the world better. I really believe that.
I believe that too.
So I think, well, so I'm trying to tell people, look, there's more to you than you think. There's more potential. There's more than enough potential to go around. There's definite suffering and malevolence in the world. We could fix it. You haven't got anything better to do.
That's a very big point, that there's more potential to go around. There's more than people understand.
Yeah, we're not going to run out of potential.
No, we're not. And this idea of the famine thinking is one of the reasons why people get upset at other people's success. They think somehow or another that this other person's success takes something away from them.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the other thing too is that I've realized that people actually act like what they confront in the world is potential. It's so funny because whatever potential is, it's not materially measurable. But if you tell someone you're not living up to your potential, they go, yeah, well, I know that. It's like, well, what is that potential that you're not living up to? And then when you say, well, there's potential in front of you, you know that. You can walk out on the street and you go right or left or straight ahead. Like, you're facing this thing that isn't fully formed, and you get to decide how it's going to form, and you can make it better. And so my question is, like, the world's a rough place. There's no doubt about it. It's a harsh place. But my question is, what would happen if we stopped making it worse? How good could it be if we stopped making it worse? And I don't know if there's an upper limit to that. Like, it might be, maybe we could make it really, really, really good. Why not? And we don't have anything better to do than that. It's like, aim at heaven. Start at home. Aim at heaven. Tell the truth. Let's see what the hell happens. You know, like, it is the case, clearly on the facts of the matter. In 20 years, there wouldn't have to be a single person in the world that was hungry. In 20 years, we could get rid of the 5 biggest diseases that currently plague the planet. We could straighten things up. And God only knows what things could be like then. Or we could let the whole thing degenerate into hell. So, and each of us is making that decision with each decision. That's the other thing that I've understood. So, take a choice. You want hell or you want heaven? If you pick hell, just remember, you knew what you were doing when you picked it.
But nobody picks hell.
Yeah.
They just sort of let it slide.
Yeah, but they do it because they blind themselves. You know when you do it. You say, well, you know, I let that slide. And then you don't think about it. It's like, you could think about it. You could think about it. You could know. But you don't let yourself know.
Is any of this, all the pressure and the scandal every 3 weeks, is this, is it weigh on you? Is it difficult? How are you feeling? Like when all this
I'm
is
feeling
going on,
stretched.
it's a new thing.
Stretched. Like, yeah, it's like, it's like simultaneously the worst possible thing and the best possible thing that could happen.
Well, financially, it's been a boom, right? I mean,
Yes.
which
yes,
is
as
hilarious.
Yes. I mean, the thing that I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to because it's just so goddamn funny. I can't help but say it. I figured out how to monetize social justice warriors.
That is what it is.
I know, it's so funny. I just can't believe it. It's
the other way.
It just, every time I think that, well, it's just one of the surreal circumstances that characterize my life. It's like I'm driving the social justice activists in Canada mad because if they let me speak, then I get to speak, and then more people support me on Patreon. It's like, that's annoying. It's like, goddamn capitalists make more money off this ideological warfare. It's like, okay, fine, let's go protest them. So they go protest me, and then that goes up on YouTube, and then my Patreon account goes way up. So it's like they don't know what to do. And so one of the things they keep accusing me of, like hauling in the loot. And I think, well, look, here's the situation, guys. I give away everything I do online for free. It's free. And people are giving me money. They're just sending it to me. I'm not twisting their arm. I'm not even asking them for it. Well, I guess that's not exactly right because I set up the Patreon account, but that's more complicated than it looks. A lot of that was curiosity. And I thought, well, I could increase the production quality of my online videos.
Well, it was also the potential of you being removed from the university.
Well, that was real potential. Oh, yeah. Oh, and yeah.
And people wanted that.
Oh, yeah, they haven't stopped wanting that.
Yes.
In October, when the Lindsay Shepherd scandal broke and it looked so bad for the left-wing ideologues, like 200 University of Toronto community members signed a petition to get me fired again. And I was kind of upset about that. And this is what my life has been like. And so my son came over that day and I said, Jesus, Julian, like 200 people at the faculty at the University of Toronto petitioned the Faculty Association. And then they sent in a petition to the administration to get me fired. It was the Faculty Association. That's my union. They didn't even contact me. And Julian said, don't worry about it, Dad. It was only 200 people. And I thought, that's what my life is like. It's like a day where 200 people signed a petition to get me fired as a professor. My son can come in and say, well, that's not so bad. It's like, it's only 200 people.
That's how
like,
weird
Jesus.
the scales got.
Yeah, that's right. It's so surreal.
Because you could say that online and look what's happening, and then the support would be overwhelming from who knows how many people.
Well, the administration,
multiple times of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in the administration at the University of Toronto, like they didn't take it seriously at all. The call to have me removed. It didn't even cause a ripple.
Now, who are these 200 people, and what was their motivation?
Oh, well, they're hard to say what their motivation is. They're not very happy about me.
Or they read the transcript or listened to those recordings.
Yeah.
How could they possibly be against you based on that?
Oh, because they think that the people who conducted the Inquisition were right.
Well, that's madness.
Oh, yes. But look, I mean this formally. Like 20 members of Pimlot's and Rambukkana's faculty, that was communications at Wilfrid Laurier, wrote a letter supporting them. So that's why it's not an isolated incident. It's like, no, they thought that what they were doing was right.
It's mass hysteria.
Yeah, well, there is an element of that, that's for sure.
And there's certainly, again, I hate to bring this term up again, but this toxic tribalism thing, it's like they're supporting their own, and they understand that their own ideologies have been completely connected to the same type of groupthink that's going against Lindsay Shepherd in that meeting.
Oh, yeah, when they tried to paint her as a radical right-winger, and which she certainly isn't.
Of course not, and neither are you. I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous. Yeah. You're not alt-right. You're not a neo-Nazi. You're not. I've read a lot of crazy things about you, and knowing you personally, seeing this stuff, I'm like, this is a fascinating time we live in.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, and it's been crazily. Well, what would I say? Crazily stressful. It's the best way to describe it is surreal.
Yeah.
It's like I stepped outside myself. I can't put this in a box. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to make of the Channel 4 interview. It's like, what the hell? Really? It's crazy. But,
well, these conversations are so limited by what you were saying before, that they're trying to get this 5-minute soundbite in, and that's what television has become.
Yeah.
It's a dying medium.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to sandwich these commercials in every 15 minutes or whatever they do. None of it makes any sense. It's an archaic way of communicating ideas.
Yeah, well, then I think that is part of it too, is that, like, I happen to catch a technological wave, well, like you did, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, television offers nothing over YouTube. Nothing. Because YouTube offers everything that
on my TV.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah.
And there's no space requirements on YouTube, so you don't have to do this twist the complex event into a short soundbite and entertain everyone.
Right.
And it turns out too that there's this huge audience online for actual content, like just genuine conversation. Because, like, one of the things that's happened between you and I when I've come down here is we've actually had a conversation, right? We're trying to figure things out. You know, we've got our viewpoints and everything, but we're basically, and I outline this, and there's a chapter in 12 Rules for Life called Assume that the person you're talking to might know something you don't, which is like the formula for a good conversation. It's like, there's a bunch of things I don't understand about the world. I mean, that's a big book. Things I don't understand about the world, right? That's a very thick book. And I can come in here and talk to you about what's going on, and hopefully we both emerge with better understanding. We're not the same people that we were when we walked in. And that's a good thing. And then we have those conversations online and people can participate in that. And I'm trying to do that in my lectures too. Like when I did this biblical series, like, 'cause that was another thing that was so strange, Joe. It's like, imagine I walked into a venture capitalist organization. I said, look, I want you guys to bankroll me. I'm going to do 15 lectures on the Old Testament, and I'm going to try to attract young men. I'm going to rent a theater. Like, they just laughed me out of there. See, can you imagine anything less saleable than that? So, but I did that, went ahead with it. I rented the theater, and then I walked through these stories, and I was learning a lot because, like, I knew the first stories in Genesis up to the flood. I knew them pretty well. I kind of understood what they meant. But then all the stories from Abraham onward, I had read them, but I hadn't done a detailed, in-depth analysis. And so I was learning a tremendous amount walking through those stories. And they had a big... they've had a big impact, man. And so I'm going to do Exodus soon because I want to do that. But it's just another example of how surreal things have become. But also the utility of a good conversation. Because, like, when I'm up on the podium, say, lecturing, I'm not exactly lecturing. I'm trying to figure something out and sharing that process with the audience.
Which is so different than what is going on in universities that is freaking everybody out. See, what's going on is this indoctrination into this group thing.
Yeah, it's like, here's what's right, memorize it.
Right.
It's like, my lectures are more like, well, I don't know what's right. Like, here's some things I know, and they seem to be working, and here's how I used those tools to dig at this story, and here's what it might mean, and this is what I got from it. And
here's some universal truths about human beings.
That seem to be, and then I try to explore that. It's like, well, should we believe this? Should we... Like when Abraham, in the Abrahamic story, for example, I mean, Abraham's an old guy, and he's basically lived in his mom's basement. That's really the beginning of the story. And he gets a call to adventure. You know, God says, well, get away from your family and your kin, get out there in the world. It's the call to adventure. Think, okay, fine, that's a heroic motif. But then Abraham goes out, and the first thing he encounters is, like, tyranny and starvation, and then a bunch of guys who want to steal his wife. So it's been entertaining to take those stories apart and to see why they're foundational, because they are foundational, and they're not mere ignorance. Whatever they are, ignorant superstition is not the right category.
How has this changed your classrooms?
Well, I haven't gone back teaching since all of this hit.
When did you stop teaching?
Oh, no, I guess that's not true. That's not true. I taught from January to May of 2016. Well, the first way it changed it was that I was, like, so shell-shocked when I went to teach last January, and I was really sick. Like, I've been really sick this year. Like, last January, Jesus, it was just dismal. I wouldn't have wished that on my worst enemy. I had 3 weeks where I didn't sleep a wink. Try that. That's really entertaining. One long day of misery that's 3 weeks long.
What kind of an illness?
It looks like an autoimmune disorder.
Do you think this is because of stress?
No, I don't.
You don't think it's connected at all?
Well, yeah, I think it probably made it worse. But no, it's something that I've battled with for a long time. And it's something that really, both my wife and I have autoimmune illness. And my daughter got...
What autoimmune illness?
Don't know exactly what it is. I don't know what it is.
Have you
In my
adjusted
daughter,
your
it
diet?
manifests. Yes, that's what's fixed it.
What fixed it?
Oh, all I eat is meat and greens. That's it. No juice, no vegetables, no carbohydrates. Meat, greens. That's it.
And that fixed it.
That seems to have fixed it.
That fixes so many people.
Well, I can tell
don't know
you,
if you've listened to the podcasts I've done.
Yeah. Well, I've been following them because my daughter has a blog too called "Don't Eat That," and my daughter had a terrible autoimmune disorder. It was awful. I detailed that out in chapter 12. She had 38 affected joints, and she had her hip and her ankle replaced when she was 16.
Jesus.
So she walked around on 2 broken legs for a year in excruciating pain. She was on extremely high doses of opiates. And so she was addicted to opiates, which she just, once she had her surgery, she just went off them cold turkey and suffered through the withdrawal for 2 months. And compared to what she had been through, that was nothing. Like what she went through, man, it was dreadful. And that was just the surface of it. That was only the beginning of her illness. She had all sorts of other things that were worse than that. And we figured she was probably going to die by the time she was 30, because my cousin's daughter had a similar autoimmune problem, and she died when she was 30. So it was bloody dreadful. But she figured out at one point that it was associated with diet, and then she went on a radically restrictive diet. And she was on antidepressants. She's not. She had to take Ritalin to stay awake. She could only stay awake about 6 hours a day, and she had to take high doses of Ritalin to stay awake.
What is this autoimmune disease?
Well, her diagnosis was rheumatoid arthritis.
Right.
But she didn't have the blood markers for it. But she had all the other symptoms. Anyway, she figured out this restrictive diet. She only ate chicken and broccoli for about 2 months, and almost all her symptoms went away. And she's pretty much symptom-free now, and it's a complete miracle. And she convinced me to try this diet about 1.5 years ago. And so I lost 7 pounds a month for 7 months. That was the first thing, which was just bloody amazing. Yeah, it was unbelievable. I couldn't believe it,
Was your diet rich in refined carbohydrates before that?
Rich enough.
Yeah.
Rich enough,
Pastas and bread,
yeah,
things along those lines.
bread in particular. I ate a lot of bread. So the first thing that happened was I quit snoring. That happened immediately. Took 1 week, and I was snoring quite badly. So that disappeared in a week. And that was amazing. I thought, oh, that's interesting. And then I had gastric reflux disorder. That went away. And then I lost 7 pounds the first month. I thought, oh, that's a lot, 7 pounds. I had psoriasis. That went away. I had floaters in my right eye, which is also an autoimmune problem. That went away. I have had gum disease for 30 years. That went away. That went away. That's amazing. I'm 55. My gum disease went away. It's ridiculous. So I figured all that out. So my life in the last year was so strange, because I'd get up in the morning and I'd think, God, all these bloody scandalous things are happening around me, and I have to deal with that. And then I think I need a break, but I can't eat anything. I can't eat anything, because if I ate the wrong thing, it would knock me out for a month. So I was trying to figure out what the hell was wrong with my diet, and I was feeling wretched. And so it was like wolves at the back door and crocodiles at the front door, something like that. So, but whatever, I'm down to the same weight I was when I was 25.
Wow.
Yeah, no kidding. And I've got lots of energy. I wake up in the morning and I wake up. That's never happened to me my whole life. I've always had to have a shower. It took me an hour to wake up my whole life. That's gone. I'm not hungry. I don't have hypoglycemia. I have lots of energy. I can't eat anything, so I can't go out for dinner.
But you can't eat nonsense. You can eat. I mean, I'm on the same diet.
I can eat meat and greens, man.
I don't have a disorder like you did in the same regard, but I take a day where I have a cheat day. And I don't even do it every week, where I'll have a cheeseburger or something like that.
Yeah.
But for the most part, that's the diet that I follow as well.
Yeah. Well, for some people, it seems
for a massive amount of people.
Well, I think for far more people than we know. I think people are carbohydrate poisoning themselves they can't believe.
Yes, and along with all the other things that go along with it, insulin.
Yeah.
All
high blood sugar is not good.
Cholesterol, in this idea that cholesterol and saturated fat are the problems that people are experiencing. It's not true.
No.
The real problem is sugar, and cholesterol has been demonized. I'm sure you read the article from the New York Times about the sugar industry. Paid off scientists to lie about the results.
Yeah. Well, I know too that 2 food scientists in the UK resigned about 3 years ago. They were part and parcel of the organization that had produced the food pyramid. They said it was the worst public health disaster of the last 40 years. They pretty much got it backwards.
Yeah.
And you look around, you know, you drive through the U.S., it's really obvious in the U.S. is people are overweight like mad.
Like mad.
Crazy. It's
crazy.
Ridiculous.
Go to Disneyland.
Yeah, exactly.
It's insane.
It is, but you know, and the reason is, as far as I can tell, the reason is that they're poisoning themselves with carbohydrates. That's what it looks like.
And the thought process is so out of whack. I retweeted an article today from Nina Teicholz. She tweeted it about this trend of eating only egg whites and how terrible it is for you. It's a health disaster. And this idea that cholesterol from the egg yolk is bad for you. It's one of the most important things that you can eat. And then Weight Watchers has adjusted. Yeah, see, it goes, Weight Watchers diet program now adjusts their protocol, and they say that eat all the eggs you want. It is now a 0-point food, which is fucking incredible.
Yeah. So and the way I don't get hungry is I eat a lot of oil, like a lot of olive oil.
Yes.
So and that keeps
fats.
Yep.
So you're basically burning fat. You're on like a ketogenic diet. Yeah.
So and it seems to be, well, and that was that would have been complicated enough to keep me occupied for the last 2 years, especially sorting it out with my daughter, because that was quite the bloody nightmare, I can tell you. It was really something. But I can't believe she figured it out.
It's amazing.
It is amazing, and like she's in pretty damn good shape. She just had a baby like 5 months ago, so that's good
amazing
too. Yeah, we're stunned, man. We're stunned because like it was rough.
Well, she sounds like an incredibly extreme example.
She is quite the tough cookie, that girl.
She sounds like it.
Yeah.
Many people are experiencing the same revelation that their diet is killing. Look, I was tired all the time. I would hit a nap. I mean, I was always very, very active, so I stayed lean because of my physical activity. But by the end of the day, I need a nap.
Yeah.
I would always take a nap before I'd go to jiu-jitsu. I was like, I have to take a nap or I can't train.
It was
and
the
it
same
was
with
because
me.
of carbohydrates.
Yeah, I'd nap about 2 hours a day.
Yeah.
And now I don't nap at all.
Me too.
Well,
same thing.
That's not exactly true. When I've been zooming around, I take like 2-minute naps when I'm in the airport or whatever.
Well, that's also, you're probably not getting enough sleep.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Big difference.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's been remarkable.
So why did you stop teaching?
Oh, well, I took a sabbatical.
Because of all this?
Yeah, well, I told my department chair, I said, look, I had a sabbatical coming up next year. I said, look, you know, there's too much going on. It'll be better if I take the sabbatical this year, then I can concentrate on my teaching next year.
So you take the entire year off?
Yeah.
So you're about 8 months in? Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, and I always teach I put all my courses from January to March. I teach all of them in the same semester, and that enabled me to concentrate on my research for the rest of the time. And so technically, I'll be going back teaching in January of 2019.
Technically?
Technically.
You're not convinced?
Well, I can't think a year ahead at the moment.
Right.
I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, I'm not going to go back
crazy.
and teach the same way.
Right.
Because, see, at some point, the technological transformation means you have to approach things differently. And so now, if I do a lecture online, whatever the lecture happens to be, I can get 150,000 people to watch it. That's minimum. So the first question would be, well, why would I teach 300 people when I could teach 150,000? That's just stupid.
Right.
Who would do that?
Those same 300 people also have access to the 150,000.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
That's right. That's exactly it. And the next thing is, well, I taped my Maps of Meaning class and my personality class for 3 years running. It's like, it's there. Well, I could do it again, but why?
Right.
It's taped.
Right.
I would rather lecture about new things. So that's what I did this year. I did this biblical series, which I hadn't done before. But now if I'm going to lecture again, I'm going to lecture about different things because the technology has transformed the landscape. We're not in 1990 anymore.
Right.
Not even a little bit.
Right.
So, and
this is something I brought up to Brett Weinstein, and I'm hoping he follows along the same line. Brett Weinstein, not Steen. I make that mistake often. Sorry, Brett. But the same thing. Brilliant guy, restricted by his university, big scandal, leaves, and I'm hoping he follows the same path because he has so much to offer, and he has so much to offer for anybody who can get online.
Well, and one of the things that's really fun about YouTube and having my lectures on YouTube is that the only reason people watch them is one reason, is because they want to learn. That's it.
Right.
And so you might think, well, where is the university? Well, the university is where people want to learn.
Right.
It's like, okay, well, YouTube is the university because there's hundreds of thousands of people on YouTube, maybe millions, who just want to learn. It's like, fine, I'm an educator. I'll talk to people who want to learn, because if you're an educator, that's what you do. Is that most effectively done in the universities? Not self-evidently. And so now I'm trying to figure this out. You know, like, I like my job at the university. The U of T has treated me well, apart from this scandal thing, but they were kind of taken aback by it. They didn't know what to do about that. You know, it was a new law. And when I made the video criticizing Bill C-16, I said, I think that making this video is probably illegal in and of itself.
Was there controversial moments in your career before that?
No.
Wow.
No. I mean, it surprised me, because I would say that the content of my lectures has been atypical. But it's been atypical in a good way. Like, the student response to my lectures has always been, well, extremely good. Extremely good. I'm always surprised that I was able to teach what I'm teaching, because I always thought that it was, like, insanely revolutionary. But it was revolutionary in a really, like, in a scholarly way. You know, like, I'm a careful scientist. I'm a careful thinker. I think things all the way through to the bottom. And I'm really self-critical. Like, when I wrote Maps of Meaning, which was my first book, I suspect I rewrote every sentence at least 15 times. It's probably more than that. And I really literally mean rewrite it. So I take the sentence out of the paragraph, put it in another document, write like 10 variants of the sentence, and then pick the one that was best. And I did that. Like, it took me 15 years to write. I did that over and over and over. And so I'd write a sentence, and then I'd think, okay, have I got all the words right? Every single word, is that the proper words, the proper phrase, is the proper sentence? Do I believe that this sentence is true? Then I'd think, like, of 10 ways I could attack it and see if I could break it apart and find out what it was wrong. And I only kept the ones that I couldn't destroy. And, like, I was going out full force to destroy them, because I wanted to come up with I wanted to produce a book that I could not break no matter what I did. And so I spent 15 years on that. And then that was the basis. Well, it's the basis for 12 Rules for Life. It's been the basis for all the lectures I've done and so forth. And, like, I can't see where it's wrong. And mostly what I was trying to do was to see where it was wrong. And I can't get underneath it. I can't break it.
That's what's so fascinating to me about all this stuff. And not to overly exaggerate the significance of this, but just to be completely honest about it, you were the right guy for the job, and it sort of found you. It's real weird, because there's not a lot of people that are that meticulous about their thoughts and about their work and about their writing and about their criticizing their own ideas to the point where they break them down, try to break them, try to tear them apart.
I had a big problem. So when I started to write Maps of Meaning, I thought, okay, what's the situation? This is the Cold War. We've divided into 2 armed tribal camps, and we've decided that settling the difference between us is worth risking being itself. We could drive everything into extinction. We're willing to take that chance. It's like, what the hell is going on? So I wanted to know 2 things. What was truly driving the tribalism of the Cold War, including the generation of that vast nuclear arsenal? Because that just seemed to me to be insanity taken to the final pinnacle. So I wanted to know that. And I wanted to know, okay, having figured out why that's happening, what could be done about it so it would stop? And at the same time, I was also studying what had happened in Auschwitz and with the Nazis and all of that. And so it was a very serious problem. And I actually wanted to have the answer. I actually wanted the answer. I didn't want to write an interesting book about it. It wasn't even that I wanted to write a book exactly. It was just that writing a book was the best way to figure out the problem, because writing a book is so rigorous, you know, because you think, but you can only remember so much. You have to write it down, because then you can remember way more, and you can write, and then the next day you can go back and think, okay, I'm going to take that goddamn argument apart. I'm going to see if there's anything about it that's weak. And I think I did figure it out. So, and then and then I started lecturing about it, and the lectures were always unbelievably well regarded. Like, the kids in the classes would always write for the evaluations at the end of the year. 80% of them would say, and this happened for 20 years, they say, this class changed everything about the way I look at the world. It's like, yeah, that's what happened to me too when I wrote that book. It's like, I didn't think the same way at all when I was done. I started to understand what these ancient stories meant. It was like shocking. Never recovered from it. So,
wow. Listen, you're out of time. Thank you, always. 12 rules for life, an antidote to chaos. Jordan Peterson.
I made a discount for your viewers again for the future authoring program.
Okay, what do they have to do?
Rogan.
Just use Rogan, and how do they get to the website? What
Selfauthoring.com.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll send you a link for that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And also, thanks for everything, Really, you were the portal into this weird world that I'm in. And people say that all the time. They come up and say, like, I heard about you on Joe Rogan. It's like, and like thousands of people have told me that. So
well, it's been an honor.
Your fault.
It's been an honor. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
You bet.
Five, four, three, two, one. Hello, Jordan Peterson.
Hello, Mr. Rogan. How are you doing?
Very spiffy today.
Thank you, sir.
This is a new look for you. You've been rocking these a lot of these big, gigantic. What do you call those things? These concerts that you guys are doing. Speeches?
Well, lectures, discussions is really what I think of them as. Yeah, because I'm discussing. I mean, you might think it's kind of perverse to be discussing with a 3,000 person audience, but it's not, because if you pay attention to the audience, they're constantly, and the individuals in the audience, they're constantly providing feedback. So it's a discussion as far as I'm concerned.
Feedback in applause, laughter. Sometimes they shout things out too, right?
Shuffling.
Yeah,
well, really what you want, if you're on track, if you're where you should be, then it's dead silent and everyone's focused and listening. And so if that's not happening, I mean, there can be laughter and that kind of thing, but generally speaking, you don't want to hear noise from the audience. So if you're pursuing a complicated topic and you're paying attention, and I'm always looking at individual people in the audience, in the first few rows, because that's all I can see because of the lights. I'm trying to make sure that everyone's on track with the talk. And, there's people gesture with their face, and they gesture with their eyes, and they shake their head, and they nod, and there's lots of things to pick up. And if you're not speaking with notes, you can really pay attention to the audience, and then if you're in the dialogue, and that's where everyone wants to be.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing you're doing, because you have experience in doing that with lectures in colleges and universities, but now it's the general public, and people just pay to see it, and you fill up these huge, gigantic theaters. I mean, I've seen some of the places that you guys are doing it. You and Sam just got done doing one in Vancouver, and it's huge places. Two, that's right.
Yeah, back to back. And so it was about 5 hours of intense discussion over 2 days. And, we were supposed to talk for an hour each night and then go to Q&A. But we asked the audience, Brett Weinstein, who was moderating, asked the audience if they wanted to go to Q&A or continue the discussion. And, the response from the crowd was definitely continue the discussion. And so we ended up talking for about 2.5 hours each night. And again, it was the audience is along for the ride. And they were good discussions as far as I'm concerned. It was kind of marketed as a takedown in some sense, Harris versus Peterson.
Right.
But the discussion itself was an attempt on Sam's part and my part to further our thinking about the topic and to bring everyone along for the ride, for the journey, so to speak.
Yeah, well, you guys had 2 podcasts that you did over the phone. So these were the first meetings that you guys had in person.
Yeah, it was the first time I'd met Sam.
So the first one that you 2 had was marred by this discussion about what is truth.
Yeah.
And it was a strange sort of you got stuck. You guys got kind of stuck in that first conversation. But I felt like the second one was much better.
Yes.
Maybe both of you kind of recognized there were some errors made in the first podcast.
Yeah, we augured in on a definition and couldn't let it go. And so that wasn't so good. Yeah, and I wasn't in tip-top shape for that first discussion, or for the second one for that matter. But they've been each discussion I've had with Sam has been getting better. So as far as I'm concerned, and I think he feels the same way. And I mean, we're trying to sort something out that's really, really difficult. And it's the relationship between facts and values, which is parallel to the relationship between, say, objective truth and narrative, or parallel to the distinction between scientific fact and religious truth. All of those things sort of are layered on top of each other, and it's an extraordinarily difficult topic. And so it's not surprising that it's taking all of this discussion to even vaguely get it straight. It's been a central bone of contention among philosophers for, well, probably forever, but certainly since the time of David Hume, several hundred years.
Well, one of the more fascinating things that's coming out of the realm of podcasting is these kind of discussions, these long-form live discussions in front of enormous groups of people where you go over very complex issues. It's a new thing. I mean, and it's something that's greatly received by the public, which is really interesting. I mean, you guys are selling out all over the place.
Yeah, well, I've really been trying to make sense of this, because I'm thinking, well, what the hell's going on? Why am I selling out 3,000 person auditoriums? And then, but not just me, obviously. Sam is doing it, and you're doing something on a larger scale, but very similar with your long form podcasts. And then there's this whole rise of what Barry Weiss described as the intellectual dark web. That's actually Eric Weinstein's coinage. And so there's a group of us that have been sort of clumped together for reasons that aren't obvious. But I've been trying to figure that out as I do these lectures. Another thing I'm doing with the lectures or the discussions is trying to continually further the development of my ideas. I use the stage, let's say, as a opportunity in real time to think. And I've been thinking, well, if you're surfing, you don't confuse yourself with the wave, right? That's a real mistake. You might be on top of the wave, but you're not the wave. And I think this long-form discussion and the public hunger for that is best conceptualized like that. There's a technological revolution. It's a deep one. The technological revolution is online video and audio, immediately accessible to everyone all over the world. And so what that's done is it's turned the spoken word into a tool that has the same reach as the printed word. So it's a Gutenberg revolution in the domain of video and audio. And it might be even deeper than the original Gutenberg revolution, because it isn't obvious how many people can read, but lots of people can listen. And now it turns out, so, I mean, you got a little bit of that with TV, right? And you got a little bit of it with radio. But there was bandwidth limitations that were really stringent, especially in TV, where you could get 30 seconds if you were lucky, and 6 minutes if you were stellar, to elucidate a complicated argument. So you can't do that. Everything gets compressed to a kind of oversimplified entertainment. But now, all of a sudden, we have this forum for long-form discussion, real long-form discussion, and it turns out that everyone is way smarter than we thought. Right? We can have these discussions publicly, and there's a great hunger for it. And I see this parallel, and this would be, what would you call it, supporting evidence for this hypothesis. The same things happened in the entertainment world, because, TV made us think, well, we can handle a 20-minute sitcom, or maybe we can handle an hour and a half made-for-TV movie. But then Netflix came along, and HBO as well, with the bandwidth restrictions gone. And all of a sudden it turned out that no, we can handle 40-hour complex multi-layered narratives where the characters shift, where the complexity starts to reach the same complexity as great literature. And there's a massive market for it. And so it turns out that we're smarter than our technology revealed to us. And I think those of us who've been placed in this intellectual dark web group, there's some things we have in common. We more or less have independent voices because we're not beholden to any corporate masters except peripherally. And we've been operating in this long-form space, and the technology has facilitated that. And so all of a sudden it turns out that there's more to people than we thought. And thank God for that.
I'm struggling with, I don't want to use the word hate. There seems to be a non-acceptance or a resistance to the idea that anything of quality could come out of this group of people. It's really interesting to me, and I'm wondering why. When I listen to you speak, or Sam, or Eric, or any of these people, Ben or Dave, and I hear very interesting points, and I'm like, why are people resisting that these are interesting points? Why are they resisting this? And I think there's a lot of people that are beholden to mainstream organizations, whether it's newspapers or magazines or television shows, that feel trapped. I think they feel trapped by this format that they're stuck in. It's a very limiting format, and it's a format that, in my opinion, is like, it might as well be smoke signals or ham radio or something. It's dumb. This idea that you're going to go to commercials every 15 minutes, and and in between you have 15 people arguing. I mean, I watched a panel on CNN once, and I think we counted 10 people that were trying to talk during this 5-minute segment. I'm like, what genius thought that it would be a good idea to get 10 people struggling for airtime, barking over each other, no one saying anything that makes any sense because everybody's talking over and trying to stand out and trying to say the most outrageous things. And I'm seeing like some of the resistance to this when we span, I mean pretty far, from Sam and I lean more left, and Ben leans more right, and you're what you would call a classic liberal, and Eric's very difficult to define, and Brett is fiercely progressive. I mean, Brett in particular is a very left-wing guy, but this desire to label and to have this diminishing label is like alt-right or right-wing or fascist. It's very strange to me.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things going on. I think one of them is that the technological transformation that I laid out, and then the other is that I do believe that, especially for the radical leftist types, the whole notion of free speech among individuals is not only anathema, but also something that isn't possible within their framework of reference. I've been trying to think this through very carefully because, free speech in some sense has become identified as a right-wing issue. And I thought, well, how the hell did that happen? And then I thought, oh, yes, well, if you're radically left and you're playing the identity politics game, there's actually no such thing as free speech because you're only the mouthpiece of your group, whether you know it or not. So you don't get to talk as Joe Rogan. You get to talk as like Joe Rogan, patriarchal white guy. And that's it. And your utterances aren't a reflection of your own opinions as an individual, but they're an attempt on your part, whether you know it or not, to justify your position in the power hierarchy. And so everything right now, and this is where the technology and the death of the mainstream media and this political polarization all unite. Everything is turned into a political conversation in the mainstream media, and it has to be cast as left versus right. And if you're criticizing the left, then all of a sudden you're right and right wing, and it has to be about politics. It's like, well, it doesn't have to be about politics. It could be about philosophy. It doesn't have to be cast in political terms, and then it's also subject to a form of well, it's made more stupid than it has to be by these terrible bandwidth limitations. Like, I mean, I've been on mainstream TV talk shows, and it's a very strange experience because you're definitely content. Marshall McLuhan said the medium is the message, right? The medium shapes the dialogue, and it does in a tremendous way, powerful way. You go on a TV talk show, and maybe it's an hour long, something like that, and there's 5 guests, and you've got your 8 minutes, something like that. And you have to be bright and chipper and entertaining and intelligent and sort of glitzy. And it puts that facade of momentary charisma on you. And if you don't play that out, you actually fail, right? Because you can't start a long-form discussion when you've got 6 minutes. And if you're trying to talk about something that's deep and difficult, well, you want to talk about it because you've got the access then and the opportunity. But you've got your 6 minutes. You can't help but turn into sort of a glitzy entertainer. And so it cheapens everything. And then the other thing that I think is happening is that as the mainstream media, television in particular, dies, the quality people are starting to desert, like rats leaving a sinking ship. I guess they're good rats if they're quality people. But and then there's ever more enticement to use clickbait journalism to attract a diminishing portion of the remaining audience.
Yeah.
It's like one of the things that's happened. So if you look at the 5 major indices of violent crime in the United States, they've declined by 50% in 25 years. It's absolutely beyond comprehension. It's so good. This includes violent gun crime, by the way. And yet the reports of violence in media have gone up and up and up and up. You think, well, what's going on? It's like, well, it's clickbait. It's the equivalent of clickbait. And then to turn everything into a polarized political discussion takes no real intellectual energy. But it's also driven by the death spiral of the classic media, I think. And I think that's actually why the polarization seems to be so acute now. Some of it is genuine, but some of it is the consequence of this underlying technological transformation and the death throes of the smoke signalers, fundamentally.
What you're talking about when you're saying people, especially radical leftists, have to concede certain points whenever they discuss things. This is so true and so important, because you see that play out over and over again. There's very little variation from the official narrative when they talk about important subjects or controversial subjects, and whatever they are, whether it's transgender rights or whatever's in the news that's big and that it's very popular right now. There's these certain things that you're not allowed to deviate from, and that's an insanely restrictive perspective. And who's establishing these norms? Like, who's establishing?
Good question, man.
Yeah, who is?
Well, I blame the universities in large part for this, the activist disciplines.
Yeah.
But that's only a partial answer, because the universities are also responding to legislation like Title IX. So they've been driven into.
Explain Title IX for people who
Title IX originally was just a piece of legislation that ensured that women would have equal access to sports events and so forth at the universities. That's what it was designed for, but it's become this umbrella legislation that pushes equality of outcome essentially across every possible dimension in the universities, and it's been used as a weapon by the radical left. But some of that's driven by legislative necessity. What's happening? The reason that I think this is coming from the universities is because I don't think that this could. Well, there's all these activist disciplines that are essentially subsidized by too high tuition fees and also by state funding, and they've produced an entire substructure of activists. And those activists are doing everything they can to lay out the theoretical structure for the radical left, and that's a structure that involves, there's buzzwords, right? Diversity is one, but that means diversity by race and ethnicity and sexual preference, for example, as if those have anything to do with genuine diversity of ideation, and they don't, and there's no evidence that they do. Inclusivity, I'm never even sure what that means. Equity, which is a marker for, what would you call it? It's a code word in some sense for equality of outcome, which is an absolutely deadly doctrine. I think of all the mistakes that the radical left are making, and the moderate left for not calling them out on it, the equity doctrine is at the top of the list. And then there's other associated things like white privilege, that's a good one, and systemic bias, and which is it's an absolute embarrassment from the perspective of a reasonable academic psychologist, because psychological tests have been used to prove that there's this implicit bias that lurks everywhere, and the tests aren't reliable and valid enough to make that claim. That's even the people who've made the test, the implicit association test, have admitted, except for Mazarine Banaji, who's the chairman of the Department of Psychology at Harvard. They've admitted that the tests aren't reliable and valid enough to be used for the purposes they're being using for. And there's also no evidence at all that these unconscious bias retraining seminars have any effect whatsoever that's positive. It's all nonsense pushed by the ideological fulminations of the radical left.
Is there any benefit in having these conversations, talking about implicit biases, and recognizing that there's an extreme pushback against racism or sexism and all these different things, and that even though these ideas that they're pushing might not be tested and proven, the idea of putting it out there in the mainstream, that there's a shift in consciousness in terms of like how people will or won't accept racism or sexism or homophobia or whatever else is being discussed, that maybe it's far left, but maybe it's moving the needle towards where it needs to be.
I think that happens. I mean, I certainly believe that there's space and necessity for a constant dialogue between the left and the right. This is also something that I've been developing more particularly during these lectures. So I'm going to lay out a couple of propositions. So imagine that you have to move forward in the world. You have to do things. Mm-hmm. And the reason you have to do things is because, well, if you just sit there and don't do anything, then you suffer and die. So that isn't an option. You have to move forward. You have to move forward towards valued things. So you have to have a value hierarchy. It has to be a hierarchy because one thing has to be more important than another, or you can't do anything, right? You're too split with your choices. So you have to do things. You have to value some things more than others. Then you have to act out what you value in the social environment, because you're a social creature and you're not going to do things alone. Then as soon as you start to act out things of value in the social environment, you inevitably produce a hierarchy. And the reason you do that is because no matter what you're acting out, some people are way better at it than others. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's basketball or hockey or plumbing or law. It doesn't matter. As soon as there's something valuable and you're doing it collectively, there's a hierarchy. Okay, so then what happens? Well, the hierarchy can get corrupt and rigid, and then it stops rewarding competence and it starts rewarding criminality and power. And so there's always the danger the hierarchy will become corrupt. The right-wingers say, we really need the hierarchies and we should abide by them. That's sort of the motif of patriotism and positive group identity. And the left-wingers say, yeah, but wait a second. There's a problem here. A, your hierarchy can get corrupt and might. And B, because some people are way better at it than others, you're going to produce a bunch of dispossessed people at the bottom. And that's not only not good for the dispossessed people, it actually threatens the whole hierarchy. So you have to be careful. You have to attend to the widows and the children, let's say, the widows and the orphans. Okay, so now you can think about that as an eternal problem. You can't do without hierarchies, but, and that's the right-wing claim in some sense, you can't do without hierarchies and they're valuable, but they're also prone to corruption and they dispossess people. Okay, so now that's an eternal problem. The question is, what do you do about it? And the answer to that is, there's no final answer to the problem. So what you have to do is you have to have a left wing and you have to have a right wing, and they have to talk all the time about whether the hierarchy is healthy and whether or not it's dispossessing too many people. And then the problem with that is that discussion can go too far, because the right wingers can say hierarchy uber alles, right? That the state is correct and everything's right, and so that's the right wing totalitarian types. And the left can say we'll flatten everything so there's no inequality. And so both the left and the right can go too far. Now, the problem is we know how to define. I think one of the problems is we know how to define when the right goes too far. I think we learned that after World War II. I think if you're making claims of ethnic or racial superiority, you get to be put in a box and put off the shelf, right? You're not in the dialogue anymore. It's obvious that the left can go too far, even though they're necessary participants in the discussion, but we don't know how to define when they've gone too far.
And we don't have an obvious example.
No, and you might think, well, that's the moderate leftists' problem. It's their moral responsibility to dissociate themselves from the radicals, just as it's the moral responsibility of reasonable conservatives to dissociate themselves from the John Birch and Ku Klux Klan types.
That's a very important point.
But it isn't just the moderate left's problem, because even the people on the right don't know what to point to when they say, no, you've gone too far as a leftist. Now, I've tried to, it's complicated because I think it might be more than one policy. I think the really deadly leftist presumption is equality of outcome. I think as soon as you start talking about equality of outcome, you should be put in a box and put off the shelf. But it isn't obvious why. Like, that doesn't sound like, white people overall. It doesn't have the same guttural punch that the excess of the right has. It's, right. Well, you're for equality of outcome. Why is that bad? Well, it's bad because when you play it out in society, and there's endless evidence for this, it's an instantaneously murderous doctrine. And I think it's because it shifts so quickly into a victimizer narrative. I've had a great opportunity, in the last month and a half. I got asked to write the preface to the 50th anniversary edition of Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago. And so I've been writing that. And one of the things Solzhenitsyn did, which was one of the things that made that book arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century, I mean, it's in the top 10 anyways, was to point out very clearly that the excesses of the Russian Revolution started right away. It wasn't that Lenin was a pretty good guy and then Stalin came in and corrupted everything. It was like Lenin was not a pretty good guy. The revolution got bloody really fast. And what seemed to happen, so imagine you start to divide the world up into oppressor and oppressed, right? And you're going to do something about the oppressors. The problem is that you can define people multiple ways. This is the intersectionality problem. And almost everybody can be defined in terms of their group identity in some way that makes them an oppressor. So like if you're a black man, well, you could argue that you're oppressed because you're black, but what about the fact that you're a man? And so does that make you an oppressor or someone who's oppressed? And the answer is, as the revolution progresses, if there's any dimension along which you can be categorized as oppressor, you end up dead. And so that's part of the pathology of the equality of outcome.
What do you mean by that? Like, you end up dead?
You end up rounded up. You ended up being put into the oppressor camp, right? so
but there's only so far you can go with that, right? I mean, you can't put all men in the oppressor camp. There'd be no men left. Like, what do you?
well, that is
So you
exactly
really
the sort
think
of
that's
thing
how
that
it plays out
well, it is how it plays out.
when you look for equality of outcome?
Well, it is how it played out in the Soviet Union and China. I mean, in the Soviet Union, we don't know how many people died. The reasonable estimates look like about 25 million. That's dead. That's not imprisoned. That isn't families destroyed. That's just dead. And in Mao's China, it might have approximated 100 million. That's just internal repression. And so what seems to happen as soon as you decide that the hierarchy is unfair because there are oppressors and oppressed, then you can go after the oppressors with moral virtue. But the problem is that there's almost no limit to the number of ways that you can categorize someone as an oppressor. The category just starts to expand. Like the communists killed all the socialists. They killed all the religious people. They killed most of the students. They killed all the productive farmers. And they killed the productive farmers because they owned land, and maybe a little house and a few cows. I mean, to be a successful farmer in Russia at the turn of the 20th century didn't mean you were rich, right? It just meant you weren't starving. It's like they killed all those people because they were oppressors, because they had more than someone else.
That's how they defined it in order to get the people to rally against it.
Yes, it's that. Yes, and the definition kept slipping because, well, look, even now it's like, well, let's say we rally against the 1%, and those would be the money owners. Let's say it's like, okay, who's in that group? Well, everybody in North America is in that group.
Worldwide, yeah.
Well, but who sets the parameters, right?
It's like it's $34,000 a year sets you in the 1% worldwide.
Right. So does that make all of us oppressors?
Basically, everybody who lives above poverty in America is in the 1% of the world.
Right, and also by historical standards.
Yeah.
And so the problem with the oppressor-oppressed narrative is that you can multiply the oppressors endlessly, and there's no end to going after them.
Right, and as soon as you make a definition, you can move the boundaries, and then the next person is the oppressor, and then you keep going.
Well, and you also see the interesting thing too is that, and this is complicated. So, I've been thinking about this proclivity of the left to destroy members of the moderate left. It's like part of the game that's being played, as far as I can tell, the ideologically pathological game is, I'm more virtuous than you. Now, look, if you're on the radical left and you say, well, you're more virtuous than a right winger, it's like, well, who cares? That's obvious because the right wingers are pathological. So being more virtuous than them, that's not much of an attainment. But if I have my moderate leftist compatriot standing right beside me and he's pretty damn virtuous, but I'm even more virtuous than him, then that's a real attainment on my part. It's a moral attainment with no effort on my part. If I can figure out some way of classifying that previously virtuous person as an oppressor along some dimension, then all of a sudden I get an increment in my moral virtue. And that happened all the time in these leftist revolutions run amok. That was just a constant feature. So it's not good. It's not good.
Why is it, and this is something that's always puzzled me, why is it that the left is defined by, there's certain values, and one of them is when you look at the right, you automatically think of racism, potential racism at least, dislike for gay people, homophobia. There's certain qualities that are always attributed to conservatives, and then there's certain qualities and these are social things, and that I'm not quite sure I understand. Like, why is it that the left is always associated in support of gay rights? The left is always associated in support of of all races and all genders, and
well, I think it's the dispossessed issue again. So imagine that we make these hierarchies, and they're hierarchies that are devoted towards a goal, and that the sum total of all those hierarchies is something like the patriarchy. Even though I hate that word, and I don't think anybody should use it. I don't like that word at all. But that's we're speaking within the confines of that theory.
It's defining how you're using it. What do you mean by the patriarchy?
Well, the patriarchy is the sum total of all Western hierarchies. Let's say it's the radical leftist vision of the sum total of all Western hierarchies.
But it's always male.
Well, that's the theory, is that it's male dominated, and
patriarchy is a male-dominated word.
Well, and it's a funny thing because, of course, there's lots of sub-elements of the patriarchy that aren't male-dominated. So healthcare, for example, universities, the education system in general, there's lots of places where these sub-elements are female-dominated.
But so I don't know if they're defined as the patriarchy? Do they define healthcare?
Oh, it's a good question, Joe. I don't know what happens. If you have a sub-element of the patriarchy that's dominated by women, is that still the patriarchy? It's like the structure's still intact. It's still performing the same function. Well, now the women are running it. Well, is that the patriarchy? And the answer to that is, well, we're all vague about what the definition is, so we don't need to address that issue.
Well, here's some clear ones. Here's some clear ones, right? Like major corporations, the vast majority of CEOs are male.
Yeah.
We think of that as part of the patriarchy.
Yeah.
Government. Yeah. Never been a female president. Vast majority of senators, congressmen, etc., male.
Yeah, so I guess we could say, well, the patriarchy is all those elements of hierarchical structure that are still dominated by men.
Law enforcement, military, male, mostly male.
Right, but it's a peculiar definition.
Right.
Because it means you have to fractionate the patriarchy into pieces. You can no longer talk about it as uniform structure. If you're going to take out all those pieces that are dominated by women, say, well, that's not the patriarchy. But the thing is that the whole concept is so ill-defined that it begars description.
But it's always power, though, right? I mean,
that's the other thing. That's the claim. The other claim is that all hierarchies are predicated on power, which is a claim that's absolutely appalling. It's like plumbers. Are they part of the hierarchy? You've got roaming bands of armed, aggressive, tyrannical plumbers coming to your door saying, use our service or else. That's not how it works. You go look, when you're going looking for a plumber, you go look for a massage therapist, or a surgeon for that matter, or a lawyer. You go look for the person who's most competent. And one of the things the left can't tolerate is the idea that hierarchies are predicated, in part even, on competence, which they clearly are. The best predictors for success in Western hierarchies are intelligence and conscientiousness. Those are the best psychological predictors of success. They only account for about a third of the variation in success. Maybe a third is probably about right. So there's still lots of room for randomness and even for systemic discrimination. But the notion that our systems aren't predicated in part on competence is clearly wrong. Now, you asked a question about the left. It's like, well, why are the left always on the side of the people who don't fit in, let's say, or don't fit so easily in? And I think that is a matter of the consequence of hierarchical structures. Is that, so imagine in every hierarchy, there's some people who don't do very well in any given hierarchy. Then imagine across all the hierarchies that there's a subset of people who are very likely to not do well in any of them. So you might say, well, they're systemically discriminated against. The left would be on their side because they're on the side, even temperamentally, of the people who are dispossessed. And the thing about that is that it's valid. Look, we need a spokesperson politically for the dispossessed. That's what the Democratic Party used to do when they worked for the working class. Is the working class needed a political voice. It's like, okay, that's the Democrats. Well, why do they need a political voice? Well, to keep the hierarchy from degenerating into rigid tyranny. It's part of the political discussion. But now the problem is this is the problem with the left, is that, well, what's the hierarchy? It's a tyrannical patriarchy. It's like, no, it's not. It's partly corrupt, like every system. But it's less corrupt than most systems, and there's a lot of elements of it that are devoted towards self-improvement, self-monitoring. You have to be a little nuanced and subtle about these sorts of things. And you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And the leftist rhetoric has got so intense that the idea is, and people believe this, well, the world is going to hell in a handbasket. Everything is getting worse in all possible ways, and there's systemic racism everywhere, and it's utterly unfair, and it should be torn down and rebuilt. It's like, no. It's actually functioning unbelievably well, even though it still has its problems. You know, and there's a big difference between saying there's systemic racism everywhere, and the reason that there isn't perfectly equal outcomes is because of prejudice, and saying, no, look, the system is functioning, let's say at 75%. It's doing all right. It's got some problems, including systemic prejudice, which hopefully will work themselves out across time and which show every bit of evidence of doing so. And so we don't need a radical solution, you know, and one of the things I've started to do with my Twitter account is to tweet out good, non-naive news. Because one of the things that's happening in the world, and there's been half a dozen books on this or more written in the last 5 years by credible people, is that the distribution of the idea of individual sovereignty and property rights and free market economies, etc., out into the rest of the world is making the non-Western world, is making the non-Western world rich really, really, really fast. So between 2000 and 2012, the rate of absolute poverty in the world fell by half. Half. It was the fastest period of economic development in human history. We beat the UN, we beat the optimistic UN target by 3 years. Staggering. The rates of child mortality in Africa are now lower than they were in Europe in 1950. The fastest growing economies in the world are in sub-Saharan Africa. Millions of people a month are getting access to this incredible technology that's embodied in cell phones, right? People have access to fresh water like they've never had access before. The kids are getting immunized at a rate that's unprecedented, and yet we have this idea that's become rampant in the West that there's something ultimately corrupt about the patriarchal tyranny and that it has to be dismantled right down to its core. And a lot of that's being taught by the activist disciplines in universities, and I just don't get it. It's not acceptable.
So they see these hierarchies, and their proposal to level everything off and to take away the insane power at the very top is equality of outcome. This unproven in terms of it's never been done successfully to a utopian.
Right. Well, I also don't even think you can do it in principle, because if you accept the proposition, the propositions I laid out, which is you have to pursue things of value, and if you pursue things in a value in a social space, so you do it cooperatively and competitively, you do it with other people, then you're going to produce differential outcome because people will be differently good at it.
Yes.
Well, it's like, okay, you don't believe that? It's like, okay, do you listen to random selections of music online? Or do you do what everyone else does? You go for the 0.1% of songwriters, and you only listen to them. You only listen to you only read the productions of 0.1% of writers. You only listen to the podcasts of 0.1% of podcast broadcasters, right? When you watch sports on TV, you only watch the athletic contributions of 0.1% of athletes. So, like, where's the equality exactly? Where's that in your life? You people who are pushing for equality of outcome. You manifest that in anything you do? You don't. You're unbelievably selective, just like everyone else. And the reason you're selective is because there are things that are happening that need to happen or that are entertaining and interesting, and you want the best in all of those realms. That's how it works. And there is a best. That's the other thing that's so painful. And that actually is painful. Here's a problem of dispossession, a real problem. One way to not do very well in any hierarchy is to have a low IQ. And so IQ is normally distributed. And if you have an IQ of less than 85, it's hard for you to read well enough to follow instructions. That's about 10% of the population, might even be higher than that. Okay, so given that lack, how are you going to compete? And the answer is, you're not. Because low IQ is a good predictor of poverty. Now they spiral because, if you're cognitively, if you're less cognitively gifted, then, and you have children, they're going to be in a less enriched environment. These things spiral, but you still have the essential problem. That's the essential problem of the dispossessed. It's like hierarchies are complex tools to attain necessary goals, but they dispossess people. What do we do with the people that they dispossess? The answer is, we don't know. So we have to talk about it constantly to figure out how to solve it, because it's an ongoing problem that transforms. And that's the reason that political dialogue is necessary. And then the danger is that the political dialogue will polarize into the radical left, no hierarchies whatsoever, or the radical right, our hierarchy is 100% right at all costs. And so we have the eternal problem, and those are the two poles that we have to negotiate between.
It's interesting because the accusation has always been that what the left is trying to do with this equality of outcome thing is sort of an infantilization of the populace, right? And the best example of that is sports. When you look at sports, clearly the best people win, right? The fastest runners win the race. The people that have the best strategy win the game. the that's a weird word, infantilization, I never get it right, but of that is what we do with children, where you get participation trophies and no one wins. You know, when my daughter was 3 years old, she was in soccer, and they didn't keep score, but everyone knew. Everyone knew these kids scored, and they didn't. At the end of the game, they didn't announce a winner. There was
you can't have a soccer game without keeping score. Yeah, it's not a soccer game anymore. It's something else.
But the score was kept.
Of course.
It just wasn't discussed.
Well, of course.
It was the strangest thing. But this is to treat these little kids, because they couldn't handle it. Yeah. You know, she cried when the other team scored. I'm like, it feels bad when they score, so it feels good when you score. It's very difficult to say that to a 3-year-old.
Right.
So is she going to run hills? Is she going to practice drills so that she feels that good feeling more? And then there's a point where that becomes too far. There's a point where you become an obsessive over-winner, right? And this is the people that want to crush their enemies. Then you become Conan the Barbarian. Yeah. This is the far end of it. Okay, and this is what the left is terrified of, right? Yeah. The idea of the left is the demure, the soft, the people that are kinder and gentler. The idea of the right is the conqueror, the people that, you know, they work hard, play hard, go kick ass, go America, that kind of shit. And so these are the type of people that are going to be crueler. They're going to do what it takes to win. And the people that you would consider that would like equality of outcome are the people that are trying to slow that down. Does this make sense?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that's how it lays itself out temperamentally, too.
Psychologically. Yes. This is the motivation for all this.
Yes. And it's, well, and the radical left is compassion gone mad, although it's also envy. Let's not forget about that.
Because, envy.
Well, absolutely. Yes. I mean, one reason to stand up for the dispossessed is because you're empathetic. You know, and empathy is not an automatic good. This is something we make a big mistake about. We think, well, I'm feeling sorry for you, therefore I'm good. It's like, no, I might be feeling too sorry for you. I might not be demanding enough of you. So, and that's the terrible devouring mother, you know, from a psychoanalytic perspective. Yes. Oh, everything you do, dear, is okay. It's like, no, it's not.
Right.
So one of the things that Jean Piaget, the developmental psychologist, he was very interested in figuring out a way out of this, and it's very much relevant to your concept, your talk about athletics. Okay, so imagine this. Because this is also something that points the way to a proper morality, which was actually something that Jean Piaget was very concerned about. He wanted to reconcile the distinction between religion and science. That's actually what drove him, even though people don't know that, he was arguably the world's greatest developmental psychologist. So here's the idea. You know how you tell your kid to be a good sport? You say, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose, it matters how you play the game. Okay, so I've been unpacking that in my lectures because it's really, really complicated. It's like, you tell your kid that, and they look at you and they think, well, what do you mean by that? Aren't I supposed to try to win? It's a soccer game. I'm supposed to win. And you say, well, yeah, you're supposed to win, but it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. It matters how you play the game. You know that that's right, but you don't know how to explain it to your kid. You say, well, you want to be a good sport. Okay, so imagine this. This is how it works, and this is crucially important. So, first of all, life is not a game. Even a game is not a game, because a game is, most of the time, a game is the beginning of a series of games. So let's say that you're on a soccer team. Well, there's winning the game, but the game isn't the issue. The game is the whole series of games. So maybe the game is winning the championship. And winning the championship and winning a game are not the same thing. And the reason for that is, well, maybe if you want to win a game, the best thing to do is to let your star player make all the moves. But if you want to win a championship, maybe the best thing is for your star player to do everything he or she possibly can to develop all the other team members. That's a different strategy. And the reason it's different is because it iterates across time. Okay, so I'll tell you a quick story. So when my kid was playing hockey, when he was about 12 or so, he was in a championship game, just at a local arena, you know. And it was really fun to watch. The teams were pretty equal, which is something that you want, so that everybody can expand their skills while they're playing. And it was like 5 seconds to the end of the game, and the other team made a breakaway and came down, and the guy came down the ice and scored. It was a beautiful goal, and it was 4-3, and that was the end of it, right? And on my kid's team, there was the kid who was the star, and he was a pretty good hockey player. He came off the ice, and he was very annoyed about what had happened. He smashed his stick on the cement and was complaining about the refereeing and acting as if he'd been robbed. And his father came up, and instead of saying, "Get your act together, kid, that's no way to display yourself after a loss," he said, "Oh yeah, man, you were robbed. That the referees didn't ref right, and you played the best and you should have won. And I thought, you absolute son of a bitch, you're ruining your son. And then the question is why? Because his son was the star and was trying to win. Why was he ruining his son? Well, you're trying to train your son not to win the game. You're trying to train your son to win the championship. And so that's a series of games. But then life isn't the championship. Life is a whole bunch of championships. It's a whole sequence of them. And so what you're actually trying to train your son to do is to be a contender in the entire series. And the way you do that is by helping him develop his character. And the character is actually the strategy that would enable him to win the largest number of games across the largest possible span of time. And one way you do that if you're a kid is like, well, what do you want to do with your kid? You don't want to teach him to win. You want to teach him to play well with others. And that's to be reciprocal. So that means to try to win, but also to pay attention to developing the other people around him, and not to put winning the game above everything at all times. So then he's fun to play with. And this is absolutely crucial. You can help your kid become fun to play with between the ages of 2 and the age of 4. If your kid is fun to play with, then what happens? Kids line up to play with him. And adults line up to teach him. And if kids line up to play with him, then he'll have friends his whole life. And he'll be socialized and he'll be invited to many games, some of which he'll win, all of which he'll be able to participate in. And if he's fun to play with, then adults will teach him things, and then he wins at life. And so when you say to your kid, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose, it matters how you play the game, what you're saying is, don't forget, kid, that what you're trying to do here is to do well at life. And you need to practice the strategies that enable you to do well at life while you're in any specific game. And you never want to compromise your ability to do well at life for the sake of winning a single game. And there's a deep ethic in that, and it's the ethic of reciprocity in games. Part of the reason that we're so obsessed with sports is because we like to see that dramatized, like the person we really admire as an athlete isn't only the person who wins. We don't like the narcissistic winners. They're winners, and that's a plus. But if they're narcissistic, they're not good team players. They're only out for themselves. Then we think, well, you're a winner in the narrow sense, but your character is suspect. You're no role model, even though you're a winner. And it's because we're looking for something deeper. We're looking for the manifestation of character that allows you to win across the set of possible games. And that's a real thing. That's a real ethic. It's a fundamental ethic.
I think what you're pointing out that's very important is we're searching for the person who's got it all nailed. Someone who tries their hardest but is also honest enough about the circumstances to not cry foul when it's gone the other person's way.
Yeah, well, that's part of resilience. It's right. Like, look, You're not going to win it. You're not going to score on every shot.
Right.
Doesn't mean you shouldn't take the shots. Doesn't mean you shouldn't try to hit the goal. But part of being able to continue to take shots is to have the strength of character to tolerate the fact that in that instance you weren't on top.
It's more trivial in games than it is in fights. And it's also, the response is much more negative from the fans if you lose a fight and complain about it. It's ruthless because they understand that you've made a huge character error.
Yeah, so why do you think it's more important in fights than it is in games? Why do you think it's even
because the
highlighted
consequences
there?
are so grave. Because you recognize that the high is much higher and the lows are much lower. To lose a basketball game sucks, but it's nothing like losing a fight. There's no comparison. It's not even close.
So what do you think it is that damages the fighter if he complains about losing? Why is that a mistake? Why do the fans respond so negatively to that?
Because they know. They know that you lost. They know that you're complaining for no reason and you're not a hero. They want you to be better than them. They want you to be the person that has the courage to step into a cage or a ring or wherever whatever the format is you're competing, and to do something that's extremely difficult. Mm-hmm. And when you do that, they hold you to a higher standard.
Right, to lose with grace.
Yes, and when you fall, especially if you were a champion, that is one of the most disappointing things ever, when a champion complains.
Right.
And it is, the response is horrific from the audience.
Okay, so that's a great example. So let's imagine, what does the person who loses something important with grace do? And the answer is fairly straightforward. He accepts the defeat and thinks, okay, what is it that I have left to improve that will decrease the possibility of a similar defeat in the future?
Yes.
Right? So what he's doing is, because the great athlete and the great person is not only someone who's exceptionally skilled at what they do, but who's trying to expand their skills at all times.
Yes.
And the attempt to expand their skills at all times is even more important than the fact that they're great to begin with, because the trajectory is so important.
More important in particular to the audience. It's extremely important to the audience, because you are the person who's competing. You are expecting them to live out this life in a perfect way, or in a much more powerful way than you're capable of.
Yes, and so part of that is the skill, because they put in the practice, but part of that also is the willingness to push the skill farther into new domains of development with each action. And that's really what people like to watch, right? They don't like to watch a perfect athletic performance. They like to watch a perfect athletic performance that's pushed into the domain of new risk. They want to see both at the same time. You're really good at what you do and you're getting better. Okay, so you lose a match, which is not any indication that you're not good at what you do. You might not be as good as the person who beat you. But if you lose the match and then whine, what you've done is sacrifice the higher order principle of constant improvement of your own skills.
Yes.
Because you should be analyzing the loss and saying, the reason I lost, insofar as it's relevant to this particular time and place, is the insufficiencies I manifested that defeated me. And I need to track those insufficiencies so that I can rectify them in the future. And if I'm blaming it on you or the referees or the situation, then I'm not taking responsibility and I'm not pushing myself forward. And so then you also take the meaning out of it. Like, one of the things I've been doing on my tour, people are criticizing me to some degree for saying things to people that are obvious. Well, first of all, it's not like I didn't bloody well know they were obvious. When I wrote those rules, the rules in my book, for example, stand up straight with your shoulders back, treat yourself like you're someone responsible for helping. It's like, I know perfectly well that those can be read as cliches. The question is, a cliche, let's say, is something that's so true that it's widely accepted by everyone. Well, but we don't know why it's true anymore. And so this issue, the issue that we're talking about here, or the issue of being a good sport, we need to figure out why that's true. And the reason that it's true is that you're trying to push your development farther than you've already developed at every point in time. And now that's the proper moral attitude. So when you see an athletic performance where someone is pushing themselves beyond what they are, you see someone dramatizing the process of proper adaptation. It isn't the skill itself, it's the extension of the skill. And when you see someone acting like a bad sport, then they're sacrificing that. And so they're sacrificing the higher for the lower, and no one likes that. In the fights, it's got to be, see, the question is, that's the thing I can't quite figure out, is why that would be even exaggerated in a fight situation. And you said it's because the stakes are so high.
Yeah, the consequences of victory or defeat, they're just so much greater. Your health is on the line. It's one of the rare things that you do where your health is on the line, your physical health.
Right. So there are more extreme victories and more extreme defeats. And so the morality that's associated with defeat is more extreme.
Exactly.
Because there's more on the line. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the way people treat the champions, it's a very different thing. It's the respect and adulation that a champion receives it's the pinnacle of sports in terms of the love from the audience. When someone wins a great fight, there's nothing like it. And this is one of the reasons why these people are willing to put their health on the line, because that high, the high of victory, and it's not just a victory. It's who said victory is really the victory over the lesser you. It's the victory over...
That's always the victory.
Yes.
Yeah.
The victory is over... You've got to realize, a guy like Stipe Miocic, who defends his heavyweight title this weekend in the UFC, he's the heavyweight champion of the world, but he's not undefeated. He lost in his career. He's lost a couple of times, and I'm sure he's lost wrestling matches and sparring sessions in the gym and all. He's a product of improvement.
Right.
He's a product of discipline and hard work and thinking and strategy and constantly improving upon his skills. And because of that, he's the baddest man on the planet.
Okay, so in my book, Rule 4 is, this is 12, excuse me, this is from 12 Rules for Life. Rule 4 is, compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today.
Yes.
Because you need to have a hierarchy of improvement. You need to be aiming for something, and that means you're going to be lesser than people who've already attained along that dimension.
Yes.
And that can give rise to envy. So the question is, who should you defeat in the final analysis? And the answer is, you should defeat your former self. You should be constantly trying to do that. And you're the right control for yourself too, because you're the one who's had all your advantages and disadvantages. And so if you want to compete fairly with someone, then you should be competing with you. And it is the case, and this is what we were talking about too with regards to the self-improvement of the fighter, is, well, if you're improving yourself, then what you are doing is competing with your lesser self. And then you might also ask, well, what is that lesser self? And that lesser self would be resentful and bitter and aggressive and vengeance-seeking and all of those things that go along with having a negative moral character. And those are things that interfere with your ability to progress as you move forward through life. So it's very necessary to understand that this is why, I've been stressing this idea of personal responsibility. It's like, well, personal responsibility is to compete with yourself, is to be slightly better than yourself the next day. Yes. And it better in some way that you can actually manage. And that's humility. It's right. Like, well, I'm a flawed person. I've got all my problems. Could I be as good as person X? It's like not the right question. The right question is, could you be slightly better tomorrow than your currently flawed self? And the answer to that is, if you have enough humility to set the bar properly low, then you could be better tomorrow than you are today. Because what you also have to do is you have to say, well, here's all my flaws and my insufficiencies, and the best that someone that flawed and insufficient could do to improve and actually do it is this. And that's not worth going out in the street and celebrating with placards, It's like, well, this is why I tell people to clean their room. So you're not going to brag to someone that you did that. But someone as insufficient as you might be able to manage it. And that means you actually are on the pathway to self-improvement and you're transcending your former self. And you might say, well, what's the right way of being in the world, if there is such a thing? And it's not acting according to a set of rules. It's attempting continually to transcend the flawed thing that you currently are. And what's so interesting about that is that the meaning in life is to be found in that pursuit. So I've been laying that out in these discussions too, because I say, well, the fundamental issue is that life is tragic and difficult, very tragic and difficult for everyone. And it's also tainted by malevolence, because no matter how things are tragic and difficult, but there's always some stupid thing that you could do or someone else could do that could make it even worse than it has to be. So that's life. And you need an antidote to that, because that can embitter you. Constant contact with that, just the tragedy, but the tragedy combined with betrayal and malevolence, that makes it even worse, especially if it's self-induced. Okay, so you need something to set against that so you don't get bitter and resentful. Well, what do you set against that? Doing something worthwhile, by your own definition, say. You need some reason to get the hell out of bed on a terrible day because you've got something good to do. Well, what's the best thing you can do? Transcend your current wretched and miserable self. There's meaning to be found in that, and and that's a meaning that's associated with responsibility. One of the things that I've been trying to lay out clearly is that life is hard. It's tainted by malevolence and betrayal. That can make you bitter. You need a meaning to offset that. Where's the meaning to be found? Not in rights, not in impulsive pleasure, but in responsibility. You take responsibility for yourself. So you take care of yourself. If you're good at it, you have some excess left over to take care of your damn family. If you're good at both of those, then you have some excess left over to take care of your community. Those are heavy burdens. You pick up the burdens. You find that's meaningful. The best way to pick up the burden is to continually improve yourself. And that's where the meaning is to be found. And so that meaning is in the continual self-transcendence. That's letting your old self die and the new self be reborn. Did you watch When We Were Kings? Ellie and Fraser?
Yeah.
God, that's an amazing movie. Right at the end of it, so Ellie defeats Fraser basically by letting him defeat himself, right? Because Fraser is angry and he's got a chip on his shoulder and he doesn't conduct the fight properly. So he exhausts himself chasing Ellie. And Ellie has basically just trained himself to take the damn blows, right? And to wear Fraser out. That's his plan. Then right at the end of the movie, he knocks Fraser down. And it's pretty much the end of the fight, but Fraser sort of struggles to his feet. He's just getting up off the mat, and Ellie's got his hand pulled back to just nail him because he's completely laid open, and he puts his glove down and turns away. That's the end of the fight. And Fraser said, and this is true as far as I know, that fight tamed him. Like, Fraser had a big chip on his shoulder, and he was a kind of a dreadful guy up till that fight, and afterwards he was affable and he was civilized. Ellie civilized him. And so, but that gesture that Ellie made was that great gesture, because he could have flattened him, right? And he had every reason to, man. He got he got taken apart. Ali took punches like mad in that fight. And then in the final analysis, when he had Frazier down and he was struggling to his feet, he just let him go, man. Nobility of character right there. Something impressive to behold. So,
why are you defining people, like when you're saying this, why are you saying your miserable, wretched life? Because there's a lot of people that don't have miserable, wretched lives that also just want to improve. Like, why does it have to be the worst case scenario in order to?
Because it has to work. It has to work. The theory has to work in the worst case scenario.
Okay.
That's why.
So you're using the worst case scenario as an example.
Yeah.
But do you think that perhaps may alienate someone who doesn't have the worst case scenario?
No,
I
don't think so. Because it depends on how much time you have to outline the ideas. But because even if things are going really well for you now, there's going to be a time in the future where things are rough. You're going to be ill, family member's going to be ill, a dream is going to fall apart. You're going to be uncertain about your employment status. Like the flood is coming, right? The apocalypse is coming. It's always the case in life, and you have to be prepared for it. And the question is how to prepare for it. And the answer to that is to find a way of being that works even under the direst of circumstances. That's the issue. And so you outline, and I mean, I am pessimistic about this in my approach in some sense, because when I'm talking to my audiences, and the same thing happened in my book, Maps of Meaning, and in 12 Rules for Life, I'm laying out the worst case scenario. And that's sort of like hell. It's things are going really badly for you, and that there's just chance associated with that sometimes. And you and the people around you are doing stupid things to make it worse. It's like, okay, what have you got under those circumstances? You've got the possibility to slowly raise yourself out of the mire. You've got the possibility to do just what the fighter does when he's defeated, which is to say, well, regardless of the circumstances that might have led to my defeat, like even if there were errors on the part of the referee, this is no time to whine about it. This is a time to take stock of what I did wrong so that I could improve it into the future. And that's the right attitude. In the Old Testament, one of the things that's really interesting about the Old Testament stories is in the Old Testament, the Jews keep getting walloped by God. It's like they struggle up and make an empire, and then they just get walloped. And then it's all crushed, and they're out of it for generations. And then they struggle back up and make an empire, and then they get demolished again. And it happens over and over and over. And the attitude of the Old Testament Hebrews is, we must have made a mistake. It's never to shake their fist at the sky and curse fate. It's never that. The presupposition is, if things aren't working out, it's my fault. And that's a hell of a presupposition. And you might say, well, of course, it's that underestimates the degree to which there's systemic oppression, et cetera, and the vagaries of fate. It's like it doesn't underestimate it. It's not the point. The point is your best strategic position is, how am I insufficient and how can I rectify that? That's what you've got. And the thing is, you are insufficient and you could rectify it. Both of those are within your grasp if you aim low enough. And one of the things
why do you see that? That's another thing you keep saying, aim low enough, have a low enough bar. Why do you mean that?
Well, let's say you've got a kid and you want the kid to improve. You don't set them a bar that's so high that it's impossible for them to attain it. You take a look at the kid and you think, okay, this kid's got this range of skill. Here's a challenge we can throw at him or her that exceeds their current level of skill, but gives them a reasonable probability of success. And so, like I'm saying it tongue-in-cheek to some degree, it's like, but I'm doing it as an aid to humility. It's like, well, I don't know how to start improving my life. Someone might say that. And I would say, well, you're not aiming low enough. There's something you could do that you are regarding as trivial, that you could do, that you would do, that would result in an actual improvement. But it's not a big enough improvement for you, so you won't lower yourself enough to take the opportunity.
Incremental steps.
Yes.
So this is also what is achieved through exercise. It's one of the most important.
Yeah. Well, what do you do when you go and lift weights? Yeah. You don't go and, like, if you haven't bench pressed before, you don't put 400 pounds on the damn bar and drop the bar through your skull. Right. You think, look, when I started working out when I was a kid, I was weighed about 130 pounds and I was 6'1". I was a thin kid and I smoked a lot. I wasn't in good shape. I wasn't in good physical shape. And I went to the gym and it was bloody embarrassing, and people would come over and help me with the goddamn weights. Here's how you're supposed to use this. It was humiliating. And maybe I was pressing 65 pounds or something at that point. But what am I going to do? I'm going to lift up 150 pounds and injure myself right off the bat? No, I had to go in there and strip down and put my skinny goddamn self in front of the mirror and think, son of a bitch, there's all these monsters in the gym who've been lifting weights for 10 years, and I'm struggling to get 50 pounds off the bar. Tough luck for me, but I could lift 50 pounds. And it wasn't very long until I could lift 75. And, well, you know how it goes. And I never injured myself when I was weightlifting. And the reason for that was I never pushed myself past where I knew I could go. And I pushed myself a lot. You know, I gained 35 pounds of muscle in about 3 years in university. I kind of had to quit because I was eating so goddamn much I couldn't stand it. I was eating like 6 meals a day. It was just taking up too much time. But there's a humility in determining what it is that the wretched creature that you are can actually manage. Aim low. And I don't mean don't aim, and I don't mean don't aim up. But you have to accept the fact that you can set yourself a goal that you can attain, and there's not going to be much glory in it to begin with. Because if you're not in very good shape, the goal that you could attain tomorrow isn't very glorious. But it's a hell of a lot better than nothing, and it beats the hell out of bitterness, and it's way better than blaming someone else. It's way less dangerous. And you could do it. And what's cool about it, there's a statement in the New Testament. It's called the Matthew Principle, and economists use it to describe how the economy in the world works. To those who have everything, more will be given. From those who have nothing, everything will be taken. It's like what's very pessimistic in some sense, because it means that as you start to fail, you fail more and more rapidly. But it also means that as you start to succeed, you succeed more and more rapidly. And so you take an incremental step, and, well, now you can lift 55 pounds instead of 52.5 pounds. You think, well, what the hell's that? It's like, it's one step on a very long journey. And so it starts to compound on you. So a small step today puts you in a position to take a slightly bigger step the next day. And then that puts you in a position to take a slightly bigger step the next day. And you do that for 2 or 3 years, man, you're starting to stride. You know, and I have so many people coming up to me now. This is one of the things that's so insanely fun about this tour, which is so positive. It brings me to tears regularly. It's mind-boggling. Because people come up to me, and this is happening wherever I go now, and they say, they're very polite when they come and talk to me, you know, and they're always apologetic for interrupting. And so it's never narcissistic, and it's never annoying. I'm really happy to see people. And they come up to me and they say, well, I know you've heard this lots of times before, but I've really been putting my life together since I've been watching your lectures. And then they tell me a story about where they were in some dark place, too much alcohol, too much drugs, not getting along with their father, not getting along with their mother, not having a vision for their life, being nihilistic, playing too many video games, you know, like being suicidal. That happens a lot. Having post-traumatic stress disorder, sometimes as a consequence of combat, whatever little slice of hell they were occupied. They say, look, I've been listening to your lectures, and I've been developing a vision for my life, and I've been trying to take responsibility, and I've been trying to tell the truth, and things are way better. And so that's absolutely perfect. It's the right way forward as far as I'm concerned. And those are people who, they took stock of themselves. They said, I'm in a dark place, and I'm a dark person, and here's some things that this dark person in this dark place could do. Little things that they could actually do. I'll clean up my damn room. I'll make my bed. I don't know how many people have come and told me. It's so strange. They said, well, I started making my bed, and that made all the difference. It's like, well, yeah, you decided to aim up, man. And the first concrete instantiation of that was that you made your bed. And you think, well, that's nothing heroic. It's like, no, but aiming up is heroic. That's something. And then lowering yourself to the point where you're not above the mess in your room. You know, you're not superordinate to that. You lower yourself so that you straighten up. You're grateful for what you have right in front of you, and you take care of it and you put it in order. It's like all of a sudden things start to get better. And it's so wonderful to be doing this tour, because I see, so that's what this tour has been about for me. It's not political. I never talk to people after the talks, for example. I talk to about 150 people a night. We never talk about anything political. It's always this. I wasn't doing very well. I'm putting my life together. I'm getting along better with my father. I'm getting along better with my wife. I'm getting along better with my kids. I've got some meaning in my life. Thanks a lot. It's way better. It's like, yes, that's the right thing.
It's very beneficial for people, and they need to hear that. And there's something that comes along with that that's critical. And what that is an honest assessment of yourself. And honesty, that type of honesty with yourself, it's very difficult for some people, and they don't have the tools for it, and they haven't been explained how to do this.
Or why you should.
Or why you should. Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the things that happens when you go through school, you're told what to do. You're never told how to think. Mm-hmm. You're
also told that you're okay the way you are. That's self-esteem, man.
Yeah.
You're okay the way you are. It's like, no, you're not. And this is another thing that
well, you are and you're not.
Right.
You're okay as a human. Look, if you want to be a black belt in jiu-jitsu and you just started your first class, you're okay as you are. You're a human. But in the goal, you're not okay. In the greater goal,
that's right.
The incremental improvement is important. You have to honestly assess your position and move forward.
Yeah, well, that's it. You're a position and a trajectory.
Yes.
Right. And when you say to someone, you're okay because of your position, that's not good enough, because you have to say, well, wait a second, you need a trajectory. And maybe you're okay if you're okay in your position and your trajectory. But, the self-esteem movements and all of that will accept yourself the way you are. It's like, no, because you need a trajectory. And one of the things that I think, one of the reasons that audiences are responding to what I've been saying in my lectures and what I've been writing about is that I don't tell people that they're okay the way they are. No, I say, no, you could be way more than you are. And they're relieved about that, you see, because if you're in a dark and terrible place, and someone says you're okay the way you are, then you don't know what to do about that. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm having a terrible time, and I'm hopeless. You're okay the way you are. Well, then what? What? That's it? That's where I am? And what do you want to tell a young person? You're 17. You're okay the way you are. It's like, no, you're not. You got 60 years to be better, and you could be way better. You could be incomparably better across multiple dimensions. And in pursuing that better, that's where you'll find the meaning in your life. And that will give you the antidote to the suffering.
The way I always describe it to people is there are disciplines that you can pursue, and those disciplines are a vehicle for developing your human potential. And if you get better at these things, you can get better at anything. And if you figure out what it takes to become better at whatever sport it is, or whatever art it is, or whatever you're pursuing, the same principles you can apply to the way you treat people, you can apply to the way you educate yourself, you can apply to the way you keep your body in shape. All those things are connected.
That's why you have to impose order. People have asked me in my book why I wrote it as an antidote to chaos, because, well, there isn't anything technically wrong with chaos. Chaos is a place of great potential. Well, the question is, what's the proper balance between chaos and order? Chaos, potential, and order. Well, the answer is, look, when you're a kid, you're all potential. It's chaotic potential. It can manifest itself in any number of ways. And maybe you don't want to give that up. So you're like Peter Pan. You want to be a kid forever because you don't want to give up the potential. And you look out in the world and all you see are Captain Hooks, who've lost a hand, who are chased by death because that's the clock in the crocodile. It's already got a taste of him. He's terrified by death and he's a tyrant. Well, I don't want to grow up to be that. So I won't be disciplined at all. Well, that's no good, because the way the potential transforms itself into actuality is through discipline. And so then you, as you said, this is the trick though. You have to pick a path of discipline. What path of discipline you have to pick is a different issue. So there could be a rule. The rule might not be follow this rule. The rule might be you have to follow some rules. So it's a meta rule. And the meta rule is you have to discipline yourself. And the issue is, well, how? That's not really the relevant question. You can pick a disciplinary path. That's why I often tell my clients, especially young people, they say, well, I don't know what to do. It's like, that's okay. Nobody does. Go do something. Do the best thing that you can think of. Put the best plan you have into practice. It's not going to be perfect, and it will change along the way. But it will change partly because you become disciplined pursuing the path. And as you become disciplined, you become wiser. And as you become wiser, you become able to formulate better and better plans. So you can start vaguely and confused and develop a plan that's not so great, and you start to implement it, and then you accrue incremental wisdom as you implement your flawed plan, and that enables you to fix the plan. And so that's part of that process of incremental self-improvement as well.
One of the more difficult aspects of that is personal honesty, like being honest with yourself. Being honest with yourself about what you're doing, self-assessment. It's very difficult for people. They're never taught it. It's not something that's encouraged.
No, and it's dismal. I mean, imagine you only have $100,000 to go buy a house. And so you go look at this house, and it's like, Jesus, this house, man, it's like it needs a lot of work. It's like, well, that's all you've got. Well, are you going to pretend that the house is okay the way it is? Or are you going to look for where it's rotten and where the plumbing doesn't work and where the stove doesn't work? You have to go and look and see where everything needs to be fixed. And that is harsh, man. And then in order to do that properly, someone has to have taught you, it's, look, you aren't your problems. Well, you are. You're most fundamentally that which, if it confronts its problems, can solve them. And that's the hero myth in a nutshell, by the way. The hero is the person who confronts horrible, chaotic potential and tames it and makes something of it, right? That's the fundamental human story. But the problem is that you have to face what you don't want to face in order to fix it.
Yeah.
And so you look at all the things about yourself that need to be burned off, that need to be dispensed with. And that, man, especially at the beginning, especially if you're screwed up, that might be like 95% of you just has to go up in flames. And it's painful. Even some of that stuff that you have to burn off doesn't want to die. And it'll scream in agony while you're burning it off. It's not pleasant. But if you know that you're the thing that can transcend your problems, most fundamentally, if you know you're the thing that, if it faces the problems, can transcend them, then you have the faith that would enable you to take stock of who you are.
And you have to do that in small steps, because most people don't have experience in transcending their problems, so they really don't know what it even feels like. It seems like an alien concept. It seems like something other people can do. But if you do it incrementally, you can show yourself that you can do it. I mean, it's one of the reasons why they have belt systems in martial arts. You start off slow. Oh my God, I got a stripe on my white belt. Oh my God, I'm a blue belt. You feel improvement.
Yeah.
And for some people, it's the first real improvement, marked absolute improvement in their life.
Yeah, right. Well, and then that's an interesting thing too, because right there you've got a bit of a measurement system. We have this system set up online called the Future Authoring Program, and last time we implemented it, because we've tested it 3 times, we implemented it at Mohawk College in Canada, and we had people write about their ideal future and also to put in measurement strategies. It's like, okay, here's your ideal future. Here's how you're going to break it into goals. Here's how you're going to mark progress towards those goals. Because you've got to be playing a fair game with yourself, right? Because when you make progress, you want to reward yourself. So you have to identify what the progress is and you have to reward it. The consequence, we had people write a future plan for only an hour when they came for their school orientation in the summer before going to, it's a community college. And it dropped the dropout rate among young men by 50%. And it's, yeah, no kidding, 50%. Yeah. And what that meant was, to me, just think about that. What that means is that these kids have been educated for 12 years and no one had ever sat them down and said, okay, what the hell are you doing and why? And how are you going to get, like, where do you want to go? Why do you want to get there? How are you going to get there? How are you going to mark your progress? They've never walked them through that exercise. You walk people through that exercise just to get them to do that increases the probability that they'll stay on track by 50%.
That's incredible. Well, it's one of the things I've always complained about is that people teach you facts. They don't teach you how to approach life. They don't teach you how to think. They don't teach you how to confront insecurities and different traps that your mind will set up for you.
Yeah, well, that's partly what's so fun about doing this lecture tour, because that's exactly what I'm talking to people about. One of the things I talk about is, well, why do you think? Why bother thinking? It's like, you think, well, that's obvious. It's like, no, actually, it's not so obvious. It's like the issue that I discuss with my students at university a lot is, well, why write a good essay? Why bother? Well, to get the grade. It's like, no, that's not why. And if you think that, well, that's better than not thinking that there's any reason for writing, but it's a bad reason. Why write? Well, writing is a form of thinking. It's actually the most demanding form of thinking, I would say. There's other forms that are demanding. So how do you write a good essay? Pick a topic that matters to you. Because if you're not writing about something that matters to you, it's like you're not living something that's meaningful. It's wrong. You're not going to write a good essay because you're wrong right to begin with. It has to matter to you. Well, why does it matter? What does it mean that it matters? Well, it means that it's going to affect how you make decisions in your life. Something that matters affects how you make decisions in your life. Well, why does it matter how you make decisions in your life? Because if you make so stupid decisions, you're going to increase the sum total of suffering a lot. You're going to do stupid things to yourself. You're going to do stupid things to other people. And you're not going to be as good a person as you could be. So not only will you do stupid and terrible things, but you won't have manifested the good in the world that you could have manifested. So that's the lack. So you write an essay so that you can think, and you think so that you can live properly. And so you write damn carefully. You make sure that every single bloody word is a word that you want to use, and you make sure the phrases that you put the words in are as solid as they can be, and you make sure the sentences are well constructed, and that they're organized into proper paragraphs, and the paragraphs are sequenced, and the content of the thing matters, and you put your soul into it, And you know when you've done that because it's gripping when you write. It's meaningfully engaging. And this is another thing that I've been sharing with my audiences. Meaning is actually an instinct. Like you think, okay, so we already decided that incremental self-improvement is the proper route. Okay, so how do you know when you're incrementally self-improving properly? And the answer is it's deeply engaging. It's deeply meaningful. And the reason for that is you're actually adapted neurologically to identify the pathway of maximal incremental improvement. That was a discovery conceptually by a guy named Vygotsky, who was a Russian neuropsychologist who coined the term zone of proximal development. You hear now and then people say they're in the zone. That's the zone of proximal development. And that's that place that you occupy when you're improving at the rate that's optimal to you. And your sense of intrinsic meaning signifies that. That's how your bloody brain is wired. And so then you might say, well, what's the antidote to the tragedy and malevolence of life? And the answer is to put yourself in the zone of proximal development, because that's where the maximal meaning is. And that actually does prepare you for life. And so the question, why think, is, well, you think before you act, and you act to put yourself in the zone of proximal development. And you do that to, as an antidote to the catastrophe of life. Well, that's the answer. And the thing that's cool about that, and then this is, I think, part of what I've been telling people that's sort of novel is, well, where's the meaning? The meaning is in responsibility. You know, because people avoid that's Peter Pan again, avoid responsibility. It's just a burden. It's like, no, it's not. It is a burden, but voluntarily hoisted. It's the place of maximal meaning. And the more responsibility you take, the more meaning you have. And that's the antidote to the catastrophe of life. And everybody also knows this, because just look, it's so simple. When are you sick of yourself? Well, that's when you're being useless and irresponsible for yourself and for your family and for your community. You're not even taking care of yourself. Well, you can't sleep with a clean conscience unless you're psychopathic, if you're not taking care of yourself. And then when are you not awake in the morning at 3 a.m, tearing yourself apart with a guilty conscience? It's when you've done something useful, at least for you. You know, and you can say, oh, well, check one on my side. You say, okay, so fine, you adopt a little responsibility for yourself and you can sleep with a clean conscience. What happens if you adopted full responsibility for yourself? And then for your family. Lots of the people who are coming to talk to me say now, I've been really trying to put my family together. Like, I've made that a goal. I'm trying to heal my family and bring it together, and it's working. So here's a story. I love this story, man. It just killed me. I was in LA at the Orpheum. And you know, it's rough downtown in LA in places, around the Orpheum too. And Tammy and I, my wife, because she's traveling with me, and is a big help, by the way, we were wandering around downtown LA the morning after the talk, and we're walking down the street, and we were on streets we probably shouldn't have been on. But in any case, because what the hell do we know, being stupid Canadians? And so we were walking down the street, and this car pulled up beside us, and this kid hopped out, and he's a good-looking Latino kid, 20, 21, something like that. He jumped over, and he said, he's all excited. He said, are you Dr. Peterson? I said, yeah. And he said, I'm really, really happy to meet you. I've been watching your lectures for like a year and a half, and I've been trying to put my life together, and it's really working. I'm really doing way better. I really wanted to thank you. And so it's lovely, when you're walking down a kind of rough area and somebody pulls up beside you and they jump out of the car to tell you how much better their life is. That's a pretty good morning. And so, but then that isn't all that happened. He ran back to his car. He said, wait a minute. He went back to his car and he got out his dad, and they came over together, and his dad was just smiling away, like a real smile, you know. And so was the kid, and they had their arms around each other, and they said, look, like, we've really been working on our relationship for the last year and a half, and it's going just great. We want to thank you. And the father said something like, I'm really happy that you got my son back to me. It's like, yes, that's what this bloody tour has been like. It's great. And everybody that's coming to these talks, that's what they're trying to do. You know, I got 3,000 people in each audience, and what they're trying to do is figure out, how can I take maximal responsibility for my own life? How can I imbue it with the meaning that helps me withstand tragedy and suffering? How can I be a better person? And wouldn't it be great if that was of optimal benefit to my family and the community?
You're getting very emotional about this.
Well, it's something, Joe. Jesus, I've seen like 150,000 people in the last 2 months. You know, and this is what it's, well, you'll have a chance to talk to Ruben about this too. This is what it's been like. It's so positive. I can't believe it. And it's just one person after another saying, like, look, I was having a rough time. I'm really happy that I've been encountering what you've been talking about. I've really been trying to put things together, and it's really helping.
Yeah, Ruben was pretty blown away by it. We had a long conversation about it. He just feels like there's some crazy movement going on, that something's changing in the world because of this. That this new avenue of learning and developing is opening up for these people.
Well, and I've been thinking about that too, because like I said at the beginning, if you're surfing, you don't want to take responsibility for the wave, and so. First of all, a lot of what I've been telling people are things that I've gleaned from the clinical and the psychological literature. It's not like I'm coming up with this of my own accord, right? I'm transmitting information that I've learned from very, very wise people. And so there's that. But also, we don't want to underestimate the utility of the technology, right? Because we have this long-form technology now, and it's enabling us to have this discussion. And so we can get deeper into things publicly and socially than we were able to before. And I see this as a manifestation of that, and I'm hoping too that maybe what's happening, because we're going to have a lot of adaptation to do in the next 20 years as things change so rapidly we can hardly comprehend it, and hopefully the way we're going to be able to manage that is to think, and hopefully these long form discussions will provide the public forum for us to actually think, to actually engage at a deep enough level so we'll be able to master the transformations. And I think that's possible. Part of the reason that I wrote this book, and part of the reason that I've been doing what I've been doing for the last 30 years is because I really have believed since 1985, something like that, that the way out of political polarization, the way out of the excesses of the right and the left is through the individual. I think the West got that right. The fundamental unit of measurement is the individual. And the fundamental task of the individual is to engage in this process of humble self-improvement. I believe that's the case, and that's where the meaning is, and that's where the responsibility is. And I think, and I'm hoping that if enough people in the West, and then in the rest of the world for that matter, but we're very polarized in the West right now, if enough people take responsibility for getting their individual lives together, then we'll get wise enough so we won't let this process of political polarization put us back to the same places that we went so many times in the 20th century. I don't see another antidote for it. It's not political, it's ethical.
This is the message that I always hear from you. And this is you as a friend. This is the you that I understand. But this is not how you're commonly represented. You are the most misrepresented person I've ever met in my life. I have never seen someone who has so much positive that gets ignored, and where people are looking for any little thing that they could possibly misrepresent and switch up and change. And I'm kind of stunned by it. I'm really not sure what it is about you that's so polarizing, with all these different people that are deciding that you are some sexist, transphobic, evil person that's this right-wing, alt-right figure. Even to the point where it's kind of humorous to me sometimes when I read some of these takes on you. What do you think that's from? Like, what is, this is a new thing for you? It's only been the last few years that you've gone from this relatively unknown professor in a university in Toronto to being this worldwide figure where people, obviously your message is resonating with people in a very huge way. But the people that are opposing you, they're vehemently opposed. What do you think that is?
Collectivists don't like me.
Collectivists. And what do you mean by that?
People who think the proper unit of analysis in the world is A, political, and B, group-oriented. The identity politics types don't like me at all, and they have every reason not to. Because I'm not a fan of identity politics. I think it's
that's why you're misrepresented?
Fundamentally. There's other reasons. I came out against this bill in Canada, Bill C-16, that hypothetically purported to do nothing else but to increase the domain of rights that were applied to transsexual people. But there was plenty more to that bill, man, let me tell you. And I read the policies that went along with it, and it was a compelled speech bill. And so I opposed it on the grounds that the politicians are not supposed to leap out of their proper domain and start to compel speech. It's not the same as forbidding hate speech. I think hate speech should be left the hell alone, personally, for all sorts of reasons. But to compel the contents of speech is a whole new thing. It's never been done before in the history of British common law, English common law. And it's actually the Supreme Court in the 1940s in the US said that that was not to be allowed. And so it was a major transgression. And they said, well, we're doing it for all the right reasons. It's like, no, you don't get it. You don't get to compel speech. I don't care what your reasons are. And why should I trust your damn reasons anyways? What makes you so saint-like so that you can violate this fundamental principle? And I should assume that you're doing it for nothing but compassion and that you're wise enough to manage that properly. It's like, sorry, no, I read your policies. I see what you're up to. I don't like the collectivists. I think they're unbelievably dangerous. And I have reason to believe that. So I think that when push comes to shove, if your unit of analysis is the group and your worldview is one group and its power claims against all other groups, that's not acceptable. It's tribalism of the worst form, and it'll lead to nothing but mayhem and disaster. And part of the reason you're doing it isn't because you're compassionate, it's because you're envious and you don't want to take responsibility for your own life. And I'm calling you on it. And so you don't like me, so I must be an alt-right figure. I must be a Nazi. I'm saying, your house needs a lot of work, man. There's a lot of rot in the floorboards. The plumbing is leaking. The water's coming in. You're not the sage and saint you think you are. There's so much work you have to do on yourself that it would damn near kill you to take a look at it. I'd do everything.
You honestly think that that's why people are responding to you in a negative way? That they only have their own personal problems that they're avoiding? It can't possibly be that you represent to them something that is either cruel or something that is not compassionate about people and their differences and their flaws and their humanity.
Well, I think it's certainly the case that the vision that's being generated of me is
that's what I'm getting at.
Oh, yeah, there's that too, but
why
there's layers. Part of it's the political polarization. You know, at the moment, we're viewing almost everything that happens in the world through a political lens. At least the journalists. At least, first of all, I gotta make this clear. First of all, I've been treated well by lots of journalists, really well. Like the best journalists in Canada have been on my side since about 2 weeks after the Bill C-16 thing erupted, and those would be the journalists that have an independent voice and that have created their own following, and they're in a number of different media places, mostly in print, okay? And there's a coalition of newspapers in Canada, the Post Media Group, 200 newspapers. They came out fully in support of my stance on Bill C-16. And so there's lots of times that I've been treated properly by journalists. There's a small number of journalists, very noisy, and a small number of activists, very well organized, who've been on my case right from the beginning. And those are people who are generally driven by a very radical leftist progressive agenda. And I am not on their side. I'm on their side as individuals. I'm on their side as people who could struggle forward. But the collectivist vision, it's deadly.
But you seem to be the poster boy for this very simple just characterization, like almost a caricature of what the alt-right figurehead is. It's to me, as a person who knows you, it's very strange to watch this take place. And then when they can find anything that you say that could, without further explanation or definition, be misconstrued as appealing to this definition of you. Like, for instance, when all this, what I guess they call themselves incels, involuntary celibates, when all this stuff went down, when this guy drove his car into a group of people, it's a horrible tragedy. One of the things that you talked about with incels is that, and this was a part of the what was it? It was a New York Times hit piece.
Yeah.
You said one of the cures for this is enforced monogamy. Mm-hmm. People decided, and I had never heard that term before, quite honestly, and I was like, well, what the fuck does that mean? It's a psychological term, and what it means is enforced by culture, that it is a good value.
Monogamy, yeah, because
right.
Polygamous societies tend to become ultra-violent.
Yeah.
And that's been known in the anthropological literature for 100 years. And certainly leftist anthropologists were among those who discovered it. Like, the journalist knew perfectly well what I meant by enforced monogamy. She's not stupid.
you use it as if everybody would understand it because you're an intellectual and because you're a professor and this is what you do.
It was also 2 minutes out of a 2-day conversation.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
it's like, so it
that's
was
all she
something we just
needed.
glanced over. Well, it's so that was funny in some sense, because my sense is if you want to pillory someone, you should attribute to them views that someone somewhere has had. And the implication of that part of the New York Times article was that I wanted to, you know, take nubile young women at the point of a gun under state enforcement and deliver them
Yes.
to useless men. It's like
Yes.
no one has ever believed that. So
but it
attributing
sounds like that. It's the optics of that statement are very bad. But the question is, why wasn't there follow-up questions? And if there was follow-up questions to get you to define what you mean by enforced monogamy.
Well, there were. They just didn't make it into the piece.
Well, that's a real problem.
Yeah, it's a real problem.
That's a real problem because that is
it's so ridiculous because
it's an inaccurate definition of who you are.
Well, one of the things I've said continually, and this is on record in multiple places, it's like, okay, so you're a young man, and all the women are rejecting you. Who's got the problem? It's not all the women. That's a bad road to go down. If all the women are rejecting you, it's you.
We both agree on this, but why is enforced monogamy the solution for people that are involuntary celibates?
Well, it's the solution to the relationship between men and women. Fundamentally, is monogamous social norms.
But these men are unattractive. If these men are unattractive,
solution to them.
But if these men are unattractive to women, I don't mean just physically unattractive. I mean women aren't seeking them as mates. They need to become men.
Yes, they certainly do.
That's the solution. That's the solution.
Absolutely,
and we both agree on this. So,
yes, but they need to do that in a society where monogamy is the social norm.
But isn't it the social norm anyway?
Well, that was partly my point. Although, to the degree that we deviate from that, we tilt towards a more violent society. I was making a very minor point.
I don't think they're related, quite honestly. I don't think that involuntary celibates, I don't think that having enforced monogamy as a part of our cultural norm is going to help those people. I really don't.
It does.
How's it going to help them?
Well, because what happens is if a polygamous society develops, which is the alternative, then a small minority of men get all the women. That's what happens.
Oh, okay, I could see that.
That's the only point that I was making.
In theoretical world where polygamous societies exist en masse, and then you do have this problem where there's a small group of men that are fucking all the women. But that's not what we're talking about.
And also making the women unhappy, right? Because the women don't have any access to a genuine, intimate, one-to-one relationship over any long period of time.
Which
so
is what the women want. It's the whole idea is that
what's best
the women
for kids
want
too.
that. Right, sure, if you have children.
Right.
But I still don't think that is why these men are involuntary celibates, and I don't think it's the solution to that. I think the solution is that they need to become attractive to women.
Yes, that is the solution. There's no doubt about that.
I don't think the two are related.
Well, I was making a minor point. The minor point was that one of the ways that societies around the world have figured out that you keep young male aggression under control is by enforcing monogamous standards, because it gives everyone a chance in some sense. So that's the only point that I was making.
Meaning it clears more women will be available for one-on-one relationships rather than one guy who is some whatever, for whatever reason,
yeah, well, you see this
figure in society.
Yeah, well, you see this happening in universities where women outnumber men. So the men hypothetically have more sexual opportunity. But that isn't what happens. What happens is that a small minority of men have all the sexual opportunity. A fairly large minority of men don't. The women are unhappy because they can't find a committed relationship. It's bad for most of the men. And the men who have all the sexual opportunity get cynical.
But isn't this in some ways against your whole idea of equality of outcome? Because you're talking about equality of sexual outcome now. If these men, if you have a guy like a LeBron James, that's a dominant basketball player that just kicks everyone's ass, this is a guy who succeeded at the highest level, right? Well, there's going to be people like that sexually. There's going to be people that are better at finding mates, and this is what they enjoy. They enjoy having many mates.
Yep,
they enjoy being, but if this is what they enjoy, if it's a man who doesn't want a family and enjoys dating multiple women, why is that bad?
Well, I think the fundamental reason it's bad is because it's bad in the long run for children.
It's bad for children if he chooses to have children.
Yeah, well,
That
that's
makes
it.
sense.
But that's it. That's the
that's it.
fundamental issue as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
And I think it's the answer. Look, to give the journalist credit, that is the point she was making. You know, apart from pillaring me and caricaturing my perspective, that was the point she was making. Well, first of all, I'm not in favor of unbridled hierarchies. Like I already said, that, you know, the proclivity of a hierarchy is that all the spoils go to the person at the top,
Right.
and that can destabilize the whole structure.
Yes.
So we have to have a dialogue about how to rectify that.
But how
And
could you possibly rectify that if one man is, like, say if we've got one 6'5" beautiful man who's got a perfect body and he's brilliant and he just wants to date a bunch of women, and all the rest of the people are 5'1" and they're fat and they're lazy, and like, this guy's gonna, if this is the competition, he's going to win. There's no way around this. And even if you decide to have enforced monogamy, where it becomes a popular thing, the women are going to be more drawn to him if he chooses to date them. They might decide, I would rather have him sometimes than never at all.
That is actually what does happen.
But what is wrong with that?
Well, what's wrong with it is that it destabilizes society and it's bad for children.
Right, you said that.
Yeah, but
what if they don't want to
it.
have children? But there's a lot of people that don't want to have children. There's a lot of people that choose to go their entire life without having children. There's men in their 30s. Some of my friends have vasectomies. They don't want children. So why would that help in any way, these involuntary celibates?
Well, I think you tilt the society so that it serves the interests of, well, that's a good question.
But you see my point where
I see your point. There's no doubt about it.
You're almost forcing an inequality of outcome.
I know that was her point too. To the degree that she had a point, that was her point. Now, but it's not, it doesn't run contrary to my opinions that the issue of outcome has to be addressed. I already said there needs to be a reason for the left and the right, and that the problem with hierarchies is that they can get too steep and destabilize everything.
Right.
That does happen. That particularly happens in the sexual domain. And there's plenty of anthropological evidence for that. But you still might say, well, who cares? Because the men who are winning should be allowed to win and the women should be allowed to choose. It's
right.
Like, yes, except that there's the problem of children. And so society steps in on behalf of the children. And you can say, well, lots of people don't want to have children. And yes, and that's truer now than it used to be, although many of those people end up having children anyways. You know, the guys who are sleeping around all the time, so that doesn't circumvent the problem. But the issue here for me isn't the men or the women, it's the children. And we're trying to set up societies where the probability that children will be raised in something approximating an optimal environment is optimized. And that's going to mean sacrifice of opportunity and choice on the part of adults. It's necessary.
I agree with you, but I think that what we're talking about mirrors what we're talking about in sports. It mirrors what we're talking about in business. It's everything else. There's going to be people that are better at all different aspects of life. There's going to be people that are talented in terms of like getting women to like them.
Yes, that's true. Well, that's why also, look, you see this.
Right.
Women are hypergamous, which means they mate across and up dominance hierarchies. And so if you're a male who's successful in a given hierarchy, the probability that you're going to have additional mating opportunities is exceptionally high. It's an unbelievably good predictor of that.
That hypergamy is a very uncomfortable discussion.
Yes, it certainly is.
It's
doesn't
very
matter.
uncomfortable.
Well, there's plenty of uncomfortable discussions to be had.
That's a big one, though.
It is.
The idea that it defines women's sexual choices by the fact that they want bigger, better. They want someone who's more successful, someone who's so higher on the social ladder than what they're accustomed to or what they have.
Yeah,
now.
well, what women do is that, like, mate choice is a very difficult problem. So how do you solve it? Well, here's how women solve it. Throw the men in a ring, let them compete at whatever they're competing at, assume that the man who wins is the best man, marry him.
Yes.
It's a brilliant solution. It's a market-oriented solution. It's actually the solution that appears to have driven our evolutionary departure from chimpanzees.
It's a biological solution.
It's a biological solution, but it has a cost.
What is the cost?
Well, the cost is polygamy. And so we rein that in with enforced monogamy. And we do that in order to provide stable circumstances for children.
Is a polyamorous society just as unattainable as this utopian Marxist idea?
Yes, I think so. Because it looks like And this is another point I was making that didn't get covered in the article, although I wrote about it somewhat extensively on my blog, is that society's tilt towards monogamy across the world is human universal. Now, that doesn't mean that people don't have polygamous or polyamorous tendencies, because they certainly do. And it's certainly also the case that one of the ways that women gerrymander this system is that, like, the number of children who are in a, say you're married and you have children with your husband, but you also have an affair, and so you have a child by another man. That's more common than anyone suspected. So part of the way that women solve the problem that you're just describing, and I'm not saying anything for this or against this, this is a purely factual biological claim, is they pick a monogamous marriage and they cheat with high status guys. Now, you know, obviously in the confines of the marriage, that's a terrible thing, but
that's a very uncomfortable subject, though, for women in particular.
It's an uncomfortable subject for everyone.
Right, but
it's a terribly uncomfortable subject.
They don't like the idea that this is a common thing, that women choose a safe man that is willing to be monogamous with them, and perhaps maybe they're above him in a social class or in sexually, and then they'll cheat with someone who is above them.
It's common, but it's not the norm. Right, it's still the norm not to do that. The norm is fidelity.
Right.
But there's plenty of exceptions.
And this is enforced monogamy. Culturally, the norm. This is the very definition
Well, enforced
of it.
monogamy is this. It's like, okay, so my son's getting married in September. And so let's say he comes to me in a year and he says, hey, Dad, guess what? I've had 3 affairs in the last year and they've all been successful. I haven't got caught. Aren't I a good guy? What am I going to say to that? No. What the hell are you doing? That's not what you're supposed to be doing. That's enforced monogamy.
Enforced monogamy meaning the people around you try to guide them in a way that you think is going to lead to a harmonious family life.
It's built deep into the cultural norms, and if that starts to destabilize, then there's trouble. And that doesn't mean that it's not prone to all the problems that you laid out. Look, there isn't a bigger problem than successful reproduction. It is the big problem. And all of the solutions that we've generated for it are full of flaws. Like, here's an example: the gender pay gap. Okay, there's no gender pay gap. There's a mother gap. There's other reasons too, but women really take a hit when they become mothers. Okay, that's unfair. Fair enough, man. What the hell are you going to do about it?
It's not just that, though, right? And this is one also, I'm sorry to interrupt you here, but this is one of the things that I wanted to bring up, but I kind of lost track of it. The misrepresentation of you mirrors the misrepresentation of the gender pay gap, because it's a convenient misrepresentation that upon further inspection and understanding, you realize there is no gender pay gap. The gender pay gap, when people discuss it that don't understand it, and I've had these conversations with really intelligent people that just listen to what's in the news or read some very quick article talking about this problem that we have, and they assume that a man and a woman are working the same job, but the woman is unfairly paid 79 cents to the man's dollar. That's not the case.
It's not even close to the case.
The case is women choose different professions that don't pay as much. They work less hours, and they oftentimes get married and have children, and because they have children, they take paternity leave, and they make less money. And they make less money because of that.
So there's about 10 reasons or 20 reasons for the gender pay gap.
Right.
One of them being motherhood, but there's a whole slew of them.
But it's
men
never
work more
discussed.
Dangerous jobs. Men work outside. Men are more likely to move.
But it's never discussed. It's
that's
discussed
because people don't like multivariate problems.
Well, it's not just that. It's a willful misrepresentation of a reality.
Yes, it
and I
certainly
think
is.
it mirrors this willful misrepresentation of where you stand. Mm-hmm. And I think these are all tied in together, where people want bad and good. They want a 1 and a 0. They want things to be very binary.
Yeah, they want them to be binary in the way they already understand. They want everything to fit their ideological lens, and things are more complicated than that.
This is a complex discussion that you're not going to get in a 5-minute segment on a talk show.
Right, exactly.
You're not going to get this on a radio show. You're not going to get this in an article that gets edited by someone with a biased opinion.
Yeah.
And this is the problem with mainstream media, and this is the problem with ideas, period.
Warren Farrell's book he wrote a book called, Warren Farrell is the guy who's most, being most pilloried for pointing out the real reasons for the gender pay gap. He wrote a book called Why Men Make More. Who'd he write it for? His daughters. Why? Because he wanted to help provide. Now, obviously, he was doing it for public consumption as well. But one of the motivations was, well, men do make more. Well, why? And if women want to make more, well, could they learn from the men who make more how to make more? And the answer is yes. The question is whether or not they'll do it. And the probable answer is most women won't. Because how much you make isn't the only hallmark of success in your life. You know, it's like, it's one measure, and it might be a measure that really competitive men compete for, and they do, and that's partly to provide access to increased mating opportunities, because that's built into the structure, something we never talk about either, although we could. So Warren wrote this to lay out all the reasons that men make more, but it was so that his daughters, at least in part, so that his daughters could figure out how to be socioeconomically successful. It's like, yeah, but that's not the only hallmark. How much socioeconomic success are you willing to sacrifice to spend time with your kids before they're 3 years old?
Right.
Well, the answer to that shouldn't be none. Right? Because what makes, look, we already know this. For example, once you make enough money to keep the bill collectors at bay, so that's kind of lower, upper working class, say something like, even centrist working class, keep the bill collectors at bay. Additional money doesn't improve your quality of life. Other things do. So maybe it's a rational response when you're like 30. See, the irrational men, here's the irrational men. Maybe they drive the world, but they're the irrational men. More success is always better along this unidimensional axis of achievement. Well,
Gordon Gekko, greed is good.
Well, there's a tiny percentage of men who are hyper competitive along those single axes of competition. And maybe they drive most things. They probably do. But that doesn't make them right. It also doesn't make them most people.
And it doesn't make them happy.
Well, happy is a whole different issue, right?
But
that
it's
isn't
a
what
big
they're
part
after.
of it, because everyone is, well, you are, though. In pursuit of success, it's implied that happiness goes with that success. Otherwise, why the fuck are you doing it?
Yeah, well, domination, power, charisma, prestige. Well,
that's implied.
It is.
Success and happiness are they're inexorably connected in our perception.
Yeah, well, it's often a flawed equation. You know, like what happens, look, I worked in law firms, with law firms for a very long period of time, and I worked for lots of high-end women, lots of them, and they were usually extremely attractive, they were extremely intelligent, they were extremely driven, they were very, very conscientious. They varied in how agreeable they were. Some were disagreeable, litigator types, and some were more agreeable. They often had a harder time in the law firms. But the law firms lose all their women in the 30s. They all bail out at partner level.
A lot of them.
Well,
should say a lot
Jesus,
of them.
it's
a good percentage.
It's a huge percentage, and it isn't because the law firms don't want them. The law firms want them because you can't find people like that. They're really rare, especially if they're also rainmakers, if they can bring in money. So the law firms bend themselves over backwards trying to keep the women. They can't keep them. Why? Well, the women decide that, oh, I'm working 18 hours a day, flat out, all the time, 7 days a week. My husband makes a fair bit of money. If I made half as much money as I made, we'd still have plenty of money. Why am I working 18 hours a day? Well, that's not the question. The question is, why would anyone work 18 hours a day? That's the mystery. And the answer is, a small minority of men are driven to do that. And so they'll do that. No matter where you put these guys, that's what they do.
Yes.
Okay, but does that mean it's correct? I think there's something wrong with these women. They hit 30. They've hit partner. They've hit the pinnacle. I mean, they could keep going if they wanted to, but they've accomplished their goal. They've definitely shown, man, they're bloody well in the game. And they wake up at 30 and they think, oh, wait a minute. I want to have a relationship. And also I want to have some time to put into that. I'd like to have kids, and I'd actually like to see my kids. It's like, is that irrational?
This is another thing that you and I are in agreement on, but when I see people talk about the way you discuss women, they misrepresent what you're saying and paint you in what I think willfully paint you. They do it on purpose. They paint you as a misogynist. I don't understand why. I don't understand if it is because they disagree with you on things, so this is a convenient way to demonize your position by demonizing you as a human being.
Well, it's partly, too, because I've made the case that there are differences between men and women.
Yes.
But, like why that isn't a feminist case is beyond me. It's like, no, they're exactly the same. It's like,
ridiculous.
No, they're not.
It's ridiculous.
It is.
And it's confusing.
Ridiculous.
It's confusing.
Yes. Purposefully confusing.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, the data are in. So, look. And people have accused me of pseudoscience, you know, which I really think is quite comical, because the studies that I'm reporting aren't...
Who's accused you of pseudoscience?
Oh, God, journalists of all stripes, especially when I talk about differences between men and women. It's like, oh, that's pseudoscience. It's like, actually, no, it's not. It's bloody mainstream science, both biology and psychology.
But why do they like to do that?
Well, because it seems to be there's a reason that goes along with the radical leftist agenda that if there are, that a world of equality of outcome could not be achieved, and that's the desirable world, if there are actually differences between people, actual differences, like that aren't just socio-culturally constructed so that you can gerrymander them. There's also something as well. If you're really power mad, you want to believe that human beings are infinitely malleable because then you can mold them in whatever image you want. And if you say, no, they actually have a character, right? There's something built in, then that interferes with the totalitarian regime. But here's what's happened is like, look, we've got a good personality model. We've had it for about 40 years, something like that, the Big Five model. 5 dimensions of personality. And they were established statistically, theoretically, by left-leaning psychologists. Okay, and I'm not saying that they're ideologically contaminated. But what I am saying is there's no evidence whatsoever that right-wing leaning psychologists produced the Big Five because there are no right-leaning psychologists. So enough of that. That isn't why the Big Five came up. Okay, so once you have a good personality model, you can say, okay, well, do men and women differ? And the answer is, yeah, it turns out they do. There's quite a few differences, but the biggest ones are women are more agreeable, because that's one of the traits, agreeableness, and it's the compassion, politeness dimension, and they're more prone to negative emotion, anxiety, and emotional pain. And that mirrors the psychiatric literature that shows worldwide that women are more likely to be diagnosed with depression and anxiety. Just like men are more likely to be imprisoned for antisocial behavior, which is the reflection of low agreeableness. This is true worldwide. Okay, so there's no evidence of any bias, unless you say everything's biased everywhere in the world. Fine, could be, but we've also controlled for that. So now, there are personality differences between men and women. Now, the first thing we might point out is they're not that big. So if you draw a random woman and a random man out of the population, and you had to bet on who was most aggressive, least agreeable, and you bet on the woman, you'd be right 40% of the time, which is actually quite a lot. You'd be right quite a lot. But if you take the 1 in 100 person who's most aggressive, least agreeable, there's an overwhelming probability that they'll be male because the differences get more extreme at the ends of the distribution. People don't understand the statistics. You can have two populations that are quite similar and still have radically dissimilar outcomes if only the extremes matter. So, like, who are the most powerful physical fighters in the world? Men. All of them. Well, does that mean that there are no women who can beat a man in a fight? No. It also doesn't mean that there's plenty of women who are more aggressive than men. But if you take the most aggressive, physically powerful people, they're all men, all of them. Because they're like 1 in 1,000 people or 1 in 10,000 people. So you can have walloping differences at the extremes despite most similarity at the middle. People don't understand that. But then the next thing is, okay, well, there are differences between men and women, personality-wise, apart from the biological ones. Are those caused by cultural differences? Hey, turns out we can answer that. How? Rank order countries by how egalitarian their social policies are. Does everyone agree? Yeah. The Scandinavians are at the top. Everyone agrees. Left, right, doesn't matter. Everyone agrees. It's like, okay, so you stack up the cultures by how egalitarian their social policies are. And then you look to see how big the differences are between men and women up that hierarchy of egalitarianism. And if as the societies become more egalitarian, the differences between men and women disappear, then it's sociocultural. That isn't what happened. What happened is that as the societies got more egalitarian, the differences between men and women got bigger, not smaller. It means the sociocultural construct people, and I'm talking to you sociocultural construct people, you're wrong. You're wrong. You make the societies more egalitarian, men and women get more different.
Who makes the argument in opposition to this?
All of the social constructionists, all the radical left-wingers.
And what do they use as fact?
They don't have facts, but then they criticize the whole idea of facts. Then they go after the whole idea of science as a Western patriarchal construct.
What's their motivation?
The motivation is that if people are different, then equality of outcome isn't neither desirable nor achievable.
And why do they want equality of outcome? Why is this so
That's a good question. Well, part of it is actual compassion. Look, man, it's not good that people lose, and it's certainly not good that some losers lose all the time. Who wants that? You happy when you walk down the street and see homeless people? It's like, hey, look, the hierarchy's working. Look at these homeless people. No one's happy about that.
Right.
Right, okay, so the fact of failure within a hierarchy of value is painful. And so to give the devil his due, you give the left its due, just like you do the right, is like, yeah, it's painful that hierarchies produce dispossession. Bloody right. Okay, what's the cure? Get rid of the hierarchy. Hey, Will, wait a minute, man. You get rid of the hierarchy, you get rid of the value structure, you get rid of the tools that allow us to generate absolute wealth and stop people from starving. It's a catastrophe. Okay, so there's the problem, you have to have the hierarchy. But then also, it isn't just compassion on the left. It's envy. It's like, okay, if I'm standing for the dispossessed, what makes me so sure that I'm not just standing against the successful? And maybe that's because I'm bitter and jealous and envious and resentful. And certainly it's highly probable. If you look at what happened in the leftist societies that tried to pursue utopia, and you don't read envy and resentment into that, you don't know the history. Because that's clearly the case. Why else did they become murderous? Well, this is the question. It's like, it's clearly the case that the Soviet Union, for example, was motivated by the desire for equality of outcome as a primary motivation. What happened? 25 million people were killed. Why? Why? Well, was it all compassion and love for the dispossessed? Or was it absolutely bitter resentment and hatred for anyone who had any shred of success whatsoever on any possible dimension of evaluation?
So this compassion for people that aren't doing well, when utilized the wrong way or when approached the wrong way, leads to attacking people that do well.
That's the danger of compassion. That's exactly. Well, look, what happens if you think, oh, look at how, isn't it lovely that the mother grizzly bear takes care of her cubs? Yeah, it's lovely, man, till you get between her and her cubs. Then it's not so damn lovely. And that's the flip side of that affiliative agreeableness. It's like if you're on my side, if you're the infant who's sheltering under my wings, it's like I'm the absolute epitome of maternal love and care. But if I've identified you as a predator, you better look the hell out. And that's playing out in our political landscape at a very, very rapid rate. That's the female side of totalitarianism, as far as I can tell. The feminine side of totalitarianism. And it's not just that. It's not just that agreeableness motivates aggression, because it certainly does. It's also that the envious and the resentful can use compassion as a camouflage for their true intent, which is to tear down anyone who has more than them. That's the why you notice, like, when there's discussions about the 1%, we already talked about this. Well, who's the 1%? Well, I'm in the park in New York demonstrating against Wall Street. Down with the 1%. It's like, wait a second. You're in the 1% there, Mr. Protester. No, you don't understand. The rich are those who have more money than me.
Yes.
Right, that's the definition. Who's rich? Someone who has more than me. Not me. It's like, well, why isn't the 1% North America? Why not? Because it's inconvenient. That's an inconvenient fact. So that's part of it. But there's the envy and resentment. This is the real pathological end of the full compassion that motivates the radical left. It's like, yeah, you like the poor, do you? What makes you think you just don't hate the successful? And that's a question. It's like, because you're not perfect, man. There's hatred in you. And the probability that it's more powerful than love is pretty damn high. So look to your own viewpoint before you go out there and try to fix the hierarchies of the world. Just exactly what it is and it's worse. Like, look, in the Russian Revolution, for example, let's say, just for the sake of argument, that the first rung of revolutionaries were only driven by compassion. Maybe they were. They all got killed. They got killed by the people who came after, and they weren't so interested in compassion at all. They were interested in ferreting out everyone who had a modicum of success on any dimension and doing them in. And that happened in wave after bloody wave. They killed all the successful farmers. Those were the kulaks. They killed all of them, rounded them all up, killed them, raped them, stole all their property, sent the remnants to Siberia, froze them to death. 10 years later, 6 million Ukrainians died because they couldn't raise crops.
Why do you think that people are so opposed to discussing these things or to challenging cultural norms? Because one of the things that I've seen, especially in terms of the differences between men and women, this reaction to some of the things that you've said has been it's very strange to me. It's very strange that people aren't recognizing that these are unbalanced approaches, and that there's...
Well, some of it's just complicated, Joe. It's like, well, let's say there are differences between men and women, just for the sake of argument. The biggest differences seem to be in interest, by the way. And so what's going to happen is that if we let men and women sort themselves out, there aren't going to be very many female engineers and tech types, and there's going to be a lot of female nurses. There's not going to be many male nurses and healthcare types. There's not going to be very many male elementary school teachers.
But is this a bad thing?
Well, that's the question. Who knows? Do we know? I don't know.
Well, the idea of having an equal society where gender inequality is completely knocked down, gender pay gap is non-existent.
Yeah, well, that's a problem, because that's a measurement.
Equality of outcome.
Well, the equality of outcome thing is a non-starter.
Well,
whether it's okay with, like, if men and women sort themselves into different occupations, which looks highly probable, I don't know if that's okay. And then it's also, well, like, okay compared to what alternative?
Right.
Like, should every elementary school teacher be female? Should every psychologist be female? Because that's what's happening. And the answer to that is, well, I don't know. But there's another answer, which is, well, what do you propose as an alternative to free choice that isn't going to cause more trouble than free choice? Because I would say, well, okay, let's say I'm a feminist for the sake of argument. All right, so I think, well, there are differences between men and women. There are actual differences. And so some of those are biological. Some of them are strategic in some sense, because women pay a bigger price for reproduction, and so that's going to lead them to make different choices. That's just rational, it's rationality based on biological differences. So it's like a second order biological difference. There's differences in temperament and interest. It's going to lead them to make different choices. Is that a pro-feminist stance or an anti-feminist stance? It's only anti-feminist if you assume everyone has to be exactly the same and the outcomes have to be exactly the same. If your goal is, no, leave people the hell alone as much as possible, let them make their own informed and free choices, then you let the differences manifest themselves in the world, and you take your knocks because of that.
The problem with that is this narrative of equality.
The equality of outcome, yeah. It's like,
and just equality of human beings.
Well,
that's just looking at people as we're all equal. Well, we're not. They're just... Some people are better at different things. We're equal in terms of our rights. We're equal in terms of the way we should treat each other.
We're metaphysically equal.
Yes.
Right. But in every other dimension, we're radically unequal. And there's pain in that. That's the problem.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. Is the pain in that is real. The only thing that's worse than the pain of inequality is the pain of forced equality. And I'm not being facile about that. It's like, look, I see the IQ issue is the killer one for me. It's like, look, if you have an IQ of less than 83, you can't be inducted into the American military by law. Why? Because there isn't a damn thing you can do that isn't counterproductive, despite the fact that the Army wants you because they can't get enough manpower. That's what they decided. It's like, okay, so you're on the low end of the cognitive distribution. What are you going to do? Not much, and it's going to get worse. Is that good? It's not good. It's horrible. Do we know what to do about it? No.
Right, and we can't have equality of outcome amongst people with lower than 83 IQs.
Right.
No one's advocating for that. No one's asking for that.
Well, people will say, well, the IQ tests aren't valid. It's like, well, yeah.
One of the conversations that you had that I found to be shocking, and it started a trend of misquoting and misrepresenting you, was you did an interview with Vice, and they used a snippet of one of the things you said and tried to pretend that you had made these very curt statements. And one of them was...
Well, he was annoying, so I got kind of curt, and that was probably my strategic error. Makeup? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes, makeup and the way people dress, you know, and...
Yeah, well, I was trying to draw... First of all...
How was he annoying?
He knew everything. He knew everything. Well, it was just in his attitude. You know, it was...
So he was challenging you. He wanted this from the very beginning.
This was him.
Mm-hmm. Arms crossed.
Right. Eyes up. It's like, A, I know more than you, and B, you're probably that reprehensible person that I've thought about, and it's my job to reveal you.
He was signaling he's left-leaning. He was deciding that what you were doing was representing the patriarchy, or you were representing male dominant structures that he was saying that are not correct.
Yeah, well, it wasn't even
that. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yeah, but it wasn't even that it was left-leaning. I've talked to reasonable left-leaning people, it was built right into his attitude. And so it made me a little testier than I might have been, which was my strategic error. And, you know, you asked earlier, well, why do I get pilloried with some regularity?
Yes.
And some of it is probably my own inadequacy. You know, it's not, it isn't that I've handled all the opportunities that I've had perfectly, you know, and I can get hot under the collar. It's a mistake. It's a mistake, because the right approach in these situations is to use minimal necessary force and to allow myself to get irritated, let's say, even minorly, when I'm faced with someone who's doing this, is not productive, doesn't work well. And so I really need to keep that under control. And when I do keep it under control, it works better.
The makeup one was particularly annoying to me because I think it's a valid conversation. It's
Well,
an interesting conversation.
I said, and they didn't put this in their initial cut, I said, I'm not saying that women shouldn't be allowed to wear makeup in the workplace. I said that explicitly.
Well, that was why people were so angry when they saw the full version of it. I mean, the full version was released. Someone leaked it, right? Someone who felt like you were being misrepresented and that the editing was unjust decided to leak it, and people were absolutely furious.
Yeah, well, I think the Vice people actually released it, but other people took the full release and clipped it with the clipped release and showed how it was being misrepresented.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, but so okay, so the makeup thing, it's like, all right, look, here's the first of all, I make a mistake sometimes in treating journalists like I would treat my graduate students. So when I'm having a conversation with my students and we say, well, here's a problem.
It's an intellectual exercise.
A sexual behavior. How do we regulate? What are the norms around sexual behavior in the workplace? So that's the question. It's a question. We don't know. Okay, here's a bunch of possibilities, possible rules, right? No flirting, no hugging, no eye contact for more than 5 seconds. That's Netflix, right? No hugging. That's
that
NBC.
What they have?
Damn right.
They have no eye contact
for more than 5 seconds. That's right.
Holy shit.
NBC, no hugging.
Was that real?
It's real.
What the fuck? What if you're having a conversation with a woman who's your boss and she's asking you questions about things?
Then you look down every 5 seconds.
Fucking Christ. Is that real?
Yes, it's real. It's real.
Well, that's so bad. That's such a terrible idea.
Yes, it's a terrible idea.
But there's a lot of women that I'm friends with that I've never had any sexual interest at all, and we look at each other in the eye.
That's what you say, but you're a potential rapist, and you're a manifestation.
Christ.
Yes, you get the whole picture.
Right?
Yes, you get the whole picture. So if you have a discussion, you say, well, look, what are the rules governing sexual behavior in the workplace? Okay, can you come to work in a negligee? No. How about boxers if you're a man? No. Okay, so there's some...
What about a short skirt?
Well, this is the thing. The devil's in the bloody details, right?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you can't come to work naked. You can't come to work in boxer shorts. You can come to work in a suit. Okay, so the line is somewhere between boxers and suit. Where exactly is the line? Exactly.
Can a man wear shorts?
Well,
if he can't, why can a woman wear a dress?
The way that men, in professional organizations, the way that men solved this problem was that everyone wore a uniform. And a uniform makes you uniform. That's why you wear it. And the uniform is the suit. And it's a derivation of military garb. And so the idea was, well, we want to get rid of excess diversity, right, in clothing. Wear your damn suit. Then we know you're playing the game and we don't have to be distracted by what you're wearing. Okay, so that's what men did. Okay, so now women come into the workspace. It's like, what do they do? Well, there's business professional dress, right? And there's some rules around that. But what are the rules exactly? Exactly. And I was thinking, well, we're worried about sexual misbehavior in the workplace. You can't look at someone for more than 5 seconds. You can't give them a hug. Okay, what about makeup? Do we have a discussion about makeup? Oh, well, no, we can't have a discussion about that. It's like, well, is makeup sexual signaling? It's like, well, if you're an evolutionary biologist, the question, is makeup sexual signaling? That's not even a question. It's like, well, obviously that's what it is.
That's why that conversation was frustrating, because he was saying, because they want to do it. They want to wear it. They want to look good.
Well, and maybe...
What does that even mean?
Well, that's right.
Right.
Well, that's right. What does that mean? But
what does that mean?
Well, everyone knows what that means,
Well, no,
Joe.
he has to say that.
No.
He has to say that because in his tribe, you have to communicate that way,
well,
right?
He
like,
also
this isn't
thinks
what's implied.
Women wear makeup because they want to look good.
But do
okay,
you
buddy, what do you
think
mean
he's
by
doing
good?
that because that's his take? or because he's trying to rile you up,
Oh,
like
both.
you're getting riled up right now?
Both.
As a journalist, it's kind of his idea or his job to challenge you in some way, and at the very least, offer the devil's advocate opinion.
Sure.
Like, explain yourself better. Why shouldn't they wear makeup? They just want to look good. You need to explain yourself better. Why are you saying
Oh,
there's
yeah,
something
but the
wrong
way
with
he
makeup?
did it was like, oh, Dr. Peterson, it's obvious what it means for them to look good. Like, everyone knows that.
Do you think
like,
that
well,
he
I
felt
don't know it.
like perhaps like he was intellectually sparring with you and he was being aggressive about it?
I think he felt that. I think he felt that it was necessary to challenge me, that was his role as a journalist. But fundamentally, he was smug. He thought he came at the entire conversation with an air of intellectual condescension. It was built right into the discussion right from the beginning, and he never dropped it at all. It's like, well, I know what you're doing, and I know what's up, and I know how to take you apart, and I know that whatever you're talking about is just an attempt to defend your
How long
actually
did you guys
reprehensible
talk for?
opinions. Oh, God, about an hour, something like that.
And how much did they use?
Oh, in the clips, hardly any of it. I don't even know, a couple of minutes. So, yeah.
Yeah, so your tendency to get riled up can be exploited.
Yes, of course, and
Yeah.
it's the problem of deviating from the doctrine of minimal necessary force. Like the best interactions I've had with contentious journalists is where I've absolutely kept my cool, you know. But and
Like Kathy Newman.
yes, exactly. And
So what you're saying is,
well, that's what he was like.
Yes.
It's like, I know who you are, and I know you're covering it up. It's like,
yeah, well, it's these concepts. These are complex situations when you find men and women who are sexually attracted to each other and they're working in confined environments for long periods of time, and they essentially spend more time with the people they work with than they do with their lovers and their wives and their husbands. And it's weird, you know. Men and women interacting with each other in closed-in boxes is weird. That's
Right.
what an office is. It's
Right.
a closed-in box. They're all together, and if they find each other attractive and they're interacting with each other socially, especially if there's any interaction that deviates outside of the work discussion, they start talking about different things.
You also don't want them to find each other unattractive.
Right.
Like if you're taking someone out for dinner, on a business dinner, it's like, even if it's guys going out together, let's say, it's not like they're working to find each other unattractive. And I don't mean sexually. You want to manifest yourself as attractive.
You want to enjoy each other's company.
Yes, you do. And you want to be charismatic, and you want to be witty, and all of those things. And that shades, and especially when you add, assuming a heterosexual environment, you add a heterosexual component to that, the borders become fuzzy. And so I was talking about border conditions.
Yes.
I said, well, if we're going to have a conversation about this, let's talk about the border conditions. Oh, no, we can't do that. It's like, well, I thought that's the discussion you guys wanted.
Why do you continue to agree to have these conversations that are going to be edited?
Oh, well, that's a good question.
The Jim Jeffries one was another one.
Yeah.
Jim's a friend of mine. But, I mean, he gave you a good question, and you actually gave a good answer. You said, actually, I'm probably wrong about that.
Yeah.
When you were talking about whether or not gay people whether someone should be forced to bake a cake for gay people.
Yeah.
And you said forced to, probably not. And they said, well, what if they don't want to bake a cake for black people?
Yeah.
And he said, well, actually, they probably should be forced to.
Yeah, well,
I'm probably wrong.
Yeah, well, I was probably wrong in everything I did in that part of the discussion, because I hadn't thought that issue through enough to actually give a good answer.
You didn't expect that issue because this is not something you talk about commonly.
No, and it's actually complicated, right? I
Yes.
mean, obviously, the whole "I won't serve you because you're black" thing is not good. But then again, you also have the right to choose who you're going to affiliate with. But then that's complicated because it's a commercial circumstance. And then if you're making a cake, is that the same as serving, or is that compelled speech? It's like, oh my God, these are border cases that cause a lot of controversy. I don't mean serving black people, obviously, that's not a border case. But these cases that cause a lot of controversy is where two principles are at odds, and it isn't exactly clear where to draw the line. And
Right.
I'm not happy with, my answer to that, but I hadn't spent the week it would take to think through the issue and really have a comprehensive perspective
And you
on
didn't
it.
expect that to be a subject anyway.
No.
How long did you talk to Jim for?
Oh, I think about 45 minutes, maybe an hour,
And
quite a
they
long time.
used
Oh,
2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, my daughter has told me, and my wife as well, my son as well, in these discussions, we've been thinking about how to handle the media, which is, oh God, a very complicated question. And one hypothesis being, don't do interviews that will be edited. And I've thought about that and been thinking about it, and that might be the right answer. It might be the right answer going forward.
I think it is the right answer.
Well, it could easily be. Although
it's the only way you can't be misrepresented.
True.
Because all of the problems that I've seen with you, all of them, come from you being edited.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I mean, there's complex subjects that people would disagree with you on, but when you look at complete mischaracterizations of your point, these have been established because of editing.
Yes. Well, I guess the only counter argument is this, and I mean, a lot of these opportunities come. I've had opportunities that are coming at me at a rate that doesn't allow me to think them through as much as I could optimally. But then there's another thing, which is, it isn't necessarily a mistake to lay yourself open to attack, because sometimes it reveals the motives of the attackers. Like, that's what happened in the Kathy Newman interview. Now, that could have gone really sideways. Like, I was lucky there to some degree, because she interviewed me for 40 minutes or whatever, and something like that. And then they did chop it down to 7 minutes or 3 minutes, and it was exactly what you'd expect. And that is what I expected after I walked away from the interview. I thought, oh my God, they're just going to chop this into reprehensible segments and pillory me. But I walked away from it because there was 50 other things to do. But then it was so funny, because they did do that, and then they put up the whole interview. And the reason they put up the whole interview was because they thought the interview went fine. It isn't that they knew that that was going to cause commotion. Not at all. Not a bit. Not a bit. And I know this for a fact. So they put up the whole interview, and then, well, what happened was, what was actually happening revealed itself. And that was very, very effective. Now, that having that happen meant that I had exposed myself to substantial stress and risk, because that was stressful. I mean, first of all, there was the interview. Second, afterwards, I thought, oh my God, I'm going to get pilloried for that. Then they did release the cut. Then they released the whole thing. Then there was all this response to it. And then the Newman people, who were absolutely flabbergasted by the negative response, said, oh, Peterson has unleashed his army of trolls, and poor Kathy had to go into hiding. It's like, there's no evidence of any credible threats. They said they called in the police, but you can do that without there being reason. You can just say that, which is what they said. They played a victim narrative instantly, although one thing Kathy Newman is not, even though she might play it at the behest of her employers, is a victim. She's one of the most powerful people in Britain. She's no victim. So to play the victim card in a situation like that is absolutely reprehensible. But that's what they did. And then like a dozen newspapers did it and said, well, Peterson's trolls are attacking poor Kathy. And I thought, oh, now I'm really screwed.
You don't own your fans.
Well,
the idea that people that are interested in the things that you have to say, that you have control over them, like you can give them marching orders, is foolish. And
well,
you're
it's
not
also
the person
foolish.
that does that.
Well, and how many million people do there have to be before they're not all trolls?
Yeah.
Because that was the real issue there. It's like, okay, 10,000 people commented on the video. Trolls. Okay, what about 150,000? Well, what about 10 million? Well, now if you look at the video, which is about 10 million, plus all the clips, it's like 50 million. And the comments, the comments that are critical with regards to Kathy Newman's conduct are running about 50 to 1. So that's all trolls, is it? I don't think so.
It's preposterous. That narrative's preposterous.
But you see, that was a good example of taking taking the risk. And I'm not saying it's justified, and I think that it's very, very stressful, you know. But you know, you take the good, you take the bad along with the good. And maybe it's time for me. It might be time for me just to disappear to some degree altogether. You know,
do you worry about being overexposed?
Oh, definitely. I've been worried about that for a long time.
Yeah, and is there any benefit in that? Is there any benefit in more exposure? Are we talking about the same thing we were talking about earlier with regards to men working insane hours? I mean, is your message out enough that you don't have to do these ridiculous interviews constantly? Maybe. Yeah.
Well, and I don't want to turn into a parody of myself and all of that. I mean, I think, and I am trying to handle this, and I've got people who are advising me. We're trying to figure it out. I think that this tour is a good thing.
Yes.
But that's very controlled. I think that
it's also completely unedited.
Yes, exactly. It is.
And long-form conversations.
Yes, and I think that coming on your podcast and talking to Ruben on his shows and so forth, I think that's good. The interaction with the journalists, I'm certainly not taking anywhere near the number of opportunities that I have in front of me. right? We are trying to be very careful in picking and choosing, but that doesn't always go well. And it could be that I shouldn't do anything that is edited at all. That's certainly possible. So,
well, this is the problem. You speak in these long form podcasts and interviews, and you get a chance to extrapolate and unpack some pretty complicated issues and compare them to other complicated issues and try to find meaning and middle ground and try to illuminate certain positions. When you expose yourself to editing, you expose yourself to someone's idea of what the narrative should be and how to frame your positions in a dishonest way. I mean, and you're seeing it time and time again. Well, and it exposes the problem with media.
Look, I went to the Aspen Ideas Festival last week, which is a whole story in and of itself. But I was interviewed there by a journalist from the Atlantic Monthly. And it was a relatively long-form interview. I think we talked for 40 minutes, something like that. And it's going to be edited. Now, I trusted her. I trust her. Now, whether that'll be, how that will play out in the final edit, I don't know, because she won't be the only one making the decision.
Right.
Well, the question is, should have I done it? Well, look, it was the Aspen Ideas Festival. It's a different audience. It's left-leaning. I thought, well, maybe I'll go talk to a left-leaning audience. People are always criticizing me for not doing that. I usually don't do it because I don't get invited. But so I went and talked to them. It's like, and Barry Weiss interviewed me in front of the Aspen Ideas Festival, and that was long-form, uncut, and put on the web. And so maybe that was useful. The Atlantic thing, well, it might be good. We'll see. It does expose me to the risk, though, because it'll be edited. So, and was it wise to do it? Look, I've been fortunate so far. Despite the fact that I've been taken out of context at times, and a fairly significant proportion of times, but not the overwhelming majority of times, the net consequence of all of that has been to engage more and more people in a complex dialogue, as far as I can tell. So
that's the good.
That's the good. It doesn't mean that the strategy that I've implemented so far is the only strategy that will work into the future.
We can also clearly establish that you didn't plan any of this to happen. This whole thing that happened from you opposing that bill and then going to where you are. How many years later now? 2 years?
2 years almost.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about the transformation of your life and your public image. I mean, it's unprecedented. I can't think of a single public intellectual that has gone from being a university professor to being essentially a household name. I mean, you get brought up with at least my circle of friends all the time, and people that I run into all the time. I can't tell you how many people I've run into after comedy shows or in an airport that talk to me about you. So this is a mainstream thing. And
yeah, well, so that
there's no precedent.
No. Well, it's partly, that's also partly the consequence of this technology. It's like, like in 2013, I thought, wonder what'll happen if I put my lectures up on YouTube. It's like, beware, man. And that's what I thought when I made the Bill C-16 videos. I got up at like 2 a.m. I thought, this is bloody well driving me crazy. That damn university is going to force unconscious bias retraining, which is not a validated process by any stretch of the imagination, on its employees. And I work for the university, and I'm a psychologist.
So why are they doing that? Why would they do that? They do that to silence people that are protesting? Are they doing that because they want to enforce a certain type of behavior? Why?
Well, I think there's two reasons. I think that there's some genuine concern for the dispossessed, and then there's some hatred for the successful and some envy and some resentment. It's like everything that people do. It's complicated, But the pathology is, well, that the HR types, for example, at the university think it's okay for them to retrain other people about their hypothetical views on the off chance that they might be racist, and forcing them to admit that they're racist by making them agree to participate in the training. I don't think that, but for me, that wasn't even the issue, although it was an issue. The issue is, we can't measure unconscious bias reliably and validly. I'm a psychologist and a research psychologist. I know the literature. That's a misuse of it. It's a misuse of it. And the damn university was doing it. They were hiring consultants who didn't know what the hell they were talking about.
But let me ask you this. If this is a university. This is an establishment for higher learning. how can they possibly act on something when there's no clear evidence that it's real, that it works, that it's effective, and they're doing it just to make people happy, or just to make themselves happy, or just to reinforce an idea that they want to be true?
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's part of, for me, it was part of the hegemony of the radical left. It's like, no, you're not going to do that at the university I work at without me telling people that there's no warrant for that from the psychological community. So anyways, I got up at 2 a.m. and made these videos. I thought, well, let's see what happens if I make these videos. It's like, well, this is back to the technology issue. It's like, I didn't know what YouTube was when I put my videos on it.
You didn't know what YouTube was?
Well, you know what no one knows what YouTube is. That's the thing. Well, look at what happened to you. You have 1.5 billion downloads a year. It's like you're definitely riding a giant wave. Like, would have you predicted this 15 years ago?
No.
So you know, you're in the right place in the right time, and you're a very interesting interviewer because, well, especially for long form, because you're very, very curious, but also very, very tough. Like, it's interesting watching you because if you don't understand something, you will go after the person. And you're not doing it in a vindictive way, but you're quite a formidable interviewer. And I've been trying to figure out why you're so successful. And like, you're a lot smarter than anyone might think, which is quite interesting. So you're a weird combination because, you know, your persona doesn't shout intellectual, but you're damn smart and you're tough as a bloody boot. And you ask really provocative questions, and not because you're provocative. And so your personality and this long form seem to suit each other really well. You're also really good at pursuing things you don't understand instead of assuming that you know what you're talking about. So you take the listeners on a journey, right? It's an exploratory journey. But fundamentally, what's propelled you to superstardom in some sense is not just your ability, which is non-trivial, but the fact that you're on this giant technological wave and you're one of the first adopters. And I'm in the same situation. We're first adopters of a technology that's as revolutionary as the Gutenberg printing press. And so that's all unfolding in real time. It's like, look at what's happening. Yeah, well, the spoken word is now as powerful as the written word. That's never happened before in human history. And we're on the cutting edge of that, for better or worse.
That's a very good way to put it. The spoken word is just powerful. Yeah, and maybe even more so,
well,
because it's so accessible to people that don't have the time to read.
Well, or
stuck in traffic, you know.
Or, and here's another possibility. Maybe 10 times as many people can listen to complex information as can read complex information.
In terms of their ability to
process it.
Yeah.
Sure, could easily. We don't know. Maybe it's the same
it's
number.
Certainly easier to listen to a book on tape for me than it is to read a book.
Yeah, well, so the question is, for how many people is that true? And I would say it might be true for the majority of people. And then people are doing hybrids, you know. So because you can sync your book with Audible. Right, so they'll read when they have the time, but then when they have found time, which is also a major component of this, that's the time when you're driving or the time when you're doing dishes, is now all of a sudden you can educate yourself during that found time. This is a big revolution, and blowing out the bandwidth makes a huge difference because, well, we talked about that at the beginning. Looks like people are more intelligent than we thought, and you and I are both in the rest of this intellectual dark web. That's kind of what unites us, is everybody has an independent platform, virtually everybody. They have an idiosyncratic viewpoint. They're interested in having discussions and pursuing for the furtherance of their knowledge, even though they might have a priori ideological commitments. Sam does, and I suppose I do, and Ben Shapiro certainly does. But they're still interested in having the discussion. But more importantly, they're capitalizing on the long form. And the fact that that's possible is a reflection of this technological transformation, and the technological transformation might be utterly profound. It looks like it. And so that's, you know, I've been trying to sort this out because I keep thinking, well, why the hell are these people coming to listen to what I'm saying? It's like, well, I'm a guru, you know, I'm a sage. It's something like that. It's like, don't be thinking that first. Think if there's situational determinants first. Take your damn personality out of it. Okay, what's going on? Oh, yes, this is all fostered by YouTube and fostered by podcasts. What's so new about that? No bandwidth restrictions, no barrier to entrance, possibility of dialogue because people cut up the YouTube videos into chunks and make their own comments on it. It's a whole new communication technology.
Also a lack of interference by executives and producers and all these different people that have their own bias.
Right. It's unmediated.
Yes, right? Unmediated is giant.
Yeah, well, and that's all part of the reason you're so popular too, is like you just put this on. Like, so you've got exactly the right balance of competent production, because there's nothing excess about it. Like it's competent, but no more than that. I know that's by design, but you also don't edit it. It's like what you see is what you get. It's like everyone's relieved by that. We can make our own damn decisions.
Well, I think that's very important. If you're going to have a conversation with someone that's honest, you can't decide what to leave in and what to take out. It's just...
Well, that's partly also why I deal with the press the way I do. It's
Yes.
like if I'm going to have a full conversation, it's like I'm willing to take the hits.
Yeah.
And
I understand what you're
yeah.
saying, but that's one of the reasons why it frustrates me so much is that I see what they're doing. And I'm like, what you're doing is ancient. What you're doing is, this is what people did 20 years ago, 30 years ago. You can't really do that anymore. You can't misrepresent people. You used to be able to, if you were in the press, you could take people, quote them out of context, do whatever the fuck you wanted, put an article about them, and they couldn't do a goddamn thing about it. It happened to me in it was like 99. I did I had a comedy CD that came out, and this woman wrote an article about it, and she just lied. She lied about my perspective. She lied about the bits. She misquoted the bits. She didn't just paraphrase them. She changed what the bits were to make them, misogynist or hateful or whatever it was. And in doing so, there was no recourse. There was nothing that I could do about that. I'm like, wow, I'd never experienced that before. I was like, this is stunning. And then I found out this person did that a lot, and this is what she did. And there's ultimate power that comes with being the person that has the pen, being the person that has the typewriter, and you're the person who works for the Boston Globe or whatever the publication is. That is something that existed forever, and that you had to be either a friend of the press, you had to play ball, you had to bend to their will, you had to do what they wanted you to do. And they could misrepresent you and choose to paint you in any way they like. And it's one of the reasons why I don't do anything anymore. I don't do any interviews anymore. I don't do anything. I don't want to do anything. I do enough, man. You want to know about me? Fucking, there's 1,000 podcasts. There's more than 1,000. There's, I think there's 1,100, and there's a bunch of other ones too.
Right.
It's just, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, that it may also be the position that I increasingly find myself in.
I think it's the right position, because then the misrepresentations don't exist anymore. So then the only problem is the dispute over the actual ideological conversations or the actual concepts.
But the thing is, you made a point there that's quite interesting. Is like we are in a new media landscape. So now if someone comes out as a media figure with some institutional credibility and misrepresents, it's exposed. And so then the question is, how much risk should you shoulder to expose the proclivity for media misrepresentation? And the answer to that might be some. Now, it might be moving, maybe I've done enough of that. I mean, it would be easier for me in many ways if I just stopped doing it. But there's some utility in having it play out. And so I'm trying to only take those opportunities that appear to have more benefit than risk. And when I'm defining benefit, well, the question is then what constitutes benefit? And I guess what constitutes benefit is, well, that would further the attempts that I'm making to bring information to a vast number of people that could conceivably help them stabilize and improve their individual lives. That's worth a certain amount of risk.
Well, it certainly increases your profile. And even if, you have 60% of these people are going to get a bad perception of you, 40% of these people that never heard of you now are going to understand who you are because they do further investigation. So there's some benefit in that, but the negative, I get text messages from random people that I was friends with years ago that say this Jordan Peterson is just such a lying sack of shit, and he's this and that. I'm like, I don't even know who the fuck you are. And then second of all, like, why are you contacting me? You're not even saying hi. You're saying Jordan Peterson is a this.
Well, there's an emergency at hand.
He's a scam artist. He's a fraud. And I'm like, wow. And so they'll see an interview, like the Jim Jeffries clip, which is a minute long or whatever it is, or the Vice piece, or the initial Kathy Newman piece. And they just form this determined position on you, and then read hit pieces on you, and then this is where they take their opinion out. This is where it's from. I feel like these are the last gasps of a dying medium. I really do. I think
too.
I don't think that people appreciate it. I think the people that are listening to this that do appreciate long form conversations, and with all warts and all the ugliness and the mistakes and the critical errors, and the people that appreciate that, they have a real hate for being lied to, because it changed when you're
Also
trying to,
for being treated as if they're stupid.
yes,
Which they aren't.
yeah, that's both things. It's just it's deceptive when you edit someone and take their words out of context and change them around. You're being deceptive.
And the New York Times did that again this week. They had some philosophy professor from Hong Kong University write a piece on me, and they quoted me. It was a sentence. There's like the first phrase was in quotes, and then there was some joining words, and then the second phrase was in quotes, and there was some joining words, and then the third phrase was in quotes, and the three quotes added up to a statement that bore no resemblance whatsoever to what I was saying.
How can they do that in the New York Times?
Well,
that seems to me to be something that should be the
I don't think they
antithesis
can.
of what they stand for.
I don't think they can, Joe. I think they're killing their brand so fast that they can't.
But it's so disturbing to me as a person who's been a fan of the New York Times forever.
I know.
I just don't understand how they could allow that to happen. How could you allow your what is the gold standard for journalism? How could you allow it to become something that willfully misrepresents someone?
Well, they never did
to push an ideology.
They never did put my book on the New York Times bestseller list. It's quite comical.
How's that possible?
Oh, they have rules, which they don't disclose, but one of them apparently is, well, if the book is published in Canada and distributed in the United States, then it doesn't count, even though they've had books like that on the New York Times bestseller list before. And I think, okay, well, is this bad or good? It's like, well, it's bad because to the degree that I might want to be on the New York Times bestseller list, although I haven't been losing any sleep over it.
But you're selling, I know how many books you're selling.
Yeah, it's basically been the best-selling book in the world since January. It's gone up and down to some degree, but fundamentally,
but it should be the #1 New York Times best-selling book.
So they have their reasons, but I look at that and I think, oh well, you can only do that 10 times until you're done, because it's a fatal error. You have the gold standard for measurement. You're not measuring properly. You're burning up your brand. You think, well, we're the New York Times, so we can burn up our brand. It's like, no, you can't. Newsweek is gone. Time magazine is a shell of its former self. Like, the big things disappear, and they disappear when they get crooked and ideologically rigid. And so that's what's happening at the New York Times. And not with everyone there, but with plenty of them. And it'll die faster than people think.
But it's so confusing to me that it didn't used to be that.
Yeah.
And now it is. And are they just responding to this new world where you have to have clickbait journalism, and where people are struggling to find people to actually buy physical newspapers, which is it's a different thing.
It's hard to say, because it's weird because you don't have to resort to clickbait, because these long form discussions are the antithesis of clickbait, right?
Right, but are they struggling in terms of how many people buy their newspaper?
Oh, absolutely. Every newspaper. The newspapers in Canada went cap in hand to the federal government for subsidies about 6 months ago because they're dying so fast. And so some of it is they're being supplanted by technology. That's a huge part of it. But as they are supplanted, they get more desperate. They publish more polarizing stories. That works in the short term to garner more views, but it alienates people from the brand and speeds their demise. Classic death spiral of a big organization. And that's going to clean things out like mad. I mean, I don't know where CNN is in the cable news rankings now, or cable show rankings, but it keeps falling. But it's falling in the rankings as cable itself disintegrates and dies. Why do you need cable TV?
Right.
No one needs cable TV. The only people who have cable TV are the people who haven't figured out yet that you can replace it entirely online for 1/10 the price with much less hassle.
But the irony is, people want a location they can go to find out what's going on in the world. And this is the one thing that they used to represent. And, I don't think Fox News is any better. I think you just have these ideological extremes left and right. And I remember very clearly watching the election coverage before the election, leading up to the election. I would go Fox News and then I'd go CNN. I just would go back and forth with them on my cable. Yeah. And I would just be laughing. I'd be like, what is really happening in the world? Because I'm getting two different stories. I'm getting Russia and I'm getting Hillary's emails. This is, I don't know what the fuck is what. What is happening? I'm getting pussy grabbing and I'm getting, Benghazi. This is what I'm getting. And I don't understand, why. This is obviously ideological. This is not just.
Look, It might be that as the technology is supplanted, the ideological polarization increases as the thing dies.
Right, they're struggling for anyone to pay attention, and this is the way they have to do it to ensure.
So. And I think what's happening on the other side, which is the side you occupy, say, is that a new technology that's long form, that deals with many of those problems, is emerging. And it's going to emerge, it's going to be victorious.
But in the meantime...
Might already be victorious. In the meantime,
the clickbaity stuff still exists in the digital world.
Yeah.
You know, and then you're getting a lot of the articles that are written about you. People are absorbing these articles not from a physical form, they're getting it from digital.
Yeah, well, okay, so then the sense is, well, do you have fundamental trust in the judgment of your fellow man, let's say? And my answer to that is yes, because although I've been pilloried to a great degree by the radical types in the commentariat and the classic journalists, the comments with regards to me on YouTube are 50-1 in my favor. And that's even the case when the ideologues put up videos about me that are designed to discredit me. And I've sold 1.5 million books. It's going to be published in 40 countries, and thousands of people are coming to my lectures. And so I would say the attempts to discredit me aren't working. So, and that, I think that's because that even if you go to YouTube, you can see Jordan Peterson smashes leftist journalist, you know, as a clickbait thing. Someone's taken a 2-minute clip from a video and they put it out, and they're using that clickbait headline to attract attention. It's like it does attract attention, and that probably even furthers polarization. But I think that most people, enough people, that's the prayer, enough people are going for the long-form, thorough discussion so that the sensible will triumph. That's what I'm hoping for. The sensible will triumph.
No, I agree, and I think that is what's happening.
Yeah,
I think that's
so
why this 50-1 number exists.
Yeah.
Is that there? But the number one in that 50, the 50 versus the 50 people that are actually understanding what's going on and agreeing with you versus the number one that are trying to willfully misrepresent you. They still exist, and they're loud,
Yeah.
and they're fighting to be right. And this is one of the things that people love to do. They love to fight to be right. And instead of examining their position and wondering whether or not they are taking you out of context and misrepresenting your positions to the world willfully, and doing so in order to paint a negative picture of you that does not accurately represent who you are and what you stand for.
Yes.
But by doing this, they're
the
destroying...
guise of virtue without any of the work.
They're also destroying their own credibility.
Yes, well, that's the thing.
This is what's devastating about it. It's like they're trying to win. They're killing themselves.
Right. Well, and that's a good motif for the entire conversation. It's like, try too hard to win, you kill yourself. You were talking last night when we were over dinner. You said that one of the most deadly things for a fighter to do is to overestimate his own position. You're going to get slaughtered for it.
Underestimate your abilities. Yes. Yeah. If you overestimate your abilities, you're in deep trouble because you're going to get a wake-up call.
Right.
And objectivity is one of the most critical aspects of development. You have to be objectively assessing your strengths and weaknesses at every step of the way.
And that's bravado, right? I'm trying to prove how powerful I am. I'm so powerful. I'm so powerful.
It's an ego shield, and that's why I was saying that the ego is the enemy. We're talking about.
Right.
It's like, I want to get into this because this is I think this is a fascinating thing with you personally. Your diet. You're on this carnivore diet now.
Okay, so I want to preface that with something. I am not a dietary expert, so I'm now speaking as an uninformed citizen.
Yes.
Right.
This is anecdotal evidence from a human being that has dealt with autoimmune issues your whole life.
Yes.
You have done this for how long now?
I've been on a pure carnivore diet for about 2 months, and a very, very low carb, greens only, modified carnivore diet for about a year.
So in the year...
And a low carb diet for 2 years.
So from the time that I've known you for what, 2.5 years now, something like that?
Yeah.
When I first met you, you had much more weight on your body.
Yeah.
You looked different.
Yeah.
And back then you were eating like the standard diet, right? Like normal people do.
Yes.
Pasta, bread, meat, chicken, whatever.
Yes.
Right? You shifted over to only meat and greens. I saw you and I'm like, you look fantastic. I'm like, what are you doing? And you're like, I changed my diet. I only eat meat and greens. And I was like, wow, that's fascinating. Well, I felt like, okay, what you're doing is cutting out refined sugars and all these different things that are problematic, preservatives, all the bullshit, processed foods, and you're having this extreme health benefit. And I was like, wow, that's really excellent. You're showing great discipline. Then you decided to take it to another place and cut out the greens.
Yeah, I know.
What was the motivation for cutting out the greens?
Well, all of the motivation for this has been my experience with my daughter, because she has an unbelievably serious autoimmune disease. I just talked to her this morning.
What is it called?
Well, it's arthritis, but there's way more to it than that. But the arthritis was the major set of symptoms. She had 40 affected joints, and she had to have her hip replaced and her ankle replaced when she was 15 and 16. And so she basically hobbled around on 2 broken legs for 2 years in extreme agony. And that was just a tiny fraction of the whole set of problems. I just talked to her this morning. She's in Chicago. Looks like she has to have her ankle replacement replaced. So that's next on the horizon. But apart from that, she is doing so well now. It is absolutely beyond comprehension. So she's very trim. She had a baby, but she's very trim. She's down to about 118 pounds. She's about 5'6". She's just glowing with health. All of her autoimmune symptoms are gone, all of them. And she was also seriously depressed, like severely depressed, way worse than you think. She couldn't stay awake for more than about 6 hours without taking Ritalin. And she was dying. And I had a cousin, my cousin's daughter. She died when she was 30 from an associated autoimmune condition. So there's a fair bit of this in our family. It was bloody bleak, I'll tell you. And my wife always had a suspicion that this was dietary related, you know. And
why?
Well, we did notice that when Michaela was young, if she ate oranges or strawberries, that she'd get a rash. Like there were, and then when she developed arthritis, if she ate oranges in particular, that would definitely cause a flare. It was the only thing we could see. The problem is that in order to identify a dietary component, the response has to be pretty quick after you eat the thing. Like if it's 2 days later, how the hell are you going to figure that out? Right. A lot of these responses appear to be delayed for 4 days and last a month. So good luck figuring that out. Anyways, Michaela noticed about 3 years ago, no more than that now, 5 years ago, she was at Concordia University and struggling with her illness and all the associated problems. She noticed that around exam time, she was starting to develop real skin problems. And my cousin's daughter, who I mentioned, had really bad skin problems, wounds that wouldn't heal, and that was partly part of the process that eventually killed her. And she thought, oh, it must be stress. And then she thought, wait a second, I really changed my diet. When I'm studying, all I do is eat bagels. All I do is eat bread, sandwiches. And she thought, maybe it's the bread. So she cut out gluten first. And it had a remarkable effect, like a really remarkable effect. And then she went on a radical elimination diet all the way down to nothing but chicken and broccoli. And then her symptoms started to drop off one by one. Like, and like one of the things that happened is she started to wake up in the morning. She started to be able to stay awake all day. And when you're only staying awake for 6 hours with Ritalin, staying awake all day, that's like having a life. And so a whole bunch of things improved. Then her depression went away. And I've had depression since I was 13 probably, and very severe. And I've treated it a variety of ways, some of them quite successfully. But it's been a constant battle. And my father had it, and his father had it. And it's all just rife in my family. And my wife has autoimmune problems in her.
When you say depression, define it.
How would you define it?
Because that's a blanket term.
Yeah. Well, imagine that you wake up and that you remember that all your family was killed in a horrible accident yesterday.
You would feel that even if nothing was wrong.
Yes.
Just
it's
dread.
actually worse than that. Because
really?
Well, one of the things Michaela told me was she thought, well, what's it like to be depressed? Well, imagine you have a dog and you really love the dog, and then the dog dies. And then about 3 years ago, our dog died. And that was Michaela's dog, and she really liked that dog. And she said, that was bad, but it's nowhere near as bad as being depressed. And I asked her too at one point when she was about 15 or 16. I said, look, you've got a choice, kid. Here's the choice. You can either have depression or arthritis. Which one? I'll take the arthritis. Well, that was after she'd lost 2 joints. So it was no joke. It's no joke, man. There isn't anything. No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say there's nothing worse. Because worse is a very deep hole.
Right.
But it's bad.
Yeah, people will prove you wrong, right?
Oh, yes, definitely. Worse is a deep hole. Anyways, her depression went away. All these symptoms went away. And like radically.
So what changed her from chicken and broccoli to carnivore?
Well, she kept experimenting, and she got very sensitive to all sorts of foods in the aftermath of that too. So this is why I wouldn't recommend that anybody does this casually, because we don't understand much about it. But the upshot was that, well, she kept she kept experimenting, and she started to add things back and take them away. And sometimes when she added things, the results were devastating. She was like done for a month. She ate the wrong thing, done for a month. All the symptoms came back. The depression came back. She thought that her whole dietary theory was wrong because it lasted so long and was so extreme. And it's like it took her 2 years to figure out that really what she could eat was beef and greens. And then she figured out that she could only eat beef.
So the greens themselves.
Well, look, so what happened? Okay, so 2 years ago, she said, Dad, you have to try this diet because you have a lot of the same symptoms as me. Now, I didn't have arthritis, but I had a lot of the other symptoms. And I thought, oh, Christ, okay, Michaela, I can try anything for a month. She said, try it for a month. I thought, okay, whatever. I can hang by my fingernails from the windowsill for a month. It's like, it's just not that big a deal. And so I went on a really low carb diet. Okay, so this is what happened. I had gastric reflux disorder, and I was snoring quite a lot. I stopped snoring the first week. I thought, what the hell? That's supposed to be associated with weight loss. Because I had gained some weight. I weighed about 212 pounds, and I'm about 6'1½", so that was my maximum weight. I stopped snoring, which was a great relief to Tammy. That just quit, and that's a big deal, right? Because if you snore, you have sleep apnea, and then you don't sleep right. It's like not a good thing. Okay, next. I started waking up in the mornings. I'd never been able to wake up in the mornings my whole life. I always had to stumble to the shower, and then maybe I could wake up. It took me an hour, and I felt terrible. And so all of a sudden I woke up, and it was like, oh, look at that. I'm awake in the morning, and I'm clear-headed, and things aren't gloomy and horrible. It's like, well, isn't that weird? Then I lost 7 pounds the first month. I thought, 7 pounds, that's a lot in a month. And I'd already gone for a whole year on a sugar-free diet, and I didn't lose any weight. And I'd been exercising.
Sugar-free, but did you cut out bread and gluten?
No, it was just no desserts, no sugar, no. And I thought that might do it. Didn't make any difference at all. 7 pounds. Well, then I lost 7 pounds the next month. Then I lost 7 pounds the next month. I lost 7 pounds every month for 7 months. It's like I'd throw away all my clothes. I went back to the same weight that I was when I was 26. And my psoriasis disappeared. And I had floaters in my right eye, and they cleared up. And then the last thing that went away for me, I was still having a bitch of a time with mood regulation, and that sucked because when I changed my diet, I didn't respond to antidepressants properly anymore. They weren't working. And so although I was getting better physically in a variety of ways, like radical ways, I was really having a bitch of a time regulating my mood, and I was having sporadic, really negative reactions to food when I ate something I shouldn't. So that took about 1.5 years to clear up, and I was still really anxious in the morning up to 3 months ago, like horribly, and then it would get better all day. People said, well, you're under a lot of stress. And I thought, yeah, I've been under a lot of stress for like 10 years. It's like, it's a lot, but it wasn't any more stressful than helping my daughter deal with her illness, that's for sure. That, no, this is something different. And she said to me, quit eating greens. And I thought, oh, really? Jesus, Michaela, I'm eating cucumbers, lettuce, broccoli, and chicken and beef. It's like I have to cut out the goddamn greens? It's like, try it for a month. Okay. Within a week, I was 25% less anxious in the morning. Within 2 weeks, 75%. And I've been better every single day. I'm better now, probably, than I've ever been in my life. And I haven't been taking antidepressants for a whole year. So I don't know what, and I weigh 162 pounds. Like and I've actually gained musculature. I've been doing some working out, but not a lot. And so I can sleep 6 hours a night, no problem. I wake up in the morning, I'm awake. If I take a 15-minute nap, that used to take me an hour to recover from, that's gone. Here's the coolest thing. I've had gum disease since I was 25. It's been serious enough I've had to have minor surgical interventions, scraping and that sort of thing to keep it at bay. It's gone. I checked with my dentist before this last tour. No inflammation. And that's associated with heart disease, by the way, gum inflammation and gingivitis. It's a good risk factor for heart disease. It means the systemic inflammation is gone. And it's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to recover from gingivitis. And my gums are in perfect shape. It's like, what the hell? So here's what happened. I lost 50 pounds. It's like, that's a lot, right? I'm nowhere near as hungry as I used to be. My appetite's probably fallen by 70%. I don't get blood sugar dysregulation problems. I need way less sleep. I get up in the morning and I'm fine. I'm not anxious. I'm not depressed. I don't have psoriasis. My legs were numb on the sides. That's gone. I'm certainly intellectually at my best at the moment, which is a great relief, especially doing this tour. Depression is gone. I'm stronger. I can swim better. and my gum disease is gone. It's like, what the hell?
And you've done no blood work, so you don't know what your lipid profile is, or
no, I'll get that done again when I go back.
Do you take
to
any
Toronto.
vitamins?
Nope. No, I eat beef and salt and water. That's it. And I never cheat, ever, not even a little bit.
No
Nothing.
soda, no wine.
I drink club soda.
Well, that's still water.
Well, you know, when you're down to that level, no, it's
That's
not.
so
Look, Joe, there's club soda, which
Sure.
is really bubbly.
Mm-hmm.
There's Perrier, which is sort of bubbly. There's flat water, and there's hot water.
So those are your varieties.
Those distinctions start to become important.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Well, we ate last night, and I ate what you ate. We both had that giant tomahawk.
Yeah.
I had wine though.
Yeah.
I'm curious about this. I'm very curious, and
Yeah,
I think
me
I
too.
might try it. But I eat a lot of vegetables.
Yeah.
But I don't have any problems, like health problems.
Hey, man, like I'm not. Disclaimer number 2: I am not recommending this to anyone. However, I have had many people come up to me on the tour and say, "Look, I've been following your daughter's blog, and I've lost like 100 pounds." I think, what? You lost 100 pounds? See, I lost 100 pounds in 6 months. I talked to a woman yesterday. She lost 15 pounds in 1 month. She was 70. It's like, this is... here's a question. Why is everyone fat and stupid? That's a question, man. Because it's new.
Is it?
Yes, it is. It's new. And it's not sedentary lifestyle. That hypothesis doesn't seem to hold water. There's something wrong with the way we're eating. And what's wrong is that we're eating way too many carbohydrates, I think. But remember, I'm no expert.
Big shift. The elimination of most carbohydrates has made a big shift in my life. And I do cheat. Occasionally with bread, occasionally with pasta. I will go off with ice cream and things along those lines. But most of the time, I'm just eating meat and vegetables. Most of the time. And then I'll have a cheat day, like, once a week or something like that.
Yeah,
Especially if I go to dinner, I'll have a little pasta. And it doesn't seem to mess me up too bad, but I do feel shitty after I do it. It's like for simple mouth pleasure, I'm allowing myself to feel tired afterwards.
Tired, yeah, that's a big one, man.
Yeah.
But like really, I can go
Insulin
at about
spikes.
6 hours of sleep now. And it's so interesting I can't believe I can wake up in the morning. Like that's never happened to me in my whole life. And when I was a kid, 13, 12, I had a bitch of a time waking up in the morning. It was just brutal. I just thought that's how it was.
This is what, again, I'm not a nutritionist either. But what's fascinating to me is I haven't heard any negative stories about people doing this.
Well, I have a negative story.
Okay.
Okay. One of the things that both Michaela and I noticed was that when we restricted our diet and then ate something we weren't supposed to, the reaction to eating what we weren't supposed to was absolutely catastrophic.
What did you do? What did you switch to? Or what did you eat, rather?
Well, the worst response, I think we're allergic to, or allergic, whatever the hell this is, having an inflammatory response to something called sulfites. And we had some apple cider that had sulfites in it, and that was really not good. Like, I was done for a month. That was the first time I talked to Sam Harris.
You were done for a month?
Oh, yeah, it took me out for a month. It was awful.
Really?
Yeah, so I would say,
so this is right before this whole truth conversation with Sam Harris that got stuck in the mud. During.
So I think the day I talked to Sam was like the worst day of my life. Not because of talking to Sam, but it was
just physical.
Oh, Jesus, I was so dead. But I didn't want to not do it.
Apple cider, like what was it doing?
Sulfites in it.
What was it doing to you?
Oh, it produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom. And I seriously mean overwhelming. Like, there's no way I could have lived like that if that would have lasted for... See, Michaela knew by that point that it would probably only last a month, and I was like...
A month?